出会うきっかけは高校の時の同級生がスーパーセルが新しいゲーム出したんだよみたいな感じでブロスタをおすすめしてくれたっていう。あまりにも楽しそうにやるんですよ。もう受験どうでもよくなっちゃいました。最初は単純に楽しんでた。そこからでもずっと同じキャラをずっと使い続けたんですよ。そしたらそのキャラが世界一になってトロフィーがで、そこからまあちょっとやっぱ楽しいなってなってずっとやってたみたいな。うまいのかもしれない。でもあんまうまいとかは考えなかったですけどね。プロは2020年ですね。1年目の大会で成績が良かったからプロチームからちょっと入ってみないみたいな感じで言われて、せっかくならやってみるかみたいな感じのノリで入ったって感じです。ちょこちょこいろんなチーム転々としたって感じですね。クレイジーラ君入ったのは今年ですね。これマジックだな。やばい。しかもオーリーにボール渡しちゃった。そうだよね、絶対来るよね。
17の誕生日なんでおめでとう。いやおめでとう。
ハッピーバースデーゲノンレオ。やっぱり世界2位だった時の記録を抜きたいんで、もちろん世界一っていうのもありますし、今は1日だいたい 3,4 時間ぐらいをスクリームチーム練習としてやってて、個人では日によってストップはバラバラなんですけど、大会が近くなってスウェーデンに移動する時には1日8時間ぐらいはチーム練習が入ってくるかなっていうふうに思ってます。みんなのメタいない。最強すぎていない。よし。いやいらない本当にいらないそれは間違いなく俺のせいではある。勝ちマップだけずっとやってても、もし負けた場合ってやばいじゃないですか。なんで負けてもちゃんと戦えるように負けマップもしっかり練習するみたいなイメージでいます。俺がいないんだけど、いたわ。よし行くか。嘘1ね、嘘カウント1個追加されて、あとただ相手がやっぱ強いのもあるんで、そこら辺はうまくいろんなマップ練習しないと負けてもいいような練習の仕方をするのが大事かなっていうふうに思います。個人的にはチームメイトが今世界2位4位ってきてるんですよ、2人とも。なんで、やっぱ1位させてあげたいなっていう気持ちがあります。
8 teams, 1 battlefield, and a single goal to claim the crown of Brawl Stars. From the relentless precision of Humble to the calculated dominance of Reply Totem, the unbreakable spirit of STMN, and the legacy forged by SK Gaming. Across the world, challengers rise. The fearless Crazy Raccoon. The thunderous power of Loud. The tactical brilliance of Foot. And the raw ambition of Revenant. These are not just teams, they are rivals. They're legends in the making. But in the end, only one can stand at the top. This is the road to the championship.
It all comes down to this. 8 teams, $1 million, and 1 trophy. You've shown us what's possible. Now it's time to show us what you are made of. No more safety nets, no more second chances. It's the matchups that you've been dying to see. And it's the moments that you will never forget. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host, coming to you live from DreamHack Stockholm. Welcome to the 2025 Brawl Stars World Finals, and welcome to Championship Sunday!
You know that feeling? When you get the perfect random?
You're my only trophy.
Stop! The player who never misses. The one who pulls off the impossible 1v3.
Wow! In close range, 1, 2!
The genius that makes all the right decisions.
Yoshi, able to take boss down, but how are you going to stop this now? Push it, he's got the goal anyway!
That's what it takes to get here. 12 teams emerged from the monthly finals. 4 more won the golden tickets at LCQ. For 16 teams, a year of battles comes down to this. 1 stage, 1 trophy, 1 chance to make history. From every corner of the world, the best randoms gather in Stockholm. Who will lift the golden trophy? Who will be crowned the Brawl Stars World Champions? Welcome to the World Finals.
Day 3 from DreamHack Stockholm, the last stop of the season and the biggest day of them all. 16 became 8, and now every match is do or die on the road to the grand final that will crown a world champion. For these players, this isn't just another tournament, it's the result of an entire year of dedication. They've lived and breathed Brawl Stars just to play here on this stage today. I'm Sunny, and I'm joined by 2 lyrical geniuses, Uber and Ark. 8 teams left. Who do you think has the main character energy today?
Well, there's a lot of main characters, I think, in Brawl Stars by their own admission, but today I definitely have my eyes set on EMEA's best. It's Humble, it's SK Gaming, and even Foot Esports have inserted themselves into the conversation as the best team here in 2025. Not to mention the bevy of outliers and dark horses also vying for supremacy.
I've got to say the same. You know, I came out for the first time saying who I felt was going to take it all before we came to Stockholm, and I was going to go with SK Gaming. Now, whether that's going to be good juju or bad juju, we shall see, but for me, it's definitely between them and Humble.
We'll have a little look at what just happened this weekend and how many teams are still in. Uber, we had 4 GSL groups, now only 8 teams are left.
Yeah, we obviously whittle our 16 teams down to 8 coming into this final day, and now there are no second chances. It is win and advance, lose and go home. With all this on the line, $1 million of prize money, and I'm looking at this graphic and I'm seeing EMEA still looking pretty healthy, Ark.
And for the first time since 2021, we are going to the final day with a representative from every region. That is absolutely mind-blowing to me.
It is wonderful to see our final contenders can still go to win those $400,000. Uber, $1 million in total on the line.
Yeah, it's obviously been a massive year for Brawl Stars Esports, and in the BSC, it's been one of the most compelling, one of the most grueling gauntlets for all of these teams. This, of course, what awaits them alongside the title of champion. But this is our 8-team single elimination bracket, Ark.
Absolutely stacked for what will be an unforgettable finale. SK Gaming versus Reply Totem up first. Crazy Raccoon and STMN battling it out for that North American versus East Asia dominance. Loud versus Revenant, Xbark, and then finally Foot Esports take on the current reigning champions of the world of Humble.
All fighting for that golden trophy. And it seems like every single match from here on out is a grand final in itself. We do have a couple of favorites, or teams that we feel like are a little stronger. SK versus Reply Totem. Why did you all vote for SK?
Oh, look, I think that they have been squeaky clean so far. They've been, perfect in their run through so far. They've had the luxury of getting the first game of the day out of the way and having the rest of the day to prepare for their next match. These guys have had the road paid for them now. They really need to double down as the rubber hits the road, but I think they've got everything they need to go all the way.
And we have a little look at just which brawlers have been featured the most heavily this World Finals so far. With 25 picks, Hank has been the star of the show, and Mina banned out 58 times. Nobody really wants to see her in the field, and I feel like she won those 2 matches she has been picked up.
Yeah, I kind of wonder whether she should be in the middle, actually. With 58 bans, no team is willing to take a chance by leaving her open. And I think for good reason. Despite the nerfs, she's still such a dominant threat, and the maneuverability of a brawler like that, it's just a very dangerous one to leave here. But, for me, I was expecting to see a little bit more Meeple. Ziggy not really found its place yet in terms of the meta, it feels.
So we haven't seen many of the brawlers yet. Is there any brawler you still want to see, Uber?
Look, no, I think we've seen most of our main brawlers, right? The ones that we expected to be really menaces inside this metagame. Hank seemed to be a bit of a stumbling block for some teams. There are definitely ways to play around it, but teams like SK have really leaned heavily in that direction. They've made Hank look really, really good. I agree with you. Mina's too strong. She's busted. Frankly, you have a gadget that allows you to basically reset your super every time it hits, and a star power that allows your super to root people in place. You just keep running through that. This SK Gaming team, of course, made great use of the Hank, though. They are ice cold, and they have honestly cruised through World so far.
SK Gaming, of course, one of the biggest favorites in this competition to kick off the final day of our 2025 Brawl Stars World Finals. Is OPE, Yoshi, and Joker. This squad is so fearsome. OPE is in a really great headspace. Joker's always had the mechanics, and Yoshi, the rock that has always been present. And I cannot wait to see how they kick things off.
They've been leading one of the strongest, if not the strongest regions this year. SK Gaming definitely a fearsome opponent for Reply Totem. But they know this already, and they are prepared. And I asked them, who would you want to face in the finals? And they said, maybe SK Gaming. At least we know those guys, we know how to play against them. And they have actually been the last team to beat them ever. But that was in June in a monthly final.
I mean, it's crazy they dodged each other so much over the course of the year. Rome wasn't built in a day, but the Totem Dynasty could be cemented here on Championship Sunday. They've always done this. They come up through LCQ, and then they place really highly at Worlds. They were stopped in their tracks in the semi-finals last year, but top 4 for these guys is crazy. They're preparing for a similar run, but SK stand in their way a little bit earlier arc than they, I think, anticipated.
Yeah, I fully agree. It's the LAN Demons versus the LAN Angels. SK Gaming are just so ruthless at LAN, and of course, Angel Boy is the angel on the shoulder of Reply Totem. It's actually kind of wild to me that this is a first-time matchup at the World Finals. Historically, SK and Reply Totem have always been on opposite ends of the bracket. They've never ran into each other. So on the World Final stage, this is actually a first, which is kind of wild. I just kind of felt that they must have run into each other at some point, but it's never happened.
And just to reiterate here again, SK Gaming hasn't won a single match since June in the monthly qualifiers, and it was to Totem. Yet at LAN, we call them the LAN Demons, but they had a showing this year once, and they did lose to Humble in the end. Humble is on the other side of the bracket. We're going to see if they're going to face up against them next. First up, though, is going to be the Roman Empire. They have to take down today.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think that these two teams, they've dodged each other a lot domestically, but they know each other very well. They would have been scrim partners a heck of a lot, especially seeing themselves being in different groups here. So they should know what they're running into.
And now, Stockholm, are you ready for our very first match? Day 3. This is the playoff bracket. No more second chances. Bring in the teams.
The dominant force facing off against the Demon duo and the Angel on their shoulders. DreamHack, make some noise for SK Gaming and Reply Totem! It's Obe versus Maru! It's Joker versus Angel Boy! Finally, it's Yoshi versus Maori! It wouldn't be a Championship Sunday without an EMEA showdown on the card. Casters, let's do this!
We happily do this. Reply Totem versus SK Gaming. Could well be a monthly final, grand final here in EMEA. This is a clash of legends, and SK Gaming is looking to maintain their undefeated set record against the team that has bested them in the past.
Yeah, look, that perfect record is not something that you as SK Gaming can afford to put too much stock in. These are the games that really matter. Everything up until this point has essentially been a warm-up. So I want to see the fruits of the labors of this team. 4 years of, striving and being disappointed at the final hurdle. These guys, they have a look like they know it's theirs for the taking. By that I mean that trophy, that championship. SK Gaming feel like it's destined, but there are always bumps in the road, pitfalls for the unwary. They have to be perfect today.
These two teams know each other intimately. There's a lot of history as well, especially with Drage versus OPE. Who can forget that moment when Drage just outlandishly said that SK suck? And they didn't. They got burnt for it. And of course, Yoshi was on Tribe Gaming EU back in 2022. Drage effectively was benching him throughout that World Final. So looking across from each other now, how things have changed. 2025 is a new dawn for Brawl, in my opinion. And I feel like this is going to be nothing short of fireworks.
As you mentioned, 2024, for both of those teams, the run ended in the semi-finals. Both of them share the 3rd and 4th place now. One of them, at least, wants to make it into the grand finals. We're kicking things off here on Pinhole Hunt. Brawl Ball, and we see the votes from the people at home. If you didn't lock in your votes just yet, head over to event.brawlstars.com and get your votes in for the next matches too. But 89% of you say that SK is going to take this one. Makes sense. It's the first seed versus the team that had to make its way through LCQ.
The SK fan base is hungry. They've been starving, but tell you what, the Italians turn up in numbers. It's quite a mosh pit down there in the arena, with both fan clubs arrayed on either side of the stage. Expect it to get loud in here, but for now, a hush in the room as we jump into our first draft. Here on Pinhole Punt, Hank being banned away is no surprise to us. We see Otis Crow and Mina targeted by Reply Totem. Ali and Meeple round out the bans for SK.
Well, first in for SK, looking to maybe pick up like a Ruffs here as a good starting hand. We'll go with Byron, which smells like it could be combined with something tankier as we go forwards. Ollie might be that brawler to be able to combine with. Brawlers like Buster are quite rife with Reply Totem. Mo as well, who I've been getting warmer towards as the time has gone in this event. So looking out for brawlers along those kind of lines, really.
You mentioned Mo, and we all didn't really love the brawler in the last few days. It did have some great showings though, and of course, he can sell out the bushes, he can go in aggressively on Brawl Ball. He definitely makes sense. We also would have Ruff still open, like the brawler on a map like this one. You were right with the Mo immediately picked up here by Reply Totem. Now maybe they're going to pair it with some heals as well.
This Mo is a classic Drage draft, by the way. He always wants to bring Mo into Reply Totem's team compositions. And rounding this out with Jaeyoung gives you a really solid core. Mo, very potent side laner, and it has that playmaking potential sometimes to score goals on his own out of absolutely nowhere, but can suffer in the neutral game, at that mid-range, somewhere where Squeak really tends to shine.
Yeah, there's going to be that Ollie pairing. That's dangerous with that Byron. Squeak for control, and it really has been a shining star. Who can forget that moment where Yoshi secured it in a 1 versus 2? Beautiful plays from him. I hope he's on it. But back to Reply Totem. They've got to have an answer for this Ollie. It's quite a dangerous one at that. Sometimes Gale could be an option. Max has been really coming back in terms of the meta, and Reply Totem don't mind that kind of brawler to have that additional maneuverability. It's going to be Lily going through. Aggression is the game today, it seems.
A Totem have played like this all weekend. They have been in your face and they've refused to give an inch. That Ollie Squeak combination is definitely something that can cause problems. If you could land a slow off that residue gadget, it's very easy for Ollie to connect, especially with his jump gadget, and get a pretty massive hypnotize off. Couple of 1-2 punches here on both sides of the field. Reply Totem, though, they have the hard engage potential. If they can avoid getting knocked into the corner of the map, they'll be fine. It's SK Gaming, the uncrowned kings versus the Roman Empire to kick us off in our first quarter fight. And already Angel Boy stunned up there by Joker, but has the damage off the super to convert. And Maru wants to step forward. He's looking dangerous in this spot. Yoshi's flattened. Nice super there from the Mo, and Ope can only clear the ball.
A very aggressive start from Reply Totem. Really putting the pressure on straight out of the gates. Joker does have the Hypnosis to hand, so that could help, certainly so, on defense. His gadget is probably cooled down now. Also, Angel Boy, though, in the realm, lurking forward. He is really in a great spot. OPE gets them taps off, but the heals were there. And SK, again, a solid defense.
Really important Byron super there for defense. Ope could have been in deep trouble, otherwise Joker's definitely going to have Mallory double hypnotized here, and it's an easy pickup. Finally, SK Gaming take their first step past the halfway mark on this map. And now they'll look to settle in. This composition is designed to choke Reply Totem out of the game, but there are many ways to break such a pincer. Angel Boy's going to be able to step forward in the Shadow Realm now and look to pressure on the Joker, but he's stunned up immediately. Tries for a super, it's not enough. Maori dropping low, and Maru does have super, but he's nowhere near close enough and help to be able to make use of it. Maori got to be caught in the hypnotize, and now SK get on the offense.
A nice heal from OPE to Joker. It should be enough to be able to walk this one through. It's going to be a goal for SK Gaming.
There it is, SK become a torrent on Reply Totem as soon as they get on the front foot. The damage is undeniable. Here's Maru coming forward, but he was quite low, and Yoshi's able to fend him off himself. Big hypnotize, that is disgusting! Joker waves the pocket watch in the face of Reply Totem. They got no choice but to succumb.
Very bold from SK. They were put under immediate pressure. They didn't falter to it. They stayed firm in the defense, came back with an incredibly strong offense. What a way to secure that final goal. They've got to be feeling very, very good about that first game. It's down now to Reply Totem to up theirs.
Important interaction here is Joker being able to catch Angel Boy with his eyes on me gadget, being able to hypnotize the Lily as she tries to step forward. It's a big part of shutting down Reply Totem's game plan, which is not exactly subtle, but it is effective. Here's Yoshi, that's a residue gadget there, creating a slowing field, denying any further advance from a Reply Totem.
Angel Boy's going in now into the realm, but he will come out on low HP. Can't afford to go too heavily onto the aggressive. Maru, though, popping some additional speed coming through. Maru pushed back on that right-hand side, but he has got super. He can go in at just the right time, but Angel Boy's clearing house so far. Joker's low, he'll fall. It's a 1 versus 3 and a straightforward goal for Reply Totem.
The problem for Yoshi is that he doesn't really have the damage output to deal with Lily if she's able to close the gap on the squeak quickly. There again, once more, it's going to be a flourish used by Angel Boy. Hypercharge being popped here. Ope trying to get forward, does pop his super, dumps it on himself instead. Angel Boy's going to emerge, and that was great timing from Yoshi, but he doesn't have the damage! Goal! Reply Totem! We've got an even Brawl Ball game on our hands!
Exactly what we expected. And exactly what we wanted. One game to decide the first set, and both teams showing massive signs of promise. They've already come prepared. Let's see, will it be Angel with the aggressiveness of that Lily pick? Will it be Joker with the hypnosis as a push through as OP is keeping that support rolling? Maru comes in though, gets some good damage. Joker forced away, has to use his super on defense.
Yeah, it's quite a big expenditure of resource for Joker, but he can't afford to drop there to Maru. SK Gaming are in a commanding position, but they still need to finish the job. Angel Boy's going to drop there. Joker does have the damage to clean him up, and Maru's far too low. Slow and steady wins the race for SK Gaming, but Maru's able to clear the ball and buy Totem some time.
Fantastic. That was a really tough position for Reply Totem to keep the ice in their veins. Maru did fantastic work there. Joker, though, going in. He wants to get this ball passed through from OPE, and he's found it.
Oh, what a gadget!
Here's Angel Boy as Joker finds it.
It's like he's done this hundreds of times before. Before he receives the ball, hits that hypnotized gadget on the Angel Boy so he cannot defend. Ope will fall, but it's going to be a trade. Angel Boy goes deep and is punished as a result. Joker wants to come forward. Forces the gadget out of Maori. SK happy enough here to establish map control.
Yeah, Joker thought better of that weakened warrior on the Jaeyong, and I fully agree. It's devastating. Now, though hypnotized, he should be easy pickings, but survives on nonetheless. He's got the heals now as well to support Angel Boy as he comes out of this realm. OPE is getting some taps, but Angel Boy is going straight for the jugular. Finds OPE to support Yoshi in a 1 versus 3.
No damage!
Now Joker, no hypnotized, off the line! Can he still go? Maru gets the drill! It's in!
This is as close as it gets, folks. Next goal decides the set. Reply Totem give as good as they get, but Angel Boy's hypercharge, while instrumental in their previous goal, is now on cooldown. Maru's going to be forced back. Ope, big damage and a super connecting onto the Mo means that Maru's one shot away from being down, and he knows his goose is cooked. Here comes Angel Boy though. Joker comes forward, hypercharge super, big hypnotize, and an easy walk-in. Unreal! SK Gaming hit him right where it hurts. The deck is stacked, and it's always a Joker on top.
A set that could have gone either way. Both of these two teams showing exactly what they're worth. But SK Gaming by a slither, able to get that first set, and that first set momentum can be so brutal on the world stage. Angel Boy though had a fantastic game. I really liked what he brought with this Lily pick. 9 takedowns, 384 DPS as well as a goal. Maru with 2 himself, but Joker with all 4. That's what Ollie brings to Brawl Ball.
And you can see just how important it is for Joker to cleverly time his gadgets. Having that hypnotize on tap, all you have to do is hit your opponent with a main attack is so important to render them unable to defend. This was, of course, a massive double hypnotize that allows for a goal early on in the set. But Reply Totem wise up. Angel Boy says, Karma, we got this. And honestly, these hypercharges from Lily made it impossible to help whoever gets dragged into the Shadow Realm. So even though you have this Byron to heal your tank, Joker can't get any help when he is in that realm. But this is amazing. Look at this dash forward. Mari got caught by the edge of that hypnotize. Just the tiniest pixel was the difference between him being able to defend and letting the ball slip through.
And both times with that double hypnotize, Joker's HP was like 2,000, I think at one time 3,000. With 2 people there, he's going down. There's no doubt about it. Unless he lands that connection, it's not going to be a goal. So really fantastic work by SK to get the maximum value from it. But a fresh draft coming through shortly as we go into Hot Zone then. Fantastic stuff so far. Open Business will be the map. And certainly, this is one that Reply Totem can capitalize on. I feel like the draft was very good in that last set, but this one, it's going to be better.
For me, it felt like just the small difference in execution was what cost Reply Totem. At this level, these Dre's drafts have been very, very solid. But he's going up against the combined brain power of Pedro, Ope, and Joker when it comes to the drafts, right? Those 3 really like to put their heads together to come up with the answer. But you're right, Open Business does feel like a map that is heavily draft dependent. Execution is going to matter, but much of the game is going to be decided right here.
Ruffs, Juju, Crow Band, as well as the Mina, the Hank, and the Finks. It's going to leave open brawlers like Lou, brawlers like Pam, especially for me, I think can have a fantastic time on this map. SK Gaming have got that first pick as well, so they've got a chance to play it safe or really commit in this opening hand. For me, I think Pam would be a solid shout, but Wall Break can then deflate what her healing station brings. Lou has dropped off, but I still remain unsure as to why. I think Pam, yeah, makes a ton of sense. Healing on a game mode like this is going to go a long, long way.
We've seen Lou already from Ope this weekend. It was on Dueling Beetles. So SK are one of those few teams that still want to try and bring that brawler in. I'd highlight Maru's Draco is something to be feared, and they're going to snap the Lou away themselves. Reply Totem know they can make great use of it and don't want to allow both Pam and Lou into the hands of SK Gaming. Cordelia's here, I like this a lot. This is an Angel Boy special. 74% win rate for him with this brawler in the lead up when Totem didn't have the best scrim record. Honestly, it was pretty scrappy from them. But this was definitely an outlier where they were able to find success far more often than not.
We know what Reply Totem can do with Cordelius in this kind of game mode. It could be preemptive as well of a potential Kaze on the side of SK Gaming, just to get that one out of the way. Meeple going to come in. Yeah, I was expecting to see a lot more of Meeple, honestly, in the World Finals. It's really quite dangerous with that gadget to be able to just box in your opposition, often combined with the Hank, but again, we saw it not work out for Team Heretics time and time again with that idea and banned out here. I'm glad that SK are going to be deviating away from that concept.
Yeah, so with no Hank available, you may not even opt for something that can really punish opponents caught inside mansions of Meeple, but throwers are always an option in that regard. You banned out the Juju and you go for the Kaze instead. This is a pretty sick draft from SK Gaming. A lot of sustain being offered up by the Pam, and also the Scrap Sucker here could be very, very important, especially on someone like Lou, who naturally needs to be able to keep firing to stack up those slow debuff stacks. Reply Totem now have to ask themselves if they have enough to deal with the Kaze, if the Cordelius is going to be sufficient, if they can look elsewhere. Because obviously, they have Lu, who has decent mid to long range. They might look for some extra durability, though. I mean, Meg's an option. Buster is going to be the answer they come up with.
I was feeling Meg as well, actually, to be completely honest, but I love the boldness of SK Gaming picking the Kaze regardless of the Cordelius. I distinctly remember at L3Q, you know, when things were really going a sour way for Reply Totem, Angel Boy getting on Cordelius in Hot Zone is what brought things back when things were escalating out of control against Team Electros. So let's see. I really do like it as a pick. I know that Reply Totem are competent with it, but can they shut down Kaze? It's likely to be Joker on it. He's one of the best in the world on that brawler, in my opinion.
So we got through the drafts. Feels like SK Gaming are well positioned, but one mistake can cost you everything at this level. Maru with the montage already is going to be able to clear the way. Ope cannot fire into that super ability. And Yoshi here hasn't had a lot to shoot at so far. He's very mindful of not giving Angel Boy 3 supercharge by stepping into that ring.
OP being really cautious and not hitting any shots. What a fan storm from Joki. He's going to leave Angel Boy to step it's going down, and he does. Maori as well, victim of it. Another montage from Maori going in with a hypercharge already just to be able to claim back position power. But Yoshi's going to be healed up as well as OP once Reply Totem join this mid.
Joker needs to deal with Maru himself. Montage is very effective against both Pam and Meeple. So Maru can essentially shut both of them down 1 versus 2 with that super available. It's all on Joker's here to get the Buster out of the game and pave the way for Ope and Yoshi. But SK have a good lead. Ope's been able to cycle onto the point because of that sustain of the healing turret. But again, Yoshi has to respect what Maru can do. Nice follow-up shot though. Angel Boy can't really touch onto the point, but Yoshi's happy to test the waters, jump into the ice rink and slide straight across. Reply Totem fighting well, but can't spend any time on the point.
Yoshi is absolutely tapping on this Meeple. Joker lurking, Maru finds him. He's going to have to be able to retreat back slightly here. Oh, a bit too close for comfort. And Maru punishes the action. Another montage will allow Maori to push himself forward as well. And Angel Boy, full HP. He's waiting to get someone into the realm.
Joker has to run it back. He's going to go after Maru yet again. He needs to get rid of this Buster. Now with that Pam hypercharge in play, that's a lot of shielding to work with. Joker has the cycle of gadgets to dive into the montage hypercharge, but he does finally get the better of Maru. And all the while, SK have been rotating Ope and Yoshi onto the point. When one gets low, the other one steps up and keeps capturing. Reply Totem can't deal with this oppressive level of map control. They've finally broken through, and there's a hypercharge super for Mori. That's going to slow Ope up, but Joker makes sure work of Angel Boy with a hypercharge Kaze. Reply Totem have to respect SK Gaming. They are bleeding out, falling further and further behind. They have to make a play, and now's the time.
Angel Boy might be able to make something of this. Joker just goes a little bit preemptively there and gets punished. Now Reply Totem catching up for lost time, but SK Gaming, they only need 10% on the zone. And that healing station from OPE should be able to secure that right-hand side. Joker's lurking forwards. He needs to make a winning push for his team here. Be aggressive in that regard. Angel Boy forcing OP into the round. Joker low HP. It's getting so close. 95% apiece. Yoshi versus Maru. It's Maru that gets it by 2%. What a result for Reply Totem. They were so far behind and came back strong.
The round started difficultly for Reply Totem. The only time they're actually getting capture progress is when there's a Buster Super in play. In fairness, I think Joker is struggling with that matchup, constantly getting caught in the slow-mo replay, constantly getting burst down by this Buster. Ope's done well to keep these health bars low. Yoshi was tapping early, but when Maru rotated to the right, that's when things started to go wrong for SK, and Maru was able to get constant supers into the point.
Reply Totem in that last game definitely spent a lot of time battling for control, but not as much as they should have in the early game, going for the objective. But again, slow and steady wins the race. This Buster pick is really cutting the mustard for Reply Totem now. As Joker, though, does clear up that left-hand side. Maori taking a lot of shots from OPE and a much-needed healing station. We're going on an aggressive stance in that top left.
Without Buster, Reply Totem is through. They need Maru here, and that is going to be a montage. Joker tried to get inside of it. Cute, but Maru is going to be there for the extra damage. Maori backing him up. Now a loose super forces SK Gaming away. Yoshi going to throw this Meeple super down and be able to fire through this large Mesa. But Maru sits at the edge of the point and gets Reply Totem back into this game.
Edge of a nice jump towards Yoshi. Taking some shots. Yoshi's so low though, pop the gadget, stuns out, then Reply Totem. And OP's trying to balance his time between Maori and Angel Boy to allow Joker to go on the aggressive.
This is great.
It's really good positioning from SK Gaming. They've got a healing station ready to go down also. I like where they're at. The reply totem are far from out of this game.
Yoshi steps up onto the point and starts capturing them when Ope gets dragged into the Shadow Realm. So SK Gaming spend every possible second on the point. This keeps them ahead by a healthy margin, but that is starting to dwindle. Joker working the flank, gets some shots into Maru, but has to respect that super. Ope now will be able to step up as a hypercharge from the Meeple, instantly shut down by Angel Boy. Yoshi doesn't want that smoke. Not going to try and challenge out the Cordelius, but Ope still cycling onto the point, bit by bit. Fanstorm allows for SK to play up close, and Yoshi gets personal with Maru, right in his face, blows him up. And SK Gaming, this time, we're in much better shape late in the round.
Before OP goes down, places the hypercharged PAM turret. That is such a devastating thing to have on the side of Reply Totem, and they've got to clear house. 95% in closing for SK Gaming. A nice Meeple stun should buy a little bit of time. Just 3% left. Stunned on the zone is Yoshi. He actually is able to get it. I thought he might have gone down, but no, SK from out of nowhere secure the game, and once more we're all tied up early on.
If you're SK Gaming, you don't miss a beat. There is not 1 second that you are off the point entirely. They are making sure they make use of every moment in this round to keep that lead. Ope and Yoshi are mind-linked. They are rotating on and off that point. Look at this Pam. She can hang, sit at the back of the point and just get percent after percent. It's the long game that Ope's playing. The Reply Totem can't keep up.
I'm loving Joker balancing his time between Ninja and Geisha form. Tapping down that left-hand side, still there, still a problem, and it's bought so much time for his team. SK have already got 30% to 0 from Reply Totem. Now getting themselves set up just a little bit better. Maru goes from that aggressive stance from the left-hand side. He might be able to get a gadget pop potentially here, get some nice value. But again, Reply Totem, they're not playing the objective.
They're not on the point, right? Ope still just touching. Joker just jumping on and off. Little bits here and there. Gets them 49% to 2. And that's all it's going to take. SK don't have to team wipe Reply Totem every time. They just need a strong staging ground here at the back of the point.
A tough spot now for SK as Reply Totem starts to build back for lost time. Angel Boy struggling to push forwards in the realm. Joker going to be able to evade it. They're going to be communicating roughly his whereabouts and ready for it now. But look at the clock on the left-hand side. It's now approaching 49 apiece, and Joker knows that he needs to get back to where he was most dangerous.
SK though have weathered the storm. That's all the super's gone for Reply Totem. Now they can start to play up, play a bit more aggressively. Yoshi was in the Shadow Realm, but now he'll emerge and be able to fight on the point properly. Mari's low, but Ope's frozen up. Does Pam have the damage? No. Forced away are SK Gaming. Now they're starting to slip, losing their control of this game. Angel Boy again, hypercharged super on Joker, rendering him useless, but Ope and Yoshi stand up in his stead. SK will even up the game, and now with 30% to go, it might be a photo finish.
Great work from Yoshi there, landing the taps, popping the hypercharge prematurely, but getting the shot, most importantly, to have the utility coming out. A montage from Maru. It's a big push here from Reply Totem, a huge Meeple gadget also stuns them out, but it's Maru low, and Angel Boy falls. It's surely be SK, they get it! It's a set going the way again of SK, and Joker says, get louder!
That right there is the difference between challengers and champions. It's the little things that matter, especially in aggregate. And SK Gaming dot their I's, cross their T's, and complete a very elegant hot zone set. But the game plan is set in stone. Continue to apply that numbers pressure. Keep one player on the point at all times, and if we lose control, we are patient. We let Reply Totem pop those supers. We let him montage forward. We let Angel Boy target Yoshi with his super every time there's a Meeple super in play. It's beautiful to watch. It's gritty. There's a lot of back and forth fighting, but in the background, the cogs are turning for SK Gaming. And honestly, it felt deterministic at the end.
What a matchup. I think the score doesn't really justify just how close these two teams really are in that regard. It can go either way. We've seen Reply Totem be behind and come back smelling of roses. It's definitely doable here.
Have a look at this. Final moments of the round. SK Gaming have it locked down with that Kaze hypercharge.
Let's go, guys!
Beautiful stuff from SK Gaming. Let's listen into some moments from the match.
We just try everything we can. We do what we can. If someone do a mistake, that's fine to happen. We feel the motivation that was insane the last 2 days, so same. Go, Joker!
very composed, this SK Gaming team, and they have maintained their lossless streak in sets so far through the World Finals. This time, against their most fearsome opponent, Reply Totem are a cut above the rest, but even that, not enough to put a nick on SK Gaming.
I love that from OPE, saying out from the very get-go, if we make mistakes, it's okay. It's how you handle when things are going wrong. That's what's key. That's what makes great teams. That's what makes a World Finals caliber champion. I love it. Gem grab for Hard Rock Mine. We've got to remind ourselves that this is no day one, it's no day two. If you lose this match, you go home. Your 2025 journey is over. This is a must-win set for Reply Totem in that regard.
I think we might see a lot of the same bread and butter return to here by Reply Totem. This is absolutely Lily's playground. Hard Rock Mine, a pretty popular map for her as well as Pam. Those two would be hotly contested. Ali is a decent analog to the Lily. So much brush cover on this map. With Lily banned out, Reply Totem still have an option to go deep and try and assassinate that gem carrier.
SK love a bit of Macy here. It's not really ever a worthy ban, but certainly Pam is open as a gem carrier, and that I feel was going to be a good thing for SK, especially with an Ali lurking.
Yeah, lock it up.
Get involved in that healing station when she's lurking, and you can just ensure a better 1v1. The scrapyard gadget can also deplete that ammo, also making Ali more susceptible, so it could certainly be on their horizons. It is going to be the Pam. I really do quite like that, but you've got to have those aggressive lanes.
I wonder if this is a shade game for SK Gaming. We've seen Joker, bring that in on occasion. It's very powerful on this map. There's a ton of other options you can go with, right? The Meeple's actually not terrible as an idea to break the map up a little bit here. The Max and Sandy combo's been broken up. Still look to the Max, but Pam is going to give you a really safe mid. Tara's going to give you that kill potential in the side lane. Surprised that we don't see it banned out. It's more heavily targeted on Undermine, but it has just the same application on this map. Help from the on, really effective just to, frustrate those single shot brawlers, any of those sharpshooters or that, brawlers that have trouble cutting through and penetrating targets. That's going to be quite helpful. But obviously just the threat of that, Tara hypercharge that can really break open the map. That super is massive under hypercharge conditions. It's very, very hard to avoid. But SK also do need to, respect the alley. Think about how they're going to deal with what is going to be relatively constant aggression from whoever's in that seat. And Janet represents a safe mid selection here for Reply Totem with invulnerability frames. Should there be a countdown and the gems are in their favor?
Still on the fence with Janet. Could be a Mo here for Reply Totem, one that they get some good results with. But again, with Janet, you've got to be really cautious to not leave your teammates high and dry. That's the thing. It's a guaranteed win if you pop it with the 10 gems at just the right time. Nothing that your opposition can do when she is in the air. Carl will be the choice for Reply Totem. Not necessarily the strongest of meta brawlers, but one that I think's got some great aggressive potential.
I want the Shade last pick so bad right now, Ark. This would be a sick time for SK Gaming to bust it out. Carl, we see a little bit less of lately. You can still burst him down, even through Protective Pirouette, if you have the right comp. So far, SK Gaming, I wouldn't quite say they do. But Tara is, of course, able to make it difficult for Carl to cross the gap, cross distance. And there it is, the Shade comes in. This is perfect. It's the perfect playmaker brawler to bring into the kind of map where Shade naturally has a lot of walls to hide inside.
Great call from you. I think it could work out well, but I'm still just a little bit worried about this alley. And maybe even Amacy might have had a better chance to be able to defend against it, but Shade with a hypercharge is so brutal. It's a great map for it. We saw it really championed by Zeta as the first to really bring it into Hard Rock Mine, and since then, it just has proved to be very, very strong at just pushing yourselves forward, getting those opportunities and getting those flanks.
Okay, Psychic Enhancer here for Ope instead of the help from Beyond, so being able to reveal that alley on cooldown is going to be a very important part of SK Gaming's game plan. Angel Boy is still playing quite deep, and Joker does have, of course, the star power that gives him extra durability inside Super, so he can respond to that alley. But in the meantime, Maru's snatched up 2 gems, looking pretty comfortable. Maru's trying to find ways to get this boomerang on target.
Yeah, Joker will be trying to be within the walls as much as possible when Angel Boy is lurking, but he's getting a lot of value.
It's
Angel Boy will fall down, and that's the problem. Yoshino survives on just 490 HP. So those gems may have been dropped, but they would have been picked up regardless. It's neck and neck 3 gems to SK, 4 to Reply Totem.
Joker can't fight Angel Boy without super. He needs an extra durability to deal with Ali's burst, but instead he's going to go for the throat. Maori has to take to the skies now. So SK Gaming need to think about the next stage of their plan. Joker leapt upon. Angel Boy on defense this time is successful at averting the assassination.
Yeah, 1 gem handed over in that process, but I think it's going to be okay for Joker to be able to go more on the aggressive. Gets a big swipe, but Angel Boy comes out on top. Invisible going back into the rush and just keeping himself hidden for now, keeping SK on their toes. OP, of course, has the gravity. Angel Boy's going to be very careful to go in and come back out.
Yeah, Joker has to make use of this healing turret as much as possible. Here's the Psychic Enhancer. There is another Janet Super in place, so getting at Maori is going to be a problem. And SK Gaming are down in gems. Heat ejector used for Maru. This will ward SK Gaming away, but the car likely will go down in the midfield here. Ope catches him out. Hypercharge at the ready, but Maori has to have that super forced out of him first. Joker's trying, but he can't get the Janet to make use of it, and Ope has to defensively use his super instead.
I mean, I'm surprised that he even got as much off as he did, because against the Janet, against an alley, what
Healing shade.
do? But Maori gets just massive bombs onto Yoshi. Joker's got to come forwards now with the hypercharge, push himself forwards, allow his teammates to get the final gem. Angel Boy low HP, OPE comes out on top. It's neck and neck still. 9 gems apiece, a missed gravity, but just enough time to get a pet on the map, get those hills coming in and get the gem. But SK can't lose this mid.
Dangerous here, Yoshi a little bit low. That 2 gem lead is massive though. Reply Totem have to make a play to remediate him. And in comes Joker, the blunt object, sent on a collision course with the Janet. Maori's gonna die. There's no other choice. It's do or die. The Hail Mary fails, and SK Gaming take a very close first round. Nothing gets to these guys. Even the alley in the backline. SK Gaming have a plan. They've got contingencies on contingencies, plans from A to Z. They know exactly what's coming. They always seem to have an answer.
And this is what an entire year's work, an entire career's work leads up to. A match point at the World Finals on day 3. Reply Totem now have already got to do a heck of a lot of work to bring this back. They did it at LCQ, but this is not LCQ. This is the World Finals. They cannot falter now. They've got to bring back 2 consecutive games to even just hang on in this series.
Oh, Ope is too far out in the open there. Angel Boy demanding the attention of 2 of SK's brawlers is going to cause problems in the long game. SK Gaming need to find advantages elsewhere on the map, but Joker's got nothing to do on that left side. Mari is so far ahead. 5 gems to his name, and now he can settle for a bit of free damage as he makes use of that super. Angel Boy's spotted out, but again, at least a 1-for-1 for SK means they can contend into the field and try and challenge these gems. Mari, though, gets his 6, feeling confident apparently, and has that gadget ready to get out of dodge when Joker comes to call.
Joker wants to go straight for that jugular. Maori surviving on, but only just...
Oh, no!
Maori just dominates that left-hand side, pushing himself forwards with Angel Boy too. It's definitely looking a heck of a lot better now for Reply Totem. 7 gems, and Angel Boy is continuing to be so aggressive. SK have got to start using the utility better, land some of these gravities. Angel Boy's not done yet, despite being in the healing station. He's getting so much value.
And now Mari goes in. Joker's carrying 2 gems, which is a little bit awkward. Mari's going to get away with his as well. That was one of the cleanest rounds of gem grab you're going to see. SK Gaming have no way to wrest these gems away from Maori. They're going to try and gnash their teeth, rattle those sabers and go after Maori, but with 2 seconds left, he'll take to the skies with his horde of gems. And Reply Totem show us some signs of life for the 11th hour.
Angel Boy wants this. He's not going down easy. At the alley pick, it's definitely enough here to survive a set for sure. If he keeps playing it like that, especially. I thought the healing station would be enough to deter him slightly, but no. He's continuing the advance and making so much opportunity for his team, allowing Mari to get these gems, and SK have got to adapt to it.
Yeah, Angel Boy's playing outside the window of this Psychic Enhancer, always making sure he's undetected coming forward. Joker, though, uses the gadget to ensure he has the range to clean up the alley. And now, this time, with early action favoring them, SK can take an early gem lead.
Yeah, great long arms from Joker. Trying to find Angel Boy beneath the wall. He's lurking so well and duking around it. Angel Boy comes out on top, but only just 400 HP to his name. In the meanwhile, though, SK have got 4 gems. Yoshi's got the healing station, placing it down now. They've got to be able to contest Maori, who's actually getting tapped up by Yoshi there.
Angel Boy needs to go down here. SK do deal with him. They're sitting on top of that healing turret. And Maori's been spotted out. Gravity made use of to turn it into a 1-for-1. And Maori's a little bit exposed here. He'll have to give that ground back. And Yoshi will get his spawn side gem and go up to 6. Oh no, Joker! He's gotten into the cookie jar. And he might get away with it all. Hypercharge at the ready. He doesn't bother to make use of it. He's done enough. Simply disrupting Reply Totem. He doesn't need to steal the gems. Just get them dropped.
Well, that bush from the gravity is broken, but Angel Boy can bait that and use the invisibility through it to take SK by surprise, so they can't get too cozy. Gems deficit is getting better for Reply Totem, but they are still making up for a lot of lost time now. Maori coming in, it's just Josh, so this is a perfect time to strike and make up for those gems that Reply Totem dropped.
This is getting sloppy for SK Gaming. This is a massive hypercharge trooper here for Ope. It feels more likely he'll use it defensively just in the name of safety, especially with those gems loose. Angel Boy's up to 7. Joker's able to shut him down and get them loose now. It's only Maori with them. Joker fancy to fight, but now that hypercharge on the Janet means he'll need to accept his fate. Great use of a super. Dodges away with still 5 gems, and in the backfield, SK go up to 12. Now they have to shift into defense. Maori trying to pressure over the top, but doesn't have a hypercharge, but doesn't have full air control. Joker trying to clap them back. He's low, likely to fall here. Ope can't body block, but the gems are safely in SK territory.
Reply Totem now dropping some gems from the mid that might be able to help him out, but they still got to get Yoshi. He is the main man on 10. He can get his down.
So low. Maori trying to get forward, but Yoshi is healthy. He's got a healing super to throw down. Angel Boy's too low, and so the uncrowned kings take another step towards their coronation. Continuing to be flawless here at our World Finals. A 3-0 to banish their regional rivals. Straight back to Lumbridge with you. Knocked out in quarters are Reply Totem.
Straight out the gate with brilliance. And SK Gaming will at least be able to guarantee that they will be able to match their results from last year, but they want more. The job is not yet done. But what a way to start it. They didn't crumble at all. They stayed solid throughout. It's looking like it could be a good year for SK.
And it begs the question, who's next? Who can step up and truly challenge this team who walked into Stockholm likely feeling like it was fated to be their weekend, to be their year? There are many, many sharks in these chummy waters. But for now, Reply Totem will be fished out. Not the finish to their 2025 campaign they would have liked, but advancing from LCQ to make the top 8 at Worlds, an impressive feat. But they did not bring enough today to get the better of their regional rivals.
SK Gaming once more stands in the semi-finals. They now face up against Crazy Raccoon or STMN. It's going to be our next quarter-final, and I hope we're going to witness some more incredible Brawl Stars. In the end, as much as I'm happy for SK Gaming, it's also heartbreaking that this journey was cut short for Reply Totem already. Last year they did make it into semis. This year, after coming through a grueling LCQ, they stand here on the stage today and they get demolished by SK 3-0. SK with that hasn't lost a single set so far this weekend.
Yeah, it's still perfect, which is astonishing to me. But I hate to say it, the real challenge begins now. I mean, they are looking at the winner of Crazy Raccoon and the revelatory STMN in that next game. So it only gets harder from here on out, but so far, they've got what it takes to go all the way.
I mean, for me, that very fact reminds me of a team from last year, doesn't it? I mean, but what I wouldn't give to see both SK and Humble in that grand finals. Let's get that semi-finals rematch in the grand finals.
First quarterfinal was all EMEA. Now we head over to East Asia versus North America. Stay tuned.
Welcome to the side of the stage. It is Championship Sunday, the Brawl Stars World Finals. We are going to crown a champion today, and I've got some very important people with me on the side of stage. I've got Maria, Pedro's mother, with me. I've got Ingrid, Joker's sister, and I've got Monica, Joker's mother, joining me as well. Maria, I'll come to you first. How does it feel having Pedro on the stage leading the charge for the boys?
I feel a lot of emotion. We feel a lot of emotion, but I have to recognize that it's very, very, very stressful.
It is stressful for sure, you can imagine. Now, Ingrid, you're Joker's younger sister. How does it feel being a little sister and seeing your big brother performing so incredibly well on the main stage?
Well, for me, he was always that good. So it's incredibly for me to see that he has accomplished so much. Because for me, he always was good in every video game. So I'm very glad to see that he brought us this far.
And Monica, I have a 3-year-old at home. Could you have imagined when Joker was 3 that he would be doing this in front of this many people?
Well, actually not, because I mean, Brawl Stars, I didn't know it at that point, and afterwards, well, maybe I thought it would be a football trophy or something, but Brawl Stars, this big e-gaming, no, I did not, but I'm very happy for him, he's doing great, so go SK.
Go SK, that is the theme right here. We're going to send it back to you guys.
It's the final day, not only of the Brawl Stars World Finals 2025, but also of the whole entire season. Every single player that stands here today has fought hard all year long just to stand here on the stage this moment. We had to say goodbye to so many already. 7 of them are left now. SK moved on into the semis, and they're now waiting for their opponents. It's gonna be either Stamina or Crazy Raccoon, our match up next. And if we would have talked about who we all see in the quarterfinals coming into this tournament...
No, neither of them.
Crazy Raccoon came through the LCQ. Stamina made it to Worlds directly, but they didn't have, let's say, only fans in the crowd.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would never have expected this to be possible, right? Crazy Raccoon weren't even good enough to be at Brawl Cup, right? The team that you expect to headline their region, they lose to Tampo, and it's too easy to peddle the story like, oh, how they're going to come back from this. What I love about them is they've done it their own way. It's a new look, a new era for this team. And honestly, with Milk Reo on their side, the aura about Crazy Raccoon feels so different this year.
It definitely hasn't been as strong for me this year for Crazy Raccoon as it was last year. But hey, this is still an amazing turnaround that I've felt, going from LCQ and turning back and reverse sweeping Castle Brawl on home turf for them. I mean, that really displayed to me their resilience. They've got ice in their veins. They are not deterred by anything. And again, yesterday with Tribe Gaming, that was a pinnacle moment in time to get it right, and they did.
By their own admission, STMN should not be here. This should not be a reality that we are witnessing. The sacred timeline has been completely interrupted. And honestly, they have taken every bit of that momentum, every bit of that underdog status, and they have run with it. They're playing with house money. They have nothing to lose. And so far, they have looked incredible against some insane opponents.
We had a couple of first seeds already knocked out day 1. Zeta Division had to say goodbye to the dream of holding that golden trophy in the end, losing to none other than Stamina. On the other side, day 2, Crazy Raccoon knocks out Tribe Gaming. So both first seeds of the regions are knocked out. Yeah. It's now all about vengeance.
I mean, that's half the reason why no one's had a fully perfect prediction here. These two teams have turned up and really demonstrated. I think Juan Carlos has redeemed himself after last year. What a run so far.
I mean, absolutely so. I mean, when you look to last year to now, STMN were the biggest of underdogs. I mean, I just did not see this one coming. Every day might have its dog, but maybe they will go all the way.
I hope you're ready for this. Crazy Raccoon, Stamina, the stage is yours.
We are no stranger to upsets at the 2025 Brawl Stars World Finals. And this has the potential to blow the roof off this place. Please welcome to the stage, Crazy Raccoon and Stamina! It is Moya versus Tacos! Tensai versus Pain! And finally, Milk Rio versus Juan Carlos! The last hope for their regions. It's East Asia versus North America. Hold your breath, fans. This is going to be good.
Thank you, Barney. I hope they're not going to blow off this roof. It's going to be super cold in here.
Yeah, actually, I could use a cool breeze right now, honestly. It's heating up in here.
But just maybe the bit above the casting desk, yeah. Leave the rest, maybe.
Then it's going to start raining and all of your glitter falls down.
Hey, they're making more shiny. I'm all down for that. Bring on the shine, that's what I say.
This is two regions who have fallen from grace. two regions who once really sort of rode the highest of highs in Brawl Stars and are looking for a way to make it back. And North America have sent the strangest representative to this top 8 that you could have imagined. A team that didn't even qualify for LCQ and via a technicality made it here to Worlds, and they turned up. They're just starting to believe in themselves now, and beware of a team that has nothing to lose. This is already far more than they would have expected. Now it's just a matter of seeing how far they can go.
Yeah, for me, STMN, you know, they are looking so just happy to be here, confident. For them, there is not the pressure in that regard. There's not necessarily, of course, with an organization behind yourselves, you've always got some pressure, right? But there is not necessarily this big expectation of them, and that's what makes them so dangerous. The Crazy Raccoon, runners-up last year in the World Finals, losing only to Humble. That has got to be something in the back of their minds. They want to be ensuring a Grand Finals appearance, and STMN could well put a stop to that very idea.
They're part of the top 8 teams in the entire world. 3 of those teams have been coming through LCQ.
Yes.
It's crazy how things are shifting after the season has already happened. Crazy Raccoon, we said it, an LCQ team, 8th division, the first seed of their own region, knocked out. On the other side, we have Stamina, 4th seed of NA. Their first seed, Tribe Gaming, also knocked out, but those two are now standing amongst the best.
Yeah, and I think this makes us realize that it's not just East Asia slumping, it was more a Zeta Division capitulation, you know, a bomb out for them here at Worlds, but the region is still healthy enough that they can send their LCQ team and have them fight amongst the very best. It's a great result to see. But here, this is where it really counts. It is do or die for both these sides. We're heading in a bounty. It's dry season. Gonna kick us off. This is one of Crazy Raccoon's best maps to start us. They are 75% in wins. A slightly low sample size. They didn't actually scrim it that much in the lead up to this tournament, but when they did, they looked very good, and they often opted for comps that had Jaeyong as the build around.
Yeah, Jaeyong's a really great choice here. Angelo, I like the piercing gadget, can be very good on dry season. So they're definitely a tough brawler to make work. I'm surprised to see maybe that to start things off for STMN. They like a lot of cheese, let's be honest.
Yep.
And that could be a good way to claim that first set. For Crazy Raccoon now, potentially be a squeak. Throwers are up there, but they've got to be that final pick brawler realistically here for me. Ruffs would be a good starting hand. They can just do so now. RT, Sonny's been saying a lot of the event long that she would like to see more of that particular brawler come through, and she's got her wish.
Specifically on Knockout, but I do like the pairing together with the Gene. Peck is going to be coming in super handy on the RT, but also just his mark, with which Gene is going to do a bit more damage with his spray. Moya is going to get his super fairly quickly, and leaving Gene open on Bounty, always a little dangerous. I do like your call, Ark. I think a squeak could definitely still follow here in this draft.
Is Coach Rely ever going to beat the 2023 draft allegations? What year is it? I mean, Crazy Raccoon again opt for that really solid core of RT alongside the Gene. I want to point out that they are a Gene Max team through and through. They, might try and pick that up towards the end. I think the Ziggy ban for STMN is quite interesting. So it looks like they might really be preferring to lean into sharpshooters, but notice there's a lack of wall break here for them so far. Same on the Crazy Raccoon side. It looks like STMN just want to take something that's broadly very strong under nominal conditions. And by that I mean assuming the map remains intact, assuming that you don't let a really nasty brawler through for your opponents here. They just want to play the basics, and they snatch away this Jaeyong from Crazy Raccoon, which is a decent analog, I think, for Max in some cases. We've seen it alongside the Gene. I think Crazy Raccoon ended up picking that up, though. The damage would be lacking too much. So I want to see if we go the classic Max round out for this comp.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Crazy Raccoon didn't lock it in earlier for the Jaeyong, but that kind of might mean that they weren't looking to play it anyway in that regard. It is going to be the squeak come through for them, but I definitely feel like it could have been their first pick brawler, quite honestly. So STMN, I feel like I've got a very rounded idea. It allows Angelo to be a little bit more, a little bit more able to maneuver around the map and land some of these shots as well as the Bell. The sharpshooters combined with the speed can go a long way here, and the helping hand of those hills certainly will be a very great thing to have in their back pocket. So it'd be very interesting to see who comes out on top early on. Is it going to be very much like we saw with STMN, with Reply Totem and SK Gaming? Is it going to be very even, or is it one-sided?
Can the little genius plot a course through stormy seas and get Crazy Raccoon into yet another top 4? Only time will tell. This is a map, of course, where you don't have those traditional lane assignments. A lot of diagonal play here, as Crazy Raccoon are favored with these early salvos and being able to pick up the blue star.
good start from STMN, getting into a very aggressive position. Moya is a little bit out of his position on the right-hand side, goes down quickly. That's enough for STMN to just cool things down, heal up, go back into the mid. They haven't got to go all the way back to spawn just yet. Gets some more damage as then Crazy Raccoon trying to force their way back forwards.
Yeah, Juan Carlos was actually not charging any of those shots earlier, just trying to force Tensai away. That Venn diagram of explosion, meaning Juan Carlos has to take some form of damage. STMN now play this game out very differently once they're defenders. I don't know if they're really able to get any nest eggs set up beforehand. Tarkos doesn't want to give up too much ground just in case he wants to fall back behind one of those. You can see it's dropped there on the right side of your screen. And Juan Carlos a little bit late on the memo to get back. This is dangerous now. Giving up map control against the Squeak is a dangerous proposition. Moya will be searching for a magic hand opportunity.
Big heals there from Pain. Keep Juan Carlos able to go on the aggressive, and a tap onto Tensai brings him low. He's got to avoid that range, 181, a little bit close to the stun. Moya's got the pull though, but he can't really bring back a fully health, STMN player into his teammates until they heal back up.
Yeah, Tensai was not in a position to go for the play that we're looking to make. Juan Carlos has been getting good connection off these gadgets, but they're never one-shots them, just chunking Milcreo down and forcing him to respect the Angelo a little bit more. Juan Carlos signals his intent to not want to give away this corner by throwing his super down, but Moya and Milcreo will bully him away. Last 10 seconds now, this is getting a little bit dangerous. Juan Carlos here with a Vengeful Spirit gadget used by Moya. Still a magic hand in play, but it may not be needed. It's Juan Carlos falling. Tensai brings Pain to his knees. And Juan Carlos off respawn's got nothing to do. Blink and you'll miss it. The whole round comes down to the last 10 seconds.
And this is what I see time and time again from Crazy Raccoon. The composure is something to be admired. It really is. For STMN, they played it really well. I felt like that was the best way to approach the game. Get that early takedown, and then just don't get ahead of yourselves. Have to go overly aggressive when you got the lead.
See that residue gadget pop, making it hard for Pain to step up and challenge that blue star. That will expire soon enough, and it'll be theirs for the taking. Jaeyong with his innate speed should be able to snap this one up pretty easily, and this time it's STMN that start with the lead. But Ark, they looked a little bit too ready, too willing to give up map control in that previous round. This time they've really got to insist on staying in the middle.
Tensai on that bottom left. Want to be a little bit cautious. Pop a gadget down that will be able to helping hand that left side tremendously to push forward. Carlos is marked as well by the RT. So he's going to remain behind that wall. Has super to hand. Those heals could be very much important. It is still just three-star Moy, though. Pops the nest egg. He's slowed, taken care of.
And now there's another layer of nest egg that Tarkos can fall behind, but he throws another one up in the same spot. So Moya's going to be aware of it. He saw it get deployed, but it means that's just an area he cannot step into, which makes it annoying to play off angles against Tarkos and Juan Carlos. He's basically been denied that avenue.
Milcreo is forced all the way back now. Tensai sort of go on the aggressive and just do these shots, but these bell taps are fierce. A little bit of a missed mark though previously by Tacos. To land the next one for sure to ensure that they can get these stars in the final seconds. As CR are looking to get that magic hand for Moya and bring back the goods.
Pain there goes for a weekend warrior, thinks there's a big potential there on Milcreo. Juan Carlos goes in, but Pain's able to trade it out at the same time, maintaining a 3-star lead for STMN. Now, Crazy Raccoon have to go after Pain or Tarkos.
If Moya can grab Pain, it will be enough. The blue is with STMN. Tacos is low. He comes in for the support. It's in the perfect time. But Greer is low. The Tensai clear up the left. It's not done yet for Crazy Raccoon. They still need a kill. And Pain would be the ideal man. They can't close the gap. When Carlos comes into body block, and it's just enough time to allow his teammates to survive.
And seeing what happens when your Bell can set up a safe haven on the right side of the map. There were 3 nest eggs in play, effectively denying that approach route from Crazy Raccoon. They had to look elsewhere. Credit there to Pain. He's a support brawler, but he knows he can trade out on the kill of Juan Carlos, who gets hooked in by the magic hand. Very heads up. Stamina are playing so far above the station you'd expect to see from an outside Dark Horse team.
A blue star for STMN yet again, as you'd expect. That's why you bring a Jaeyong. Still Rio and Tensai trying to find Pain, who's doing a fantastic job of keeping his distance. Marked up now though. Tacos is low, but still his accuracy is on point every time and just getting these nest eggs down for that insurance policy.
Moya, dangerous, caught in a nest egg, and Tacos converts. That's Tensai down. And Milkrio, without the little genius at the helm, knows he needs to back up and give a bit of ground.
Moya has got the magic hand now. Ideally, Pain would be a good one to go for. Juan Carlos gets a nice connection. Here it goes. One goes down immediately. Pain with the weekend warrior does tap back hard. Moya falls. Milkrio and Tensai have got to be able to lay down the groundwork for his return.
Pain is that good, Ark. He gets the AoE damage off the weekend warrior, knows he's actually got a kill opportunity. That is insane that he finds a trade in that situation. Juan Carlos here wants to pinch Milkrio. Pain needs to regenerate for a time, and Tarkus was stuck in the corner. But again, look at the nest egg density on that right side of the map. Moya's already fallen. Tarkus now with the hypercharge knows he can connect, but Tensai, it's all over for Crazy Raccoon. 7-star difference. So much to make up. They have to all in STMN without getting traded out.
They can find Pain and Juan Carlos. It can be done. Pain is now low. Moya with the magic hand. He's got the hypercharge.
No way.
Could he bring back two? It would be insane. Pain is now low. Marked up. They got one.
No way.
One. They get it. Full through the blue. And CR are running away. Daylight robbery. But it's not done yet. STMN have got time for one final push. But it's going to be one to bring back goods. Pain can't get the reach. And CR, hold on.
I can't believe I said it was all over. A 7-star lead. Any other day, any other Sunday, that is the end of Bounty. Somehow, Crazy Raccoon step up and get 2 unanswered eliminations. I'm not sure what to say. Stamina just stand gaping, watching the match get taken away from them. Too much composure. The weight of experience from Crazy Raccoon ultimately crushes STMN as they let that one slip.
Absolutely wild. Unreal. Tacos and Moya have the exact same DPS. Moya played a fantastic moment, a pivotal time to get it right in those final seconds, but it had to be the players in which they targeted. That was the only way, and the timer was against them.
There's no way.
It was crazy that that actually even happened, because for me, STMN had the control pretty much throughout that set.
And that was an opportunity there that STMN had to try and trade out some of these eliminations. But look how close, look how low Pain is. And this magic hand, it's basically unmissable for Moya. He knows he's going to get Juan Carlos. And again, the same issue plagues STMN as we saw in the first round. They gave too much map control, got poked down too much at the fringes of their spawn, and got clapped.
Again, it's just this unshakable exterior. Crazy Raccoon, it just seems like no matter what, they always bounce back. As Kenny said yesterday, inevitable. It's the perfect way to place them. For STMN, again, their spirit seems unbreakable in equal measure at the moment. They don't seem like following that loss, and it was a set which I think they should have absolutely won. They're still smiling, they're still here, and that is, to be said, something that many of us did not expect.
So if the lesson I learned isn't enough for you folks, I'll make it clear. Never count the unkillable Demon King's Crazy Raccoon out. These guys do not know the word die. Off to pit stop now. This one is a pretty unique map to have thrown in here, and it's one that really encourages that all-in approach. You gotta ban Miko. I think Toxic Lotus have sort of created a monster here. Whichever team doesn't have first pick probably needs to just eliminate that from contention as soon as possible. But there are many other options. We've seen the Edgar here. We've seen the Bull try to go all in. We've seen Otis picked early here just to try and take some map control. Cordelius has to be considered as a countermeasure to what almost feels like the inevitable Chuck pick if it isn't banned. And STMN want none of it.
Berry's open. I really feel like that would be a good shout, but I love your Miko shout also.
He's open.
Shades banned though, so that does rule him out, and the Bull, Kaze. These are really big brawlers banned out. Honestly, it's going to open up potentials for all of these things. Very first pick. It's a really, really good one. The ice cream just to be able to place on the safe and trickle down over time. And when it comes to those safe cracks, you don't have to be in that aggressive stance. You can just be able to time that aggression when you can get the most value.
Is there a world where you favor a potential outside meter pick here?
Yeah, I do. It's definitely up there, especially. I mean, it's an STMN pick, really, but it can absolutely work and cause a real problem with susceptible brawlers. You know, her ability to maneuver around the map is really quite dangerous.
She's powerful. Heist's not normally where we see her picked up, though. She's fantastic in an anti-personnel capacity, but there are a lot of other brawlers you can pick up to the same effect. It's going to be the RT first. Crazy Raccoon know where their bread is buttered. Reopening here with a very effective defensive brawler. Someone who can step out into the map should it be required, but it's all about making sure that all-in strategy is nullified as much as possible.
Time to make
Lily Kit, Miko all still available, but the buzz is going to come in for Crazy Raccoon. I really like that pick. And they haven't got anything really for the defense yet on the side of STMN, so that's going to be a concern. Maybe Charlie wouldn't be the worst of shouts for them. They tend to dabble with Lumi also, which I don't mind, but she's definitely dropped off. That's safe to say in terms of the meta. But having something to lock it down, Otis as well, definitely still open here, would be a heavy consideration of dealing with this buzz.
Yeah, I still feel like this could be a Miko game. I don't know why.
It still can.
Definitely can bring that in here. Lily also available. There is the Mina. STMN do go for it. I don't think she has a super high pick rate on this map, but there it is. It is the Kit on Heist, no less. Bit of a different map than Bridge Too Far, but it certainly evokes memories, and the Miko comes in for Crazy Raccoon. STMN had to have seen this coming.
The crowd roar to the sight of Kit. It's the perfect time for it. We give you what you want here at the Brawl Stars World Finals. Let's just hope that Juan Carlos can get some stats to show for it. I think it's a good map though. I think it's certainly better than what we saw last year in terms of viability. But let's see. At the moment STMN are behind, so it would be the perfect time to prove that it can still cut the mustard.
The Miko's a problem. He has a star power, of course, that gives him extra damage against non-brawl entities, and the safe doesn't know how to throw hands. It definitely counts. Here's Moya, and already the dive here from Milcreo. Eventually this has to be responded to now as Juan Carlos wants to step up, and those ice cream fields do really add up over time. And Milcreo has a problem, and frankly, Pain's not in any position to answer him. Tensai deals with Juan Carlos. Tarkos, it's only a matter of time before he's brought down. Crazy Raccoon might have comp here, Ark. I'm not sure.
It looks like my favorite of the two. Already so much damage has been dealt. And so many stages of the safe have been cracked for me. Crazy Raccoon can run this down, especially with a buzz. STMN are going to fully commit, but that's a mistake because Tenslow's on the right-hand side. They've got the hypercharge now also. Milcreo goes in first, getting some good taps, but Tenslow now actually misses a bit of a super there, gets pain regardless, but thank God the STMN came back in just the nick of time there because he was going to get straight to the safe.
You can see how hard it is for Miko to hit a super, for Kit to hit a super on Miko. If Milcreo is in midair, that is straight up going to miss, and Pain can't do anything about this. Miko is a big problem, and now he takes the safe down to a paltry 1%. STMN aren't even in the same postcode as Crazy Raccoon in terms of progress on this round.
Can you imagine though if it was possible, but it's not going to happen. Moya with a beautiful hypercharge will ensure that there are no blunders on the side of Crazy Raccoon in this set yet. But STMN, a pretty poor start. I've got to call it how it is. They need to adapt. That cannot happen twice. Before you know it, that safe has been shredded down. They've got to play a much better defense this time round.
Ark, their comp just doesn't really interact with this Miko. Not many do, in fairness. And STMN let this through, so they have to have had a game plan for it. As powerful as Mina is, Juan Carlos has his hands full, the rest of these other brawlers. Nice enough from Tarkos. This time is able to deal with the Miko before he can get any damage done. And now the Berry Fields are doing work on Crazy Raccoon's safe.
Moya with the gadget just goes straight for the safe. Shielded as well, and now he's being back for defense. It's a great brawler choice, very East Asia, and it's proving its worth. Safe is cracked, but also STMN are getting some very good damage now. 2 stages are down, and continuing so with the helping hand of the Kit and the Mina. This is exactly what STMN needs to respond like.
They have enough. They have enough damage.
But it needs to be enough.
6% here for Crazy Raccoon. STMN have done enough. That Kit team up. So much damage from those yarn balls allows them to get ahead in the race against this Miko, and they've got to throw themselves at this. Tensai, though, of course, has the stopping power to make sure Berry can advance no further. But here comes Juan Carlos, here comes Tarkos. They're hungry, they're looking for that save. 1-2 punch, and that's all she wrote. STMN, make a game of it.
Cut the tension with a knife. That could have gone either way for sure. It's Moya pushing himself forwards, absolutely could have got that. That safe on the side of STMN was going down fast, but they hang on a little bit longer. The game that was so important to earn, now STMN might be able to make this a set.
There goes Milcreo yet again, Ark. Juan Carlos on defense duty, gives a good account of himself. Tensai is off the field, but Milcreo's getting a lot of free damage onto that safe. STMN yet to be able to go on the offense. Now they'll charge into that midfield. Moya, though, sitting on a super, so dangerous as a defensive piece. But of course, Milcreo is immutable. He's always here, always in the mix. And now, back to safe duty. Dodges a super there for Tacos and has to be cleared the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, STMN there, floundering slightly. Need to play defense. Pain would love to get to the other side of this map, though. Place that healthy additive scavenge onto the other side. Milcreo continuously getting damage now. That's the second stage down. Time is not on the side here of STMN.
No, I don't like this. I don't like this at all for Juan Carlos and Tacos. They're too far behind to start all-in racing Crazy Raccoon. It's these shield stages are too much to deal with, and it feels like a little bit of an anticlimactic finish now as STMN will get crushed. Crazy Raccoon come to collect, and the safe is spilled.
Now we got ourselves a game. For STMN now, this is going to put them to the test. They've got to dig deep. They can do this. I actually really do rate the predictions of those that have gone with STMN in this series, but it is slowly getting away from them. But we've got some fight nonetheless. I still feel like this is far from over. The scoreline looks like it's one-sided, but STMN are showing that they've got the ability to do this. It just needs to turn into sets along the way.
I'm going to point the finger at Coach Roldu after that particular set, Arc. There's some glaring problems in the draft. It's fine to allow the Miko through. When you do, though, you need to play riskily yourself. You need to all in with 2 brawlers to match the impact on your safe of 1. You need Tacos and Juan Carlos to go together. You basically need the kit attachment to a teammate to allow for that extra damage. So many things have to line up. The margins for STMN are much thinner on that heist map, and unfortunately, they don't solve the puzzle this time around. They got one last chance to put themselves and their region on the map for real this time.
Well, I love that from STMN. You know, if you took that screenshot there, you'd think that they may have won the set. They are looking still in very high spirits. They're not taking everything personally.
House money.
Exactly. They are knowing, all seeing, all knowing in that regard, that they are in a position which no one expects them to be in. That takes off some pressure. Of course, CR, having Milcreo, they've already got their cheater on that side, but for STMN, they've got to come together in times like this, and a group discussion like that, smiles on their faces, it does tell me a lot about the team.
Absolutely. They're feeling good. Obviously, Crazy Raccoon always have this high energy. And I'll be honest, they were much more intense, I think, with Shtitampo on the lineup, right? Still jovial, but man, no one breaks a moment quite like Milcreo. And now when you're ahead, that's just wind in your sails. That's extra momentum for you. We're off to Bell's Rock, folks. It's knockout in our 3rd set of this series. For Crazy Raccoon, another very good map. It's their best knockout field. And they're like a classic here. Don't be surprised if you see an RT first pick, round that out with solid, answers like Gray, Brock to open up the map. Have answers if they're going to see potential throwers here. You notice they've already banned out the tick. Crazy Raccoon do not want to deal with that, and they will attempt to still open the map.
Fierce, fabulous, and
Angelo first pick for STMN. I do like that Grey ban also could spell some throwers. RT open. I feel like that's going to be Crazy Raccoon's first to pick up Brawler. Let's see, Gus available as well. That's the very East Asian option. To be able to combine that shielding with basically anything as that 3rd and final pick will be theirs. That would be the worst of ideas to lock down now. Nani making a bit of a reprise in this map too. Byron as well could be something to combine with some tankier options, but the Oli ban might make them stay clear.
Yeah, seeing the Nani bit's a bit of a semantic special, but here it is. First pick RT. Crazy Raccoon, they're nothing if not consistent. And now you can work with this a little bit. If you do want to give yourself the Grey option, it's not available to you. So you need to consider other ways of giving yourself some late game determinism. Quite often when you build up these compositions, you do want to think about what happens if we don't find early picks, if the enemy don't make any mistakes. How do we force errors, or how do we impose our game plan before things get a little bit too hairy? I think Byron's a decent analog for that, right? Has a super that can really turn the tide of any fight on its head. and honestly can assist with some of those lanes that are struggling early, keep them topped up. Especially if like Milcreo, for example, finds himself against D'Angelo, or you know, just a sharpshooter that outranges him. That's a way that will make that a little bit less of a painful matchup.
Hank's still open potentially for Crazy Raccoon. Not my preferred idea, but they could deviate towards it. STMN can't really break the map too much to allow the Angelo to go to town, because the RT now is going to be quite tough to play into as well as the Byron. So they've got to maybe steer clear of some of those ideas.
Survivors.
Kaze going to be aggressive. I really like that for them. But if their third pick is not a wall break, then it does leave a potential thrower on the castle for Crazy Raccoon if they wish to go for it as well. And for me, STMN can't really risk a thrower in this position.
No. Crazy Raccoon, I feel, if they see a thrower, right, they start thinking about wall break. They already have a decent defensive contingency when the Kaze comes to call. Right, obviously that Byron Super is very important. We know that RT doesn't, is more than happy to take a close range engagement. So STMN might need a little bit more to supercharge this Kaze. The plan is not quite complete for them here. The Piper comes in. Okay, Queen of Sharpshooters hits the field. STMN say, we want to make sure we have range supremacy in at least one of these lanes. And if it's RT that she's up against, it's going to be a nightmare for Milcreo.
But Nani's open. I mean, Meatpool's open. These are brawlers that can really shut down the Piper. It's not the place in the draft really for me to, in this meta, kind of pick it. It's a really last pick brawler. As much as it is my favorite brawler in the game, it leaves Crazy Raccoon with a lot of options to be able to shut this down. They're going to be going with the Jae-Young. Additional speed will make it much harder to hit those shots.
It's pretty audacious to find the Piper here. I tend to agree. Tacos, though, will be able to outrange. So if that skill ceiling is high enough, you'll be able to be quite oppressive in these early rounds. The Crazy Raccoon have so many answers to this Kaze, right? They've got healing in a pinch. They've got Jae-Young obviously being able to throw burst damage down. I am so interested to see how Tacos is going to get value out of this pick. And for STMN, Last Chance Saloon rings out for North America's last hope. It all goes down here on Bell's Rock in our third set.
Oh, Tacos going invis there, but the weakened warrior of Tensai immediately gave his position away. Now a pinch between Miguel and himself as STMN are forced to dance away, but it's pushing everyone back. Pain now marked up on the right-hand side also. Can't push into this. Milcreo is low, coming back, and these kills from Jae-Young will be instrumental at keeping CR in the mix.
And we talked about it, right? Moya does have a painful matchup. Tensai and Milcreo can both assist in different lane assignments to make sure this RT still has staying power. However, the damage Moya took does mean an STMN have a chance to step forward. But they're pulling back here. Maybe fearful of Milcreo's super or an all-in from Tensai. They're going to retreat back across the map and hope to bait Crazy Raccoon too far forward into this Kaze.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Payne didn't take the opportunity to break, but obviously wants to maintain it for the later rounds. The gas coming in now, but this pinch is a strong one. Milcreo finds the splash. Tacos is going to be able to trickle down as well. And that is going to be a very fast first round for Crazy Raccoon.
If STMN don't find an advantage with their team comp early in the round, they are going to be shut out of the game. They cannot afford to have their backs to the gas as it comes in. Payne needs to get tapping. Tacos needs to find a way to threaten something. And Juan Carlos here, as another very long-range sharpshooter, needs to consecutively chain these shots together.
One not finding anything of the helping hand of those poisoned arrows. Now finds Tensai, but he has got the heal to hand still, regardless. Boy finds Tacos in the middle as well, marked him up. Payne's really struggling to find much with this Piper on the right-hand side lane as well, as Moya is landing a lot of these shots. Tacos going aggressive, not going to be able to get anything for it. It feels like to me that STMN was waiting for the gas that didn't work last time. Why would it work this time?
Well, Milcreo's winning his lane assignment. That's half the problem. Juan Carlos had to play towards the back of the map, but he's eventually going to have no choice but to step up. Moya can drop legs at this point. He forces out that Piper super now, but won't pay for it with his life. Tacos goes in, and a 1-for-1 is enough when STMN are already advantaged. Tensai simply does not have the damage to win the round from here. Juan Carlos with a hypercharged super doesn't want to be forced to make use of it. He'll simply step around the corner and finish off the Jae-Young.
Yeah, Tensai not going to utilize that weakened warrior there. It might have been a slight moment of an attempt, let's say, but I think wise to not go for it. It keeps it in the back pocket for now. The Payne down to 180 HP. And a missed gadget as Moya dodges. Wild knows it's time for the hypercharge. He does find Tensai, who's got the heals to be able to counteract it. But CR are floundering there, pushed back as STMN bring back some fights.
STMN are playing though like they're under pressure to make use of those hypers that they just popped, and they've gotten nothing off of that in exchange. A bit of map control, yes, but Crazy Raccoon are able to step back in and continue to play their game. Moya has a super. Tensai has obviously the ability to rotate here and get that healing on Moya if it's needed. And Milkrio can simply dump his super on a low health target towards the end of the round. STMN started strong, but really need to land the plane here. It's getting dangerous.
Great accuracy from Crazy Raccoon, keeping the pressure on. And now speed for Tensai will helping hand. Maneuver forwards, hypercharge for Moya. He buys one, he buys two, and Payne has got nothing to do except jump straight into the gas. Crazy Raccoon will get the game. Moving on then to match point.
And there's that signature inevitability we always see from this team. They really gracefully navigate the early stages of the round. They see a hypercharge from the Kaze, from the Piper, and they simply back up, play safe, heal up, and get back into the game. It's bread and butter. Simple stuff for Crazy Raccoon. Just because it's simple doesn't mean it's easy, but they make it look that way.
Oh, massive value from Tensai on that weekend warrior. Trend to one, and Taco's now putting the pinch onto Juan Carlos, coming from behind with the help of Moya. They get the kill. It's 3 versus 2 now, and Crazy Raccoon can just sit back, but they're not done yet. They continue in the advance, and it feels like STMN may have met their match. Have they got anything left in the tank?
Seeing Tensai walk down the map should tell you everything you need to know about the balance of power in this set. Last chance here for STMN, and so far they've come up with very little. Tarkos beats a weekend warrior for Tensai, and Payne is very low. Milkrio here tries to stave off the Kaze, but STMN are scrambling for answers.
One's starting to tap though, just a little bit. The pressure is certainly mounting. No one can realistically go down the side of STMN. Payne still holding on to these wall breaks. There might be time to open up the map just a little bit, but look at this. CR can smell it, pushing STMN into that trap. That left-hand side pocket is where they're grouping, but now getting back into the map, which I think is wise. A nice Master Puncher gadget there, connecting with Moya. CR now looking a little bit like they might have to be playing this slower and more cautiously.
Yeah, they're happy to respect this though. Juan Carlos throws the super down. Tensai eats a shot, but instead will just have to play patient after the fact. Here's Tarkos. It's a 1-for-1. Milkrio's got to make use of that super. Hypercharge now in play for Tensai. Moya, though, a little bit low. The gas is creeping in, but these sharpshooters can get some value here as it closes on in. Moya on his own. Tensai now overwhelmed, and STMN refuse to bow.
It's a must-win round for STMN. They're not out yet. They can survive on. Payne has got hypercharge as well. Get a big break, but don't break those bushes. You need them. Juan Carlos is low. He's forced for the hypercharge. Tekos comes back. CR with a very good starting hand. What can Payne do except break? Go for the break now, I feel. Just give yourself some space to maneuver because CR are using it against them.
Thinking about it, he was. I think he's concerned about a walk-up from Tensai like we saw earlier. Would love a little bit more breathing room there, but he's playing next to those unbreakable boxes. Tensai a little bit low, taking incidental damage here and there. Hypercharge super comes in. The taps on Juan Carlos are going to force them out of the map. This could be it. Tarkos here trying to fight in the middle. Juan Carlos wants to return, but Tensai's having none of it. Weekend Warrior popped. Juan Carlos going low. One more shot from Moya would do the job. He's desperately trying to get back into the map, but he can't heal because he's still firing those shots. Juan Carlos still 3, 5, 6, and 0 now. Death, taxes, and Crazy Raccoon in the top 4. The sacred timeline is preserved.
The run of one of the biggest underdogs in Brawl Esports history has come to an end. NA's final hope has fallen. But boy, oh boy, did they give us a good show along the way. STMN can absolutely hold their heads high. They blew our expectations out of the water. They destroyed a monster in Zeta Division. But for Crazy Raccoon, they were just one step ahead.
Stamina gave it their all. They refused to bow, but in the end, they fell to their knees anyways. East Asia, as you mentioned, Uber, has been in the semi-finals. ever since 2020. Every single time we had the World Finals, East Asia was in there. It's just a mainstay, and I wonder now whether they make it to the Grand Finals after the performance they just delivered, giving us a 3-0. I'm not too sure they won't.
It's a very interesting matchup in that semi-final. SK Gaming and Crazy Raccoon both like very stable, very calculated drafts, but I feel that Crazy Raccoon are readable. They're very, very consistent in how they like to approach the game, and someone like SK, you better believe they've prepared for them.
We're now heading over to even more different regions. This is the World Finals, so we have competitors from all around the globe. Next up is South America versus Southeast Asia. Welcome back to DreamHack.com. 2 matches later, and we have 2 more for you. We're in the quarterfinals. We're on day 3. The top 8 are where it's at. Now only 6 of them are left, and I'm super thrilled to stand next to those 2 guys, Kenny and Trev. Your voices were built for those final clutch moments. Are you ready for day 3?
Always ready. I mean, expect the unexpected has been the mantra of this weekend. We've had so many crazy upsets and matches. Unfortunately for today, though, it's been a couple 3-0s.
Yeah, I think it's gone as expected so far and gone for the majority of our predictions. A couple rogue ones, Kenny, on the last one, I won't lie. Up next, it is Loud versus Revan X-Spark and Foot Esports versus Humble to round out these quarterfinals. Big games for all of these teams. I think, you know, all of them expected to kind of be getting this far and a little bit further.
I don't know if I expected Revenant X-Spark to even stand here, if I'm completely honest. Revenant X-Spark had such a great run through the LCQ already. Now they're standing in the quarterfinals. Their opponents, though, looking kind of fierce. Loud on their end finished the season as #1 seed in South America.
South America's kings for now. An unbelievable performance to get here, and I think a region as a whole that has been underrated. Until this weekend, we have not seen this region touch a quarterfinals since 2021. An unfathomable thought.
It is really crazy to think about, and South America have been on the rise again recently. They had an incredible World Finals back in 2021, but since then haven't really had the same standing and getting as far. Over the other side, Revenant X-Spark, a team who, at least I expected to kind of get to this position in the competition. They had an incredible run through LCQ, have been looking pretty good throughout. A little bit of hiccup in day 1, but from there, we kind of see them build that confidence back up and get to the position where they should be.
We introduced the LCQ in 2023, and the hit rate has been about 50% to get to the quarterfinals. It is truly possible. We've seen teams go to the semifinals, even the grand finals. Think STMN 2023. Anything is possible. Both of these rosters shouldering entire continents, entire regions due to their champions.
And both of those regions have been underrated quite often, but now they're standing here in the quarterfinals. Once again, these are the top 8 teams from all across the globe. And let's look at our predictions. Trev said he thinks, yeah, Revenant has to stand here, and you're also voting for them.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I kind of thought it was expected that Revenant would get to this position. I think this is about where they should be. But I think against Loud, they're coming into this one, at least in my opinion, clearly not in the majorities, as the favourites. But to be honest, it's going to be a real tough match. It was a 50-50, so hard to split these two, I think.
Let's put it that way. I wouldn't be too surprised either if Revenant would take that one. Maybe they can make a great run all the way to the grand finals. Revenant X-Spark, Loud, this is your time to shine. This is your stage.
The South American superstars take on the sensational Southeast Asia. It is Loud! versus Revenant X Spark. It's Firecrow versus X9J. Kyodog versus Sergeant. And finally, Edinho and Response. Turn up the volume, DreamHack, and ignite the spark, because fireworks are about to go off on the main stage.
6 incredible players that stand here with us today. Both of them finished first in their own region. Loud had a great run throughout the year, ended up only 7 points ahead of seed number 2. But they are now in the quarterfinals, and SK Kalalas did not make it.
Cordial walking up to the stage. Couple fists given to every player that walked by, but the second they touch down on this battlefield, 2 gladiators in the arena, ruthless teams, very aggressive ones at that, firm in what they do. I have no doubt that they are going to give it everything they have here in quarterfinal number 3.
I mean, personally, I think we've been kind of seeing a little bit of a different South America. Their drafts have been a little bit better than in previous years, and I think that's catapulting them forward in the competitions. Not just that, but their gameplay is very suited to the current metas. We're seeing a lot of support, kind of balanced out with that bit more aggression as well, and I think they do that absolutely perfectly. Whereas Revenant X Spark, they've come into this competition, they came into LCQ running it down, and it's got them this far. We'll see if it can get them any further.
They took down Rival in LCQ with a quick 3-0 and made their way into World Finals with that. At World Finals itself, they had a great run as well, only got bested by SK Gaming. But now, they start with a new clean slate. On day 3, it's all or nothing, no second chances. They have to win this match to continue further ahead into this competition. And Kenny, you voted for Loud. Explain to me why.
I think ultimately SA are due one. I think Loud are an underrated squad. I think after Brawl Cup, they're hungry, and this has been a team years in the making. South America has not seen a semi-final since INTZ in 2021. While their drafts were a little shaky throughout to me, this squad is confident in what they do. They're unique in how they approach it. I think they've been tested. I think South America as a whole has improved throughout the year. 90-10 feels a little criminal to the fellas over there on Revenant. I truly could see this going either way. This was just a gut check from me.
Absolutely. As you say, it's just go with your gut, and I said it was a 50-50. Similar things in the sense of, I don't see how this can be a 90-10 other than the fact that they're going to have massive support from the South American region, which is a big part of Brawl Stars. We're looking at the draft now. As you've just seen, we're going into knockout on Gold Arm. Gulch the Doug going to be banned out the way, along with the Bell and the Buster from the side of Loud. Revenant X Spark get rid of the Mina, the Ollie, and the Gene, as they don't have that first pick.
And as we are on day 3, we have no lower bracket anymore, no second chances, as I said, and we're kicking things off with Knockout, where you also have no second chances. Once you're down, you won't respawn, you want the survivability, and Gus, definitely a good pick for that. I was kind of expecting an Angelo coming out right at the beginning. Maybe Revenant X Spark is going to pick him up instead now.
Yeah, I think Gus can work as well in this early onset. So the range obviously could keep up with something like an Angelo, who's been a very frequent pick here. Wouldn't shock me at all if Revenant still elect to go that route. But great combinations are also something you have to look out for. RT on the defense. I'm curious what they pair this alongside. Now that Ollie is gone, several stereotypical compositions that he goes along with. Ollie plus Jay, Ollie plus Squeak, Ollie plus Byron are out at the table. And there's one of those support brawlers too. So I think Revenant X Spark are probably going to have some dangerous intentions towards the end of this draft.
Absolutely, I love that pick as well, and it's got a great balance, providing those slipstreams or providing the heals. Weekend Warrior gadgets coming in those pressing moments as well can deal massive amounts of damage. And the same can be said for RT, marking up those opponents, being able to go and drop your legs in the later phases makes you a machine at long range and at short range when that gas closes you in.
Gus as their first pick means they could pick up something a little bit more aggressive now. Hank technically still open. Kaze, maybe. What is it going to be in the end? Gray, super aggressive there. With the Gus and the Gray, they have the perfect support comp for a tank or assassin style brawler now. Kenny, who would you choose?
Ollie's the stereotypical one. Hank, I think, is a good shout, just considering how much we've seen him this weekend. Instead, they're going a completely different route, which is really interesting. I will say these support compositions do go alongside Squeak, and I think it's just because Squeak is so pesky to deal with on these maps. So this is a completely different direction than what we're used to seeing, but that's the stereotypical counter you'll see. It's Brock. They want to dictate the wall break.
And the thing is as well, we've seen them play this Brock multiple times throughout this weekend very, very well, getting the right wall breaks, the right grass breaks to put themselves in a great position throughout. So I really like that from Revenant. It's been Sergeant on that brawler so far, and he's been providing some incredible gameplay. So we'll see if they repeat that again and stick to what they know.
The backs of two beloved regions rest on the giant shoulders of these gentlemen on stage. Despite the burden of carrying nations, they've stood against every competitor in their way. But today, only one survives. Southeast Asia's darling, South America's superstars kick us off for quarterfinal 3.
Well, it's a quick start for Revenant as they get that early kill onto Firecrow, and he didn't get much back from it either. Adinho in the mid, fairly low, getting it double tapped by the two long-range players on the side of Revenant, and they're leaving Kyodog all alone, ready to just try and farm some supers for the side of Revenant.
Dominant start for the fellows in red. Kyodog left all alone. Not necessarily a 3v1 kind of brawler. The more time that is bought as well, Sergeant can break up this map, kind of set how they want it to be built. That's a big deal as well, because the more open space there is, the harder it is for a control brawler in Squeak to deal with that.
A lot of shots hit there by X9J as well. Shouldn't be too far off getting those hypercharges for the later phases of this game. In a really nice position once more from Revenant. A lot of wall break and a super available as well from both X9J and Sergeant. Make that another one for response. He swaps to this slipstream. Makes it a bit easier to hit those long-range shots.
Long distance gadget, no connection there from Kyodog. It's going to be Sergeant on the other end, tearing open this map. Firecrow, Adinho, Kyodog clustered together on this left-hand side. It's going to become an east-west affair rather quickly.
Well, getting down to a few supers for Loud as well now. The good shield is ready to go, and X9J still holding on to his, not being pushed in just yet, and a hypercharge ready to roll for Sergeant once more again. And Kyodog trying to make the move, throws out a gadget to get some extra damage in, but Sergeant avoids nicely, and a Walking Cane was in there too. Firecrow's so low, and the Weekend Warrior will secure that kill, but it's still a 2v2. Adinho survives for the Hacks gadget, will put the nail in the coffin. A gadget thrown out once more by Kyodog, but he's all alone in a 1v2, and Revenant X-Spark starts strong.
Quick game for Revenant. Setting the pace here early. This is a team that is high flying. I'm not used to seeing them play this long range defensive stuff. We've seen them pull it out a few times this weekend, and I think that's mainly due to the purple button being switched up in our balance changes. This was a team that thrived off shoving those in your face, rotating in hanks, ollies, things like that. Instead, though, with an overall nerf to those, it's changed up how these players handle that. I think it's smart. It's great to see Revenant adapting, and clearly it's worked to get them to the top 8.
Well, a wonderful long-range snipe early on from the Squeak onto Sergeant, and he's got to start from square one yet again. That is another one too, and Response isn't in the heal form. Can't keep him in the mix, and this time, Loud in a much better position to get going. And remember, the rest of those wall breaks aren't going to be there for the rest of the round now. Response will get a kill, but just fall to one shot, narrowly surviving on 556. Just retreating to this back right corner, looking for the gas, but it's not there yet.
No amount of karaoke is going to save Jae Young right now. 556 HP, and he's doing what he can. I think ultimately just trying not to charge supers. At a professional level, you're going to see this a lot. They don't want to give it or concede any extra super charge to the Loud members, so he's just going to rush to the green fog.
Well, it was an early death this time for Sergeant, and now the map's not going to be molded to their capabilities as well. A gadget once more, but this time not finding any connections for Kyodog. Has a super in his hand and looking to try and flank this bottom side, but cut off quickly by Response.
Each side just trying to charge up some utility. Red roster, only with one super, and of course it's the easiest one to get out of Jae Young. Kyodog's much more threatening. Nobody wants to make a mistake. I think Loud being cautious, especially after they were rushed in the opening game. Now a walking thing. Ooh, a beautiful connection. Response has to run for the hills.
Absolutely good evade in there from the follow-up shot as well. Really tough to get out of the way of that one, and a gadget once more with the rocket fuel to get rid of some of this map. Sergeant with the super in hand as well. I'm sure he'll want to kind of try and get some value along with it, but Adinho swoops backwards and evades that, but some grass got taken out along the way.
Little extra vision for the side of Revenant. They don't mind that at all. But I think more importantly, the green fog going to start closing in. Now Hypercharge going out rather early. Jay survives, but his teammate falls. 2v2 situation. A teleport forward. Firecrow connects. Jay sees the writing on the wall, and Loud bounce back.
Well, the right moment to accept defeat, I think there. It was a bit pointless to try and fight that after you've dropped your legs. Bit of a tough situation for them now. Momentum back on the side of Loud, but I think literally, if they don't get an early death on Sergeant in that first round and more of the map's broken up, there's still stand a chance there.
Feels like Brock is a key player in this because, like you mentioned, the more walls they can break out, the better for Squeak. Obviously, Gray, somebody with a solid amount of range. Gus has a long distance that he can cover, but nonetheless, I think it's just better for the squad overall. Now Response flanking a little bit. They're going to surround Loud here. If Firecrow doesn't make any kind of contact, this is going to be devastating.
Firecrow did get a pull through that wall, and that breaks up a little bit of the map. There's the Rocket Fuel, and then follow-up Rocket Rain, and the other two collect one as well. Response swapping to these slipstreams, getting people out of the way, and they get another kill as well. And this is not what Loud want to see. Early deaths and a lot of supers for the side of Revenant. A follow-up shot from Sergeant will see the last member of Loud going down, and now just one round between them in the first set.
Grass has been cut down on the left-hand side, but not too many walls yet. Brock starting to get to work on that. Now a long-distance gadget coming out of Kyodog. Loud electing to play as an entire unit while Revenant space the floor. Hypercharge, it's go time for the red roster. Down goes Squeak, just 2 left for Loud.
Well, we've got a lot of work to do here as well. Response choosing to go on that more aggressive stance and swapping to the slipstream once more. The rest of Revenant choosing to play this a bit more passive. Why rush when you can just take it to the late game and win anyway? Adinho and Firecrow desperately in need of supers to catapult them back into this round.
Big ask. But South America superstars have done impossible feats before. Adinho from the range, working alongside Firecrow. Have to keep an eye on that teleport. It's one of the sneaky options that Gray has, and they're going to need to pull something off here if they're going to take down the entire Revenant roster.
Well, X9J being provided with speed here as well, but Adinho getting some really nice shots in. A Weekend Warrior from Response should see Adinho go down, but a gadget, a super just in time. Firecrow the only one remaining, and if he TPs it, he's getting obliterated by all three. And that's exactly what happens as Revenant X-Spark take the first set in quite swift fashion.
A lot of hope residing in these 3 gentlemen. We have representation from what I'll call the Big 4. East Asia, North America, South America, EMEA. But somehow Revenant, not even guaranteed a spot to World Finals, had to go through the fire of LCQ to get here. Stand on your stage today, now up 1-0. A semi-final for SEA would be unbelievable. It would be an achievement that would put them in the history books of Brawl Stars forever.
And absolutely deserved at this point as well after this opening set. They've got to carry this on though. You're looking at a 5-6-3 from that side, and you know, it's knockout. These stats do actually reflect how the game mode played out. It was only 2-1-2 from the side of Loud. Just nowhere near as many kills, I think, from the start after we got into that first game and saw quite quick kills from Revenant. We saw how this one was going to go. The draft just seemed a little bit more their way. Loud came back in that second game with some fire, and they really did play well. But Revenant just kind of slipped back into that more passive route and played it slow.
The response into the Squeak, especially, I think, with this Brock, helped out a ton, because now they can control how these walls operate. They want to bring them down and just deal with Gray and Gus at a distance, and then those in-game scenarios get aggressive. They can. But the Squeak pick was still good. It has a solid win rate and everything, but sometimes it's about how you answer, and having that final pick, if you can make it count, is such a powerful tool for you to win a set.
Well, it's Pinhole Punt in Brawl Ball up next. For me, this feels like a set that Revenant X-Spark should go and win as well. They've been so dominant in Brawl Ball throughout this weekend. Really good performances throughout. They're just such an aggressive team who love to get on these more assassin tank brawlers and really push at their opponents. And Brawl Ball's a game mode that will open up the meta to that exact thing.
Several tanks and metas that frequently show up here, obviously depending on the ban stage. But the Little Shrimp, Big Tank, and Hank is definitely atop of the list. Buster actually shows up here quite a bit. And then, of course, in the more aggressive route, maybe the Assassin, the goal scorers, Mo, somebody that constantly shows up here. And a big reason for that is, 1, the DPS, but 2, the fact that he can burrow underground. It's a free trip to anywhere on the map, and that hypercharge is fast. It is so hard. In the blink of an eye, Mo can be in front of your face. He can throw a ball forward, dive for it, punch it in the back of the net.
Absolutely, those goal-scoring capabilities are a big thing here, and especially when you're at the highest stage and not many people want to take risks in the regular gameplay, that might be the only thing that gets you a chance throughout the entirety of the series. Bans are in though, and sadly we won't be seeing that goal-scoring Mo or the Shrimp, as you said, over the other side, as the Hank going to be banned out as well. Loud get rid of the Ruffs, and I believe it was the Squeak along with that as well. They're going to take that early first pick of Meeple, which is incredible. We've seen it time and time and time again, and it's worked every single time. Mina, Otis, and Hank over the other side for Revenant X-Spark.
Meeple's had his name called a lot this weekend, but a lot of the times it's because of the ban stage not necessarily seeing the field as much. It's because he's a powerful brawler. That hypercharge is oppressive. if you take your time, charge it up, and especially when paired with the castle gadget, the one that traps you, well, now you can gain so much positioning all at once. So if you need a surge of offense, you can push forward, and then eventually you can walk through walls. Pam, however, the ability to pepper down tanks cannot go underestimated. For our casual fans out there, maybe you're just trying to learn the ways of ranked or your ladder. This may not be the brawler that gets you the most value. It's not necessarily a carry brawler, but in team play, in 3v3, at our highest level, this brawler is a menace.
I think you've got to kind of look at the scrap sucker in these situations as well. Very good when you've got people barreling towards you. The hypercharge that's just been introduced for Pam as well has kind of catapulted her back into this meta, and Charlie to go along with it as well. So a little bit of a different stance from where I thought they were going to go for the Revenant Xbox side. Seemingly very controlling rather than as aggressive as we would have thought.
Definitely a shift in what we've known their identities to be. I would say for both of these teams, to be honest with you, but these are some powerful brawlers. This is the meta that we live in right now. If you've been with us for a long time this year, it's been very aggressive. Plenty of tanks, lots of health points. Today, so far in quarterfinal number 3, it's more control-oriented, so I'm curious to see how Loud round this out. They start with Meeple and pair it with Ali. That's an aggressive brawler. That's one that's going to be up in the faces of the enemy. And I think into somebody like Charlie, it can get shut down, but I want to see how the full Loud composition comes together before I make too many opinions.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to look at Revenant Xbox still having this last pick as well, so definitely don't want to overcommit on the aggression, because they can just go something that'll be able to shut that down. And don't get me wrong, Charlie's not going to be bad against tanks and aggression as it is, being able to cocoon people and kind of seek the assistance of her teammates whilst waiting. Loud, still, this last pick remaining, they're going to go with Lumi. I thought it'd be something like that, a bit more versatile that can do a bit of everything, as with Revenant having this last pick, you can't just go all out.
Lumi's become more of an afterthought as of recently, but I think it's still a very solid brawler, and obviously one that can deal damage, but with the gadget, gain access to some control, right? Throwing ice rinks on the ground at any given time is a powerful tool to have. Like having that in case you need an emergency defense, or you can just try and gain some power in the middle of the map and just slowly work your way up. Stu, the exact opposite. A gunslinger all over the map, and mobility is the name of his game.
And it's going to be a great game with someone like Sergeant on it, but he does choose to champion that brawler. It's the exact kind of thing that he wants to be on, going super aggressive, getting in people's faces and evading shots as well. That's the name of the game for Revenant Xbox. Loud, seemingly going a bit more aggressive with that alley. And we've seen alley so many times that it's either it hits really well or it misses absolutely everything.
Kyodog going to be tasked with playing the alligator and needs to pop off gadget early for both members of Loud. Fire Crow extinguishing one as well. Now Sergeant into the graveyard. Adinho passed up. Look at the teamwork. Execution here early from the boys in green.
Well, that's one way to start and get momentum back on your side. Sergeant was absolutely decimated early on by Adinho there. The lockdown comes out of Adinho. In response, down the left-hand side, going to be able to pinch in. Sergeant dashes through the wall. Kyodog very low, and now the frostbite on the floor as Adinho trying to stop it, but unable to. And what a response from Response.
Quick fires from both teams. Just under 2 minutes. We've barely gotten started here. Firecrow cycles in another gadget, so Response just has to sit and wait. Now Adinho striking, gets a hypercharge to make contact with Jay and Sergeant. But in the 2v2, the defense will hold.
A really nice Pam star power kept them in the mix there as it maintained that kind of low HP on Kyodog, not allowing him to push forwards. Firecrow throws out the super and actually finds a connection to Sergeant, forcing him back as well. He'll just go back into the arms of Pam. A triple box here, but sadly for them, no super to be able to really deal some damage. Ali jumps over the top and tries to get some work done, but he's more of the same, absolutely obliterated off the map. Just Firecrow left alone. He's going to go for it now, but X9J powers forward. And the Pam's not going to be locked down by Adinho. And Revenant X-Spark, even though they had a rough start to this game, bounced back well.
Clever wall break coming out of Sergeant there. So you saw the cube castle being built, all 3 members trapped inside it. They burst through with a gadget from Stu. Instead of using the speed zone, I believe he just simply clicks a button and now can walk through that as long as he has to for a reset here for game number 2. High-flying offense for both sides. Right now, Loud taking control of the mid, slowly working their way up. Ali reliance on those mind games. If she can charge a super, invisibility is going to be her best asset.
Absolutely. I mean, using that breakthrough is going to be so helpful to the rest of the team and specifically against Ali as well. Might even see him kind of go towards Adinho here through the walls, but choosing to just play it a bit more patient, wait for his teammates to get some of these kills, and that they are as Response getting boxed in on the left-hand side. Firecrow dashing through with the breakthrough gadget and evading shots nicely. Can he survive it just narrowly as Adinho can't find the clip?
Kyodog's just going to pocket this in the bottom right-hand side for now. Now expanding, diving, going at Sergeant head first. Doesn't make enough for a kill. Response holding onto a super as well. Keep in mind, that can be used almost like a Sandy gadget or a Shadow Realm for Cordelius. If you pop the cocoon, trap them in it, they can't stop the ball. It'll roll right on past them.
Well, Response coming in now with a hypercharge, just throws a few of those spiders down, and the box goes to the right-hand side, just keeps the ball away from Sargent, who's obviously looking to lunge towards that goal, and X9J being just the consistent controller through the mid.
Not an ideal interaction for the red roster. They would have much rather made contact with that hypercharged super coming out of Response. They're still holding firm in the mid though. Sargent, left-hand side, looking for an angle. Adinho facing bullets from every direction he's working with. Ice cubes on the ground, and now a bunch of cubes. They're doing everything they can just to hold, but they haven't progressed forward on the map at all this set.
Well, Adinho's going to be able to just about pick up Sargent there. Was incredibly low, but survived nonetheless. Jumping in from Kyodog now might actually go down to this Pam turret, but he just about stays out the way of it. And Spiderlings on the right-hand side from Response will push them back into this mid. Sargent lunging straight out of spawn and trying to get some work done, and does that very well.
Kyodog trying to buy his team some time. Knew he was a goner. A hypercharge for Firecrow. Shuri can walk through walls. The Revenant bait this out. They're patient. They're waiting. And now Sargent has hit the go button. It's a hypercharge down the left-hand side. Bursting through the walls. Now a cocoon. No contact on the other end. It's Lumi who makes a connection with all members of Revenant. Firecrow looking for an angle to try and get this kill in Response, but he's holding firm. Now he's popping a hypercharge just to grab a kill, 30 HP, and finally Firecrow buries him.
Yeah, Firecrow boxed himself there, leaving Adinho very susceptible, so had to throw the super down just to stop Revenant from taking advantage of that slight misplay. X9J throwing out some shots. What hope the Loud have in overtime. With this alley on their side, Response with a super in hand. Scraps are not going to be used, but Kyodog gets a nice kill there, and Sargent needs to cycle out these supers and keep this mobility in overtime.
Ali knew that she had to break through right there and then, because otherwise Kyodog is going to be on his back heels the entire duration. He needs grass. All the bushes have been shred through. Now a kick forward from Jay. He is trapped though. Firecrow popping a hypercharge. Now a stun going in on the left-hand side as well. They're going for two. Pocket on the ball in the top left-hand side. A healing station will keep Jay afloat.
Yeah, forced hypercharge there from Jay to stay alive in this situation as well, and he's getting some really nice heals and shield off the back of it, sitting in that for such a long period of time. Adinho throwing out shots, trying to keep them back. The Frostbite's there as well to delay what seems to be inevitable, but Revenant get a really nice super in Meeple's Mansion, in the right-hand side, and Sargent will slide into this healing station as well and get some shield now moving forwards as Firecrow trying to defend, but a pass might be all it needs for Revenant to put the nail in the coffin. Super shot available, and Firecrow so low. Adinho going to be low as well, and they can't stop Revenant's push in overtime. That's the second set, and Revenant so far, so good.
Smooth sailing. This is looking way too easy for our quarterfinal stage. Revenant X Spark from a tiny region. Many believing in them, many resting their fate. Only 10% of the world counting them in to win this one. Nonetheless, they have started out with a huge lead, especially on the backs of their superstar Sargent.
I mean, incredible stuff from him, it really was. Getting so many kills, breaking through at the right moments, and you touched on it massively. Being able to get the three of them out of that Meeple's Mansion turned the game massively. We didn't see Loud expecting that. He burst through, the others follow, and they get some really nice plays. I think maybe even a goal off the back of it. It was incredible stuff from them, and you see so many moments where Revenant in general are making some incredible plays. It started really well again for Loud, but they just weren't able to keep that pressure up as the adjustments were made to stop the alley.
And they're doing it in such a contrasting style into what got them here for a lot of the year. Aggressive, all up in your face kind of action. Instead though, they're facing the meta, they're changing, they're evolving. That's what you want to see out of world caliber teams. SCA's finest, certainly proving they deserve a seat at the table.
Absolutely. These fans were... listen, I was about to say it. It was not intended. They were very loud yesterday. Today, not so much, as they are 2-0 down against Revenant. I'm sure they'll be backing their team as they've come all the way from Brazil to support these guys. They need all the help they can get at this point, as 3 in a row is what's necessary for Loud to get through to the semifinals.
South America has plenty of passion backing them. I know Loud have plenty of supporters from home here in Stockholm as well. Many travel afar. Many have woken up early to see the best of the best compete. But Loud are going to have to do something that's pretty darn difficult, to put it frankly. It's really, really hard to make a reverse sweep happen. It's hard to win 3 in a row just in general. Revenant on the brink of doing that. Loud on the brink of destruction. and they're going to have to come alive right now. The vibes have been good with them all weekend long, but this is truly their first big test.
Absolutely. I mean, Loud have been playing so well all weekend long. And up until now, it's been seeming very good for them. You know, so many of the public, so many of us on the desk predicted them to win this. And bear in mind, it was a 90-10 as well from the public, which really did surprise me, considering Revenant's recent form through LCQ and World Finals. We are onto Hard Rock Mine in Gem Grab. Might be the last set here for Loud if Revenant can get the job done. And if they're playing like they have been, I can see that happening.
Reset here for Loud. No Ali, no Shade, no Hank. So several common culprits here on the map going down. Mina getting eliminated from the equation is a good call. Ooh, Anita first overall. So Nita by no means an awful brawler, but it's really supposed to go into tanks. I'm used to seeing this as an answer to brawlers, not as a start to any draft.
I'm pretty sure me and Uber saw this exact same thing on the first day from Revenant X Spark against, I believe it was SK. Bringing out Anita first pick on Hard Rock Mine, I think it's exactly what they did. It didn't work too well for them then. It wasn't abysmal, don't get me wrong. Nita's one of those brawlers that eventually you're going to be able to get something done if you're resilient enough. But it is a little bit of a question one, especially when something like that's still on the board. Ruffs, the brawler that he is right now, you'd think would be snapped up by Revenant.
In the face of Anita, Colonel Ruffs is not feeling any threat, so they're just probably going to go ahead and click whatever strategy they were initially going to go with. Colonel Ruffs can be paired with a lot of different things, especially a bounce shot off those walls. Back in the old days, Rico is the man, and of course, Colonel Ruffs has the same kind of ability with that, but more importantly, he's charging up your teammates' hypercharges. That's something that's so important in our modern Brawl Stars day. Revenant with an instant response, though. They grab a Lily, so Loud don't bite. Tara still left on the board, so because they grab Nita, I think it makes it much more difficult for Loud to respond with a stereotypical Tara.
Absolutely, and I mean, this seems to me, at least from the Revenant side, like the kind of composition that maybe wants to play from behind in these situations. The Lily, super, hypercharge, really solid. The same with the super and hypercharge of the Charlie as well, can make those players drop their gems on the spot. They're going to take a notice, something that's just a bit more versatile, really solid from range. The Fat Splatter scouting the grass quite nicely. And I like Loud's comp. Revenant seems different, you know, when you pick Nita first, I think it kind of confuses the other team.
They do have a traditional mid in aggro and now a defender in something like Bruce, though. Revenant don't mind playing behind in Gym Grab. Had the opportunity to listen to some of Jay's analysis from his videos that he posted on the LCQ. They're unique, they're fun, and more importantly, they're getting the job done. Loud, South America's final hope, are on their last life. They need to claim 3 straight sets if they want to bring this region back to a semifinal.
Well, as you can see at the moment, Revenant X Spark just chilling at the back. Adinho and Vicro forced to continuously scout out Sergeant just in case he does what he's doing now. He slips into the bush, going to find some good connections and force response into the right-hand side as well. So even if they get him, they've got another problem to worry about.
Revenant really relying on the paranoia. Invisibility, being able to traverse into a different realm makes a big impact on these professional players. They know how lethal Sergeant is. If he gets away, if he has a super, you have to be on watch.
Yeah, well, he's going to land straight on top of Adinho there and have a super as well. Should be getting, honestly, fairly close to hypercharge at this point. He's been in their bushes for so long, just lingering and waiting. Found a few connections as well, but in the meantime, Loud's kind of just picked up 7 gems from nowhere. Revenant with 2, great play there from Sergeant. I think he got the hypercharge off the back of it as well. And X9J picks up their 3rd, but Loud seems so convincing on the defensive side.
Revenant are just playing with their food. They've allowed Loud to pick up every single one of these gyms almost until Jay really got positioning there, but that was mainly due to Sergeant just being in front of Loud. Loud are not a healthy composition. They're all sitting there between that 6,000 and 7,500 health points, and they're paranoid. Look at this, they're just shooting shots into this grass, just trying to find Sergeant. As long as Sergeant doesn't reveal himself until the last second, this hypercharge could swing the game.
But when do you make the move? You know, you kind of need to get this 10th gem on the board, and that's what Revenant know. They're going in aggressive now, waste the jump of Kyodog, but they don't really get anything back from it other than him wasting that. He's got a hypercharge of his own now, and Response, I think, still searching for his first Nita, but hasn't been able to get in range of anybody. But Revenant getting gems.
You can see the vision from Revenant's composition, but is it too cheeky? Is it a little too coy for our World Final stage? Sergeant doesn't seem to think so. Dives in, Kyodog answers. Both gyms with Firecrow and Kyodog, 5 apiece. They have to find a takedown onto at least one of these brawlers. Jay marching forward. Oh, and a missed super there will end the round. It was really close in the mid, but they could only get 9 to suffice. So Loud are going to hold off.
I mean, that was really rough there for Revenant. You know, we saw them wait the entire game to get their opportunity, and it seemed to be wasted quite quickly. They needed that Charlie super to hit, and Adinho was there chilling on the roofs just in front of his two teammates. So even if he got past that wall and didn't kind of mess it up, it still wouldn't have got them anywhere.
It's one thing to make sense on paper, it's another thing to put it into practice. Sargent has been tasked with being the man for this team, the one that makes the big plays time and time again, especially in this set, especially if you were relying on Loud to literally pick up the gems and you were going to play a heist. It is going to be difficult. Firecrow once again eliminates him. Jay still in the middle though, so Jim's not going to Loud side yet. I think Revenant being a little more keen on getting aggressive early after their mistakes in the first one.
I mean, Response, it realistically did nothing in the first game, and I think he knows that as well. I'm not blaming him because it's very hard to do anything. Kyodog's going to bait that Sergeant Super out really well, and he's still burning down on this left-hand side. They actually predict exactly where he's going to be and preemptively fire that. Really nice plays from them, and it's catapults Loud back into the gem lead.
Loud occupying space in the middle of the map, most importantly, on top of where the gym spawned. But now Jay, marching forward, has a hypercharge, pops it, needs to make contact here. Kyodog around the corner, and it's the spawners that'll chase him away. Adinho, unfazed. Sargent circling. Response trying to get in the flank. Kyodog getting aggressive. He's left his teammate behind. Sargent goes for two, won't find a third. The counterplay from Otis, too powerful.
Well, I mean, all that scrap didn't really drop too many gems to either side, but Revenant have managed to get back into it, just picking those up off the mid and now take the lead in a 7-5. Sargent around the right-hand side again. Can't be too far off Super as he connected a few shots. Going to be able to surprise the two of them here, but he goes for Kyodog over Firecrow.
Response now lurking on the bottom left-hand side. A little ring around the Rosies won't equate to much. Jay still with 8 gems in the pocket. Taking a lot of heat, gonna have to rely on Sargent for a little cover fire. He'll dash forward, rockets raining from the sky, and he'll have to fall back for now. That's great contact though, gems filled, Response scoops 2, Firecrow there to answer.
And they don't even really need that either, but Sargent does need to survive, and he's in a tough position here with the bouncing shots around the right-hand side from Adinho. Down to 40 HP, and Kyodog jumping in. Jay's gonna go down, Sargent's still in the realm, and Response eventually gets the bear for the first time in the set, and it keeps them in it. But the gems will be there from the mid now, and Revenant needs to be back in the mix.
Loud have to hold on for dear life. Sargent has 7 gems. The aggressive brawler has to be much more cautious now. 10 apiece. This is going to come down to who can scoop and score.
Well, there's the 11th on the side of Loud. They get that going and the countdown starts. Now Revenant know they need to be in a position to get this reset. Hypercharge can be popped, and Sargent is going to fall in the back lines. Tries to throw something out, but can't. And all the gems are down there with no chance of a Revenant reset. And Loud going to cling on to the hope of the reverse sweep.
South America's fans cranking up the volume here in Stockholm. Strong start from Revenant X-Spark. Still smiles on their face. Only one more set needed to go to the semifinal. Obviously Loud have other intentions though.
Well, you can see this, and this is exactly what we were echoing throughout the entire set there. Response did nothing, and I'm not blaming him, it's the brawler pick, and bear in mind, this was the first pick as well. This is what they choose to, risk everything on. 0 kills, 50 DPS, Sargent getting a lot of work done with 9, but not really in the big influential moments that are swinging games. Jay, a few here and there, you don't expect the gem carrier to get loads, but over the other side, much more consistency. Firecrow with 8, and then we see the Crow with 7, and it's just a really good performance all round from Loud. And in my opinion, Revenant have given him that with the draft.
Yeah, when you pick Nita that early, it's not an awful brawler, but like we talk about, if you pick Nita that early, Loud get plenty of time to adapt, to find an answer to it. And you saw it there, 0 kills, 50 DPS. Anytime you have a brawler in any given game mode, sure the objective is grab the gems, but how many times did we see Bruce the Bear come out? Not a lot. It's just the composition of Loud, even at medium range, can just keep up with Nita. So at that point, it's more of a 3v2. Again, not a shot at the player. I think just overall, the idea itself wasn't fully there. Loud are too good of a team to deal with that.
I mean, Loud executed that really nicely, as you say. They weren't able to get, the Nita wasn't able to get within range of Loud, so didn't feed those bears. And if he's getting Bruce after Bruce after Bruce, he's going to be able to cycle, he's going to be able to get up the map, push forwards, and get those bears over and over again. So Loud dealt with it incredibly. Revenant X-Spark, as I said though, feels like they've kind of provided that set. It's a fine brawler, but a first pick, you have to question it.
They've been good otherwise. Just still going to give the hope to SEA that they can get this job done on set 4. We head over to pit stop. going to be Heist as our game mode. Top picks to look out for. Obviously, we're going to try and find things that do damage to the Heist safe, but mobility also a factor here. You want to be cycling in brawlers onto the offense as much as possible. Kaze at the top of pro players list. Miko at the top, especially after Toxic Lotus introduced this in Brawl Cup. It has been a mainstay of our competitive gameplay for the rest of the regions.
Yeah, I really do like this map, the aggression that comes along with it. Kit, Hank, and RT going to be banned out from the side of Loud. Over the other side, the Cordelius, Miko, and the Otis banned out from Revenant X Spark. First picks, you're looking for something. You know, we've seen throwers being played here, aggression. You know, we don't really see anything long range. Ruff's still on the board, going to be able to bounce a few shots, ramp profound power-ups, that kind of thing as well. So still so much on the board that hasn't been banned.
Berry compositions are also in play here after seeing this with several aggressive options, something like a Miko, Cordelius who could pounce on him. It's a good look, but honestly, this Shade is a good find, especially when you see Hank ban and RT ban. That's a little telling, right? Hank with this bubble, he can charge it up, still hit Shade through the wall. RT drops the legs in the static, and he can stay on that Heist safe or go to the other end and meet Shade there. Shade can't get through him very quickly. Bull on the other side, though, is also not going to get taken down very fast. Shotgun Brawler in the face of Shade and a little wall break at that, too.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of, you know, as you mentioned, the Berry, the throwers that we mentioned, and a tank. You know, healing up a tank and pushing forwards can be very solid. We saw the Bull kind of forced on defense for quite a lot of some of the games in previous sets of this throughout the weekend. And, you know, he eventually gets forward and gets some damage, but a lot of the time, forced to defend against the likes of the Lilies, you know, the Kazes, the Shades going forward rather than getting the big damage. But Berry, a brawler who can do a bit of both, heal and get the damage on save.
2 brawlers now for Loud that can deal with Berry in a head-to-head. Obviously, Bull, as a beefy brawler, as a shotgun brawler, can meet anybody at his face, and fist-to-fist combat is typically going to emerge the victor. So I'm curious how Loud keep going with this, because obviously both their brawlers are going to be great for traversing the map and also high safe damage. This is the exact opposite. Lou, not good for high safe damage, excellent for control, a perfect defender if you're looking to deal with Bull.
Yeah, I mean, this is nice from Loud. I really like the aggression that they've gone with, but managed it well, having that defensive brawler as well. 2 of them going to be able to just go after the Berry, and Bull forced to stay on defense for a large portion of this, I would imagine. Tara going to come in as well. Can't say it's a brawler that I massively relate to this map, in opposed to, you know, Gem Grab or something like that, but it can definitely work.
Solid compositions for both sides. Seeing what these guys are made of now on the big stage. Bright lights, high expectation. These giants are shouldering nations, and Loud are clinging to their life. Revenant X Spark 1 away from propelling SDA to a semi-final, and they have 1 set left in their way.
Well, response on the left-hand side, choosing to go aggressive early on, but Kaido just saying no to that, backing him off a little bit, and he's got to wait for Sergeant to hold his hand to get him forward. Vicro coming back now to try and deal with this aggression from the Bull and Sergeant, but not really having the best of the times as the Ice Cream on the floor, providing so many heals, but big damage coming down up top, and that should be the first crack straight away.
Adinho's instantly playing defense against response. I think he was hoping for a little more time than this. Won't even have to extinguish his super. Ooh, 188 HP. I might not want to speak too soon. The jukes were good. On the top side, though, work being done by Loud, trying to get their way to that 50% marker. They let Kyodog go, a couple crits, and now they've gotten through the second stage.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't just use that super through him. I'm pretty sure that could have got the kill. Adinho looking, just waiting in the mid to see where response is going to try and come up and wait for him to be on that defense. Now forcing them back. Kyodog coming through. The super response uses one of his own, and Kyodog was stunned there thanks to the gadget. X9J will get the kill. Throw out super, and his pet actually cleans up Kyo.
Great job from Jay to hold off there. That could have been catastrophic. Fire Crows, though, already back in action. Left-hand side flanking. Kyodog has a hypercharge available. Sergeant going to match up the middle of the map. 3,000 shots raining. Plenty of critical hits going down on Revenant. X Spark safe. And on downtown, Adinho holding off Loud. Just 1 game away from bringing us to a set 5. The Kings of South America are not going anywhere.
I mean, that's about as convincing as that map gets. You're going to be taking damage if you're going for big damage yourself. So Loud managed it very well. Lou firmly on the defense, doing a great job of this, just stopping every bit of aggression that Revenant X Spark wanted to mount. Tara got a few little defenses here and there, but the damage was done so early on.
The worst thing you can do is give Loud hope right now. Revenant X Spark took a commanding lead, 2-0. And they're facing a good squad. Both of these squads, I think, many did not expect to even be here. South America's results in the World Finals speak for themselves. They haven't made a quarterfinal since 2021. That was the last time they'd won a match until this Loud roster. And now Revenant have to extinguish them once and for all.
Yeah, well, good shot there from Kyodog, but Sergeant will get the kill. Response now around the flip side, trying to come right, but gets stunned out, and all three members of Loud just pounce out to spawn and try to get the damage done. They still haven't got this first crack, but it's inevitable now as Kyodog gets the flank round. Tarapool comes in onto Firecrow, but he'll switch forms and get a little heal off the back of it to stay alive. Very similar now, and a good defense from Sergeant once more, but the Fan Storm is trickling down that Revenant safe.
Firecrow traded his life so Kyodog could swoop in and they get that heist damage. Kyodog now pressing this indestructible. He starts at the super by standing near him, going for the hypercharge as well. Tagging response, he can't do a thing. He's swiping through the wall, swiping through the safe, and now he's paved the way for Firecrow. Adinho on the flank, peppering that right-hand side. Hypercharge, super miss there. Believe it was just a regular, but nonetheless, 75 and now sub that. Lou's getting in the offense.
Yeah, I mean, surely this game's done and we're going to a step 5. Jay's going to pop the hypercharge eventually now. Response has one of his own, but they're both on defense, and Berry trying to get some work done up top. Kyodog should be stopped in his tracks here, but he gets so much damage. 75 left. Adinho needs to find a shot through and absolutely destroying the ball, and that will trickle it down and force the step 5.
The rare Lou ice rink destroys the heist safe. 80 damage was enough to finish the job. South America celebrating, and I think the world as well. We started the day off with a couple sweeps. I think we were due one. This world has been way too crazy, way too chaotic to just settle for the results we've had so far today.
Well, Kyodog, the big name to look at here with the 6 kills and 299 DPS, and a lot of the safe damage as well. Adinho sat back on defense, hasn't got too many kills to show for it, but stopped Revenant X-Spark in their tracks, didn't allow them to get the damage that Sergeant and Response wanted to with those two brawlers. X9J forced on the defense time and time again, and didn't really get much back from it. 0 damage to the safe, so you can see where his positioning was for the most part, but even Response and Sergeant together haven't even got a high safe down.
Just another solid draft out of Loud. It really looked like Revenant had them figured out. And the irony is, they aren't doing it aggressively. The ones that Revenant won were the control-oriented, the kind of mechanic-driven, longer-ranged affairs. And now that they're playing kind of what we're used to seeing them do, it hasn't worked out as well. It makes you doubt. Questions creep in. It's really hard to make this work. But this is a team that's faced adversity all year long. Plenty of set 5s at LCQ have prepped them for this moment.
I mean, a massive reaction from the guys on stage, shouting and screaming at this comeback that they've managed to mount against Revenant X-Spark. But also on the flip side, the crowd getting back behind them. We saw how kind of sad, slow they were, not really making too much noise when they were 2-0 down. And now they've managed to get these sets back. They're climbing back into it and getting back behind the boys in green. So a big moment now for Loud to get some work done and complete this reverse sweep.
Plenty of people at home on their monitors, certainly getting behind Loud. And now they've got Stockholm rallying a little bit to Revenant. Need to rely on just themselves. They've been the heroes for the region for so long. And once again, greatness demanded of them. Expectations high, maybe too high for how small the region is, but they're looking to prove that otherwise.
Yeah, well, Bounty will be the decider here. Dry season, the map. Big game for both of these teams. Who will be going home and who will be going to the semi-finals? I mean, it's a momentous occasion for both of these teams, whoever gets there. But one will sadly be eliminated from the competition. Bans are in already. We got the Ollie, the Hank, and the Bell banned out from the side of Loud. And on the flip side, Mina, Squeak, and Ollie are going to be Revenant X-Sparks bans.
Looking out for Jay Young compositions here. That's a brawler that's shown up quite a bit, even in the ban stage on this map. But with Hank and Ollie gone, who do you pair it with? Those are two of your stereotypical tanks that you would see coming out. Squeak is one that's really pesky to deal with. And Bell in particular might be telling that they want a Gene because they want to get rid of the bounce shot. Bell is somebody that with the bounce shot can deal with the magic puffs of Gene's healing. So now they have a pesky brawler that can do poke damage, and the magic hand is certainly at play.
Yeah, I think it's a great shout to have this Gene so early on. They're kind of peppering people down, keeping them in low in the later phases as well, and it's something that Crazy Raccoon kind of brought out a bit earlier. Not sure it was on this bounty map or not, but a very similar one. And those kind of late game pulls turn games massively around. They're going to go for a different kind of support on the other side as Revenant X-Spark pick up the Jae-Young and Kaze. Seemingly a bit more of an aggressive route with those slipstreams, with the heals, Weekend Warrior coming in here and there. But Kaze should be able to secure them that first star. I said this a bit earlier on the weekend, and then a Mortis came out the other side and completely took my words away.
Max is going to be a stereotypical pairing for the Gene here. On top of that, Meeple is somebody that has escaped so far into a Kaze. It's not the most fun up close, but for control, it is excellent. Gus still on the board as well if they wanted to just outrange the Jae-Young. There's the Max we were looking for. Now, will they pair it with something like a Colonel Ruffs and go old-timey Brawl Stars and just get super heals going everywhere? Magic Puff from Gene. And on top of that, Colonel Ruffs is a star power where you can passively gain health points. I really want to see what Loud do here. Obviously, this is a pivotal decision for this match.
I mean, if they go this route and get massively powered up here, it's going to be really tough for Revenant to be able to deal with them. They're all going to be clumped up. It gives a bit of a chance for the Kaze to come in and swoop everybody up, but if it's too much for her to deal with, it's going to be really difficult. They're taking a different route. They're going the Meeple, the Hypercharge, the Super, the abilities to shoot through wall in big moments on a map and mode like Bounty and Dry Season is going to be huge for them.
20 on the clock in Revenant X-Spark. The most important decision of their entire year, and they're relying on the newest brawler in our competitive pool. It is going to be Ziggy.
Listen, I like it. If they're pinned, trying to get something back at the end, it's a thrower that can throw out a massive area super, cover so much ground and deal big damage in those later phases. And if they're pushed back up against the wall with nowhere to run, that can flip games, and especially if it's a hypercharge as well. It's just a question of whether or not Loud are going to feed these shots in and give them a chance.
Revenant X-Spark had a commanding lead, but South America's superstars are not finished yet, folks. Set 5, quarterfinal 3, two darlings of the global space battle for one spot in the semifinals.
Well, an early blue star then for Revenant expected as they've got the Kaze on their side. Adinho on the left-hand side wants to try and get this speed as fast as possible, and a Meeple's Mansion to the mid-right-hand side of the map will box in Sergeant and take him up for the grabs of Adinho, but not able to get that done. Now super earned early, and Kaidok, can he escape that? It's still following him, and he will get the kill and extend Revenant's lead.
Revenant hold off the Loud push, so they're just going to have to take space in the mid, be patient until they can get one final strike. 1 minute over that on the clock. And this is a composition that wants to get max speed in, and once they grab that star lead, they are dipping out with the same exact super.
Absolutely, well, Response just trying to fend off Adinho. Now it's X9J boxed in on the right-hand side, but still no super for Firecrow to really take advantage of that. But it's wearing down these bushes where they would be hiding and showing where they'll be. And if he gets the super eventually, it's going to be super helpful for them to be unable to hide in the grass. Response just waiting for his opportunity to take advantage of Adinho over aggressing.
Revenant relying on Sergeant's defense. As a thrower, he can sit behind these walls comfortably. He won't take a single shot. Now releasing the super. Oh, and down goes Kyodog again. Left to Adinho and Firecrow just to hold their turf.
Well, the hypercharge available now as well. Didn't use it on the last one. Firecrow very low. Can Ziggy finish this one off? He can't. Not got the range to be able to do so, and X9J didn't fancy overextending. That's a really nice hypercharge. Not going to find any connections, but it's going to go back as well. Stop them from going in that area for a little bit more time. And a Kaze super was used in the mix there as well. So they might have over-aggressed and overused.
Response now getting pulled. Hope for Loud yet. Meeple's Mansion going down. Sergeant low HP. They've trapped him in, but that means they can't tag him as well. Response there to expand with space. The red roster adding kills to the count. And now match point for SDA Sensations.
I mean, so much of those supers were used just before that last push came in, burning that clock down, stopping them from being able to get it back, and then they were forced to over-aggress massively and feed even more stars to the Revenant X-Spark side. A huge play from them and a phenomenal use of supers to just delay the time and burn the clock.
Loud have been here before. 2 straight games, that's all it takes to get to one semifinals. The hardest one to win is the last. Revenant are going to have to claw their way through it. There are no freebies on the world stage.
Well, the blue star is once again Revenant's, and this puts Loud in the exact same position. They have to aggress at some point, and they can't be picked off by Sergeant and X9J's range. Response just staying in this long-range dagger form, trying to get something done, but the pinches are coming in. And Adinho on the left-hand side with Kyodog along with it. That's the kill on the right. I didn't even see that happening. Super's there as well, and Kyodog trying to get the work done early on, but he's in spawn, and it's not his side. That should surely be a kill with a Weekend Warrior, and it is. Response still low, but they'll have time to heal.
For how limited HP Jay has, He is running at enemies. He is going at them. In that spot there, great coverage to body block for his teammate who is about to fall. That could have shifted stars. Loud right now, though, making a star shift themselves. Response, Fanstorm down on the left-hand side. Adinho dancing, trying to dodge out Revenant. They're going to have to fall back for now. Take their time for the surge and the push. No, he's relentless. Falls. Seems like a mistake to me.
A massive over-aggression. He's overstaying his welcome hugely in the back spawn of Revenant Xbox. He knows that Ziggy's going to come and pinch him if he's staying there, and that extends the lead to 4. Response on the left-hand side has the Fanstorm in hand and can stop them from being able to see outside of it. Sergeant is super there as well, and they're going to cut off Adinho as he tries to aggress. He has a speed. There's the Sergeant super, but he's caught by the magic hand once more, and the gap lessens, but 2 of them fall, and Revenant extend again.
Positive elixir trade for Sergeant. He goes down, but his super cleans up. Now Adinho falls. South America's Kings. Now is the time to jump in, down to their final life, shouldering an entire region. Kyodog, right-hand side. Speed going down for Adinho. The pull goes through. 5 stars being swung. Response, the man with the blue. Adinho in hot pursuit, but they cannot close the distance. Revenant Export, how many times do they have to tell the world that they are good enough to be here? Revenant Export, make believers of you yet.
Absolutely incredible from the Southeast East Asian side. Phenomenal stuff. Incredible gameplay towards the end there. Slight over-aggressions from the Loud side, but Revenant eventually get the job done. A massive moment for them as they get to the semi-finals. They come into this as an LCQ qualified team, and it's looking like they might go all the way.
Revenant Export, living what people dream. Little old Southeast Asia, not one of our big 4 regions, not guaranteed a spot on this stage. And yet, they took every opportunity in front of them. Despite what people said about scrims, about who they're playing, are they built for this? Are they getting good enough training? Ignore it all. It's hard to defy these results.
A dark horse that has made it all the way through to the semi-finals. It's been a while since we had Southeast Asia under the top 4 of the world. And the dark horse with a generational talent, Sergeant, and a true backbone in X9J and Response.
It genuinely was an incredible performance from all 3 of those guys. You know, we're usually really highlighting Sergeant in these kind of situations, but all 3 of them clustered together and played as one of the best teams we've seen throughout the World Finals in that last set especially.
Up next, we have the potentially best quarterfinal. And let's say this after we just had a banger of a match already. It's a battle between 2 world champions, FUT Esports and Humble.
So you said it was a fever dream. But what is the one emotion that stands out to you most strongly looking back at those final moments, lifting up the belt and doing the confetti angel?
First of all, I'm mad at them because they said it's cringe to do confetti angel. It's iconic now. First of all.
It's not iconic.
First of all.
It's not iconic.
All my teammates said that it's cringe. I don't think it's cringe. I think it's like you don't even realize it when you're on stage. You just won, you don't realize it, you're just like, oh my god, I got a trophy, you gotta lift it. But afterwards it's like, when you go off stage, you're like, I'm a world champion, I just made it, I'm the best team in the world. And it's just unreal, completely unreal.
Up next, potentially the biggest match of the quarterfinals, a true world champion showdown. I hope you have your snacks ready. I hope you have a chair to sit down on. You can't stand, or you're gonna jump up as soon as you see those two teams step out on stage. Foot Esports and Humble are gonna face off here on our Brawl Stars World Championship 2025 stage. I'm still here with Kenny, still here with Trev, unfortunately, but at least Kenny's here, so it's fine. Humble or Foot, who's gonna take it, you two?
I mean, I think this is a really dicey one because Foot have been a team, I feel like that's your pro team's favorite pro team right now. That's all the talk of the scrims right now. Humble, of course, stumble in the lower bracket. That's why they're on the red side. It's because they got second in their group. They've already lost once.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's hard to predict against Humble, in my opinion. But for Esports, we've heard a lot of chatter about them from the other professionals here at the Brawl Stars World Finals, that they are the team to beat. Absolute wizards on stage. Do not let the emotions or moment affect them. And I think that puts them as, arguably, in my opinion, top 3 to do it here.
Foot already had to beat another EMEA talent, Papar Supermassive, on day 1, 3-0 sweep, and immediately through to day 2. After that, they struck again against Stamina 3-1, and now they're here without having a single loss on their back. You can't say the same about our former world champions, Humble.
Humble have certainly flirted with death a little bit here. I mean, they got what they asked for. They wanted to face some adversity. This season, they were not the #1 seed out of EMEA. They were the #2, 1 grand finals win, swept through Brawl Cup, swept through Last Worlds, and now they're finally facing a little adversity. Will they shake that off against a former world champion?
I mean, this is the thing, right? You see 2 world champions here in the 2023 and 2024 champions. It's kind of a blessing and a curse to be from EMEA at the moment. They're having to fight the 2 derbies, knocking someone from their home region out. And we've just seen Reply Totem taken out by SK Gaming, and we're going to be saying goodbye to another EMEA team here. All of us going with Humble. I have no clue how someone hasn't gone for Esports after we have seen Humble stumble again and again and again throughout this competition. They had a really tough start, and then they weren't that convincing in the next game.
Foot unbeaten so far, yet still the casters seem to side with Humble. It's maybe just recency bias. They did win the last LAN this year. Foot and Humble, welcome the world champions.
The unstoppable force and the immovable object meet in the quarterfinals. Your 2023 world champions take on your 2024 world champions. It's Foot Esports versus Humble! It's Novi versus Boss! Meow versus Semantic! And finally, it is Gero versus Luki! Keep your eyes peeled, DreamHack, because blink and you might just miss greatness.
Those 2 teams both from EMEA, yet they couldn't be more different. A lot of supporters, also in Brawlers, when they pick Humble, likes to play Barry, Byron, anything that makes for good team play. On the side of Foot, we have a bit more of an aggressive play style. And those 2 teams also differ in terms of demeanor. Just look at Humble, Semantic flirting with the camera, having some fun with his hat. And then there's ice cold Foot Esports locked in.
2 contrasting emotions, but don't get it twisted. Foot Esports certainly talk jive. It may be behind a keyboard, they're calm, cool, and collected on this stage. And Humble just let their game do the talking. They're loud, they're proud, they're led by team leader Semantic. It was a long time coming for their world championship last year. Back-to-back years where an EMEA team has won it all. Obviously, SK Gaming still remain, but I would gander that both of these squads have what it takes to repeat.
I mean, the issue for me for Humble is last year they kind of walked through the competition and put a phenomenal performance on throughout. This time they've stumbled in the first round, taking a loss, and then took, a few hits in their second game as well, but managed to get here through a long, grueling match, and now Foot Esports stand in their way. As we've said multiple times, this is going to be the 2023 versus the 2024 World Champions, and you touched on the different emotions here. You can see smiles across the board from Humble, and the locked-in faces of Foot Esports oppose them on the other side of the stage.
In 2024, those two teams were already fated to match up, you'd think. Many had put Esports back then Zeta Division down to win it all again and repeat what they did in 2023. But in the end, it was SK that faced up against Zeta Division, beat them 3-2 in a grueling, really close match. And Humble never had to face Foot. They beat SK Gaming 3-1 in the end, making it through to the Grand Finals to now stand on this stage, to now stand on the World Final stage again, and this time against Foot Esports.
I mean, this is as tough of a quarterfinal as it gets. If you're Foot Esports, you just came out first place in your group. Congratulations, smooth sailing at the World Finals in 2025. You get Humble. That's your prize? That's the prize they ended up with. Look, if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best. I don't think Foot Esports are feeling sorry for themselves. They know what it takes. Both these squads do, for that matter. They know they have to be perfect, unblemished. Just survive long enough. You had a first life, Humble. There's no more second chances. You have to win 3 straight on day number 3.
Well, 89% of the public go for Humble on event.brawlstars.com, whereas 11% side with the 2023 champs in Foot. You've got to argue it's a lot closer than that, regardless of all the casters going the one side of Humble as well. Into the draft we go. We're in Brawl Ball to kick things off, and it's Super Beach.
I love me a good Brawl Ball match between two world champions. Foot on the left-hand side. Like to go with some aggression. Already mentioned that before. Cordelius has been the most picked brawler on this map in scrims and also in the previous 2 days. Cordelius actually left open. Let's see if it's going to be picked up here. Hank left open as well, the most picked brawler so far this World Finals. Willow banned out on the right-hand side. Juju as well. Not sure if we're going to see any other thrower action. Super Beach is practically made for it on that left-hand side. You can just sit in the bushes and have control over your opponents. Hank is gonna have one more showdown.
Hank, an excellent just pick in general right now. I think that's safe to say. You've seen a ton of success with this brawler, and for good reason. I believe in the balance changes, there were a lot of great changes. But as a result, Hank, since he didn't get touched as much, he was already in a fine spot, just not necessarily as overpowered maybe as some of these other more deserving nerf brawlers. And as a result, it's kind of balanced out to where we're back to the little shrimp being at the top of our meta. So I'm curious what they pair this with, though. When you're picking Hank early, you do leave yourself open. He's a tank, after all. He's a warm-blooded creature. There are plenty of ways to counteract that.
Well, Larry and Laurie going to come in then. They're going to take a thrower and just try to take the game to them. You know, when you were looking at the Willow and Juju being banned out, Sonny, you questioned if another thrower was going to come in. And I think these are two of the bans that we see pretty much every time we come onto this map. And then Larry and Laurie seems to be the only other answer.
It is one of the only other options left open. With those two banned out, I'm still waiting for the Cordelius pick. It would be super good into both Larry and Laurie or also into the Hank. So either of those two sides gonna have to pick it up now. We also still need a mid and Super Beach. You do want some more range in mid. Usually a B, a max, maybe give some speed to your tanks. Would definitely do well for Foot Esports since they already have that tank in Hank.
Foot Esports had to know this Otis was coming. It's the most standard way, when it's not banned at least, to deal with the Hank. The other one that commonly shows up is Ash. So maybe it's a 6th pick. If Humble are comfortable, that could be their goal-scoring opportunity. Larry and Laurie, of course, the influence for picking that is to have a thrower on a map like this, but Juju and Willow are banned. They're going to make sure they grab this early because it has a reverberating shot of the throwers. It can deal quite well with tanks. Now we see what Hank is paired with. It's going to be that super speed from Max. She's really risen back up in our meta.
Absolutely. I mean, with the aggression that a lot of these guys are taking, this brawler's kind of catapulted herself back into the mix, and pairing it with something like that and the Hank means a lot of aggression is going to come your way. Still on the board is the Cordelius, and that's a great answer to a lot of this aggression that Foot Esports have brought to the table. The Otis does a good job of it as well with the hypercharge, locking them in place, stopping them from shooting, as well as the normal super. But this is going to be a struggle for Larry and Laurie, I feel. He's just going to be ran down.
Meeple is left open here as well, and technically they still need a mid unless they want to set Otis up in the mid. And it looks like Otis is going to be playing that mid lane. BB's going to come out as last pick. Humble once again with a super aggressive pick at last. We were talking about how Foot usually is the aggressive team. They do have the Max, they do have the Hank, but now with that BB on the right-hand side, you can at least knock that Hank out of his bubble.
Old Dog with some new tricks here. Curious to see how this draft goes. Brawl Nation, we're in for a treat. 6 world champions are taking the field at once. Both have etched themselves in history, but they crave more. 1 trophy, impressive, but 2, untouchable territory.
Luki coming fast and ready on the left-hand side, pushing straight down, and Gero trying to defend him. Now Meow turns around and goes for a bit more of a defensive route rather than just running them down, but Luki's still doing a really good job on the bubbles there as well. Down now he's going to go, and Gero, the only one remaining, has the phase shift used, and Humble start fast and strong.
The BB pick paying dividends. A little surprise attack. Now Luki, hypercharge, no contact. The bubble burst, but guess what? BB's got 2 of her own due to the hypercharge. Semantic holding off alongside Larry and Lowry. Now V just diving in. Didn't love that interaction.
Yeah, this is really rough now as Luki just running down on everybody on foot side. It's a 3v1 and he can just walk it all away. Humble, unconventional BB pick, but boy does it work.
It feels like it's the most Semantic Humble thing to just be bored. Last year was too easy. Brawl Cup, snooze fest. I wasn't challenged. I had to lose at least 1 match, and all of a sudden looking alive and well against the 2023 world champions. They are dangerous.
Question is, can they replicate that success once more? Now becoming really aggressive early on, but Luki swinging back and taking a kill along with it as well. The bubble's going to pop for Meow, and he's going to have to start fresh as Naui retreats down the right as the Otis is there.
Semantic, finally on the defensive. Shows that they do have a literal vulnerability as Kenji goes to the top right-hand side. Luki trying to deal with him successfully does. Now there's a spawner. Boss trading with his twin. Meow forcing him away, but Humble on the prowl.
I mean, a big moment there and a good defense from Foot. They just backed off over and over again. Meow very low, but getting pushed once more by Luki, who pops the hypercharge. Chooses to go after Naui rather than Gero as well, and now the slicing, dicing is there. The ball into the back pocket, but Gero narrowly survives, and Humble still in control.
Even if Meow rests behind these walls to charge a full bubble, Boss can still rain down shots, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Thankfully for him, he has the tank trait. A little super speed from Gero. They know they have to rotate. They are on the defensive hardcore. Semantic has a mute button available too. Luki now in the front lines, up in the face of the blue roster. It's a kick over, a pass. Boss pass to himself. Defended, 165. Navi has to kick it away. Semantic has enough. This is going to be some serious mind games, but he finds the opening in the back of the net. Perfect precision.
I mean, what a finish that was from Semantic. Finds the right-hand side of the goal when 2 of them were there. Now he pushing on the right-hand side. Hypercharge has been collected, but he's not going to be TPing up there anymore. Meow tries to do the same thing Semantic's just done, but a good defense and a wonderful clearance, but a 2-piece for Meow, and he will just await this pass from Gero and equal the score.
Now cools off that clock, buying a little extra time to draw into overtime. Hank now pressing the issue. A kick over to the left-hand side, right into Luki's hands. He's on the defensive, a baseball bat in his hand. Has to be up close to the tank. Somehow he's gonna have to bludgeon it down.
I mean, Boss running it down. Meow forced to use the missiles to heal up. Kenji going really aggressive, but BB deals with him once more. Meow down to 1 shot and caught by one of the shots from Semantic. We did see the Larry and Laurie go down, but the pet was still alive and causing issues for Gero.
Grass is about to be real green, and an open field emerges as overtime clicks. Now it's Gero. Faster blaster on the right-hand side, slicing up the map. Now it's Meow leading the brigade. A super available for Navi as well if he wants to go in. Boss dodges it out. Can he dodge the sword? Oh, and he gets the kill. Semantic, alongside his teammates, have 3 red members.
Super close there and just narrowly able to avoid the big bubble that Hank was trying to pop on all of them. Now it's Humble's turn to aggress. Little missed shot there from Luki, doesn't get the knock back. The bubble I don't think made any connections either. But Semantic will pop a hypercharge and keep this aggression going. Luki narrowly surviving, but Gero will pick it up. And it's Foot surely back in the driver's seat as the hypercharge is popped by Gero.
Both these teams running out of time. Humble 1 up in the set. 1 goal would give them the lead. Foot on the defense. Super speed to try and hold them off. Not enough. 10,500 health points hurtling its way up the middle of the map. But Boss is the one who delivers the kill!
A bubble snipe from the halfway line clears the goal for Humble to slot it home. Incredible awareness from the Humble side. And that BB, what a pick.
It's crazy that these guys have been studied for close to 2 years. The winning drafters, Coach Kanan on the other side. It's a conversation though. There's assistants, there's chatter. They love nerding out over this draft and it has paid off tremendously. Who on earth would have thought a BB would have shown up on the world stage?
I mean, that was just incredible. From start to finish, the BB was doing her job. A quick start for Humble, as you can see here, got them going fast. Foot had a few answers here and there, but just not enough for them to be able to compete in this set against this incredible pick of BB from the Humble side. Let's not just touch on that though, the rest of the guys, Boss putting so much work in on the Larry and Laurie, Semantic doing his job on the Otis, and Real, nice performance from the Humble side, and what a slot in that was as well. Finding that right is brilliant.
Semantic's highlight reel over his career has got to be unbelievable. That's one to throw onto the list as well. Boss with the kill, the long-range snipe like you called out there in our post. Unbelievable stuff. Just the coordination. I feel like Semantic is recognized as the figurehead, if you will, in our public. Make no doubt, Lukey and Boss can play. These guys are unbelievably mechanically, and I think one thing that helps Humble succeed, there are clear definitions to this composition. At the end of the day, you have people who are responsible for drafting. Boss has his job. Semantic has his. Lukey can do his thing. Nobody has an ego on this squad. It is whatever it takes to catch a win.
Yeah, don't take this kind of defeated-looking look on the Foot Esports players' faces, them being down in the dumps. They just don't show any emotions throughout, and on stage that is an absolute superpower. We're heading on to Bell's Rock in Knockout next to see if Foot Esports can bounce back and take Humble to the late game, or if they're going to just start running away with it.
Both these teams have been world champions in the past. Wild that Foot, number 4 seed in their region. Grand final, no shot. Humble only with 1. Goes to show how competitive the fire that brews them to get to this stage. Some unique bands coming out here early. So Foot Esports throwing out Sprout and Tick. Now Tick doesn't surprise me too much, but Sprout is a little more telling. That's either research into what Humble want, or they have a brawler in mind that Sprout would be great into.
Absolutely. Well, a couple of range brawlers out the way as well, and then Nanny and Jean. Ollie, you can kind of expect that they don't want that aggression to be coming their way from Foot Esports, as that's kind of the default plan that we see them going, and especially after the last one with the Hank and Kenji, you're expecting more aggression to come your way. Humble's first pick should be coming in shortly. They're going to go with the Mina, and we saw this work really, really well yesterday. We'll see if they can replicate the success of others.
Hard to pass on Mina. It's not nearly as overpowered as it was, but it's still a very solid brawler. And obviously, the Hurricane can do wonders if you bounce somebody into the air. And obviously, depending on what Foot Esports composition ends up being, if there aren't enough projectiles to justify running the shield, which deflects those, might be good to run a cheeky little insta-super if you can make connection with yours. So 2 really good builds for Humble here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to not take the windmill, to be honest with you, to be able to deflect the longer range players' gadgets. You know, it's nice to have the other one, both incredibly viable in different circumstances, but I think it's going to be tough to get a super end of with the Mina in this game. Never mind really make use of it. They're going to go with the Byron and the RT over the opposing side. I like those 2 picks. It sets them up for the possibility of something aggressive if they want to just heal it up with the Byron, but they have the RT to be able to deal with this Mina aggression, drop those legs, get a lot of damage in, and stop that in its tracks.
2 top picks coming out of our pro practices. So RT, a great defender, a hybrid brawler where he can drop the static, but also have that long range. He's got a good amount of health points too. I mean, he's no squishy brawler. Byron, of course, can be paired with a lot of different things, has a super that can be lobbed over. This is kind of what I'm expecting as a response. Gus is a great brawler right now. Honestly, just mainly due to the long range, but the amount of health points he can add to a teammate and the bounce back. He's a great defender. He's a great point guard. Can distribute that to any teammate he wants. So if somebody's in trouble, takes the mechanical skill, of course. I mean, it's like a gene pool or anything else. You have to be perfect with that marker. But if you do, especially in closing moments, all of a sudden you've got 4,000 plus health points coming your way.
I mean, that's the thing. It takes a lot of synergy to really make this brawler work. Not only that skill that you talk of, but you got to know what your teammate's movement's going to be like to be able to find that connection with it as well. So a lot of communication, a lot of synergy, a lot of skill needed to make use of those bubbles in tough moments. Brock's going to come in though, and I feel like that kind of counteracts what they were going for with the Mina. You'd have thought she would want the walls and have that ability to kind of stay behind them, but she comes with that mobility. She dashes when she shoots and can kind of fend for herself out in the open to a certain extent.
Same logic can kind of be applied though, right? We see this in Brawl Stars sometimes, and Humble big braining this, I believe. I think you're right. They don't want the walls broken up, or at least they want to be able to control that aspect, because Mina would struggle in a little more open space. Sure, she's got mobility, but not the longest of range. Now they can control if those walls are broken, but as a result, Foot have put them in an interesting predicament. Rico, with those bounce shots, relies on those walls to stay up. So what will Humble's decision be? Will they even run the gadget? We're going to have to find out here momentarily. 2023 World Champions finding themselves down early in the quarterfinals. They've been unchallenged so far to arrive to this world stage on day number 3, but they've got the defending world champs waiting on the other end.
Well, that looks to me like a bit of a, I don't know if that's a purposeful break like that, or if they've kind of missed that break. I'd love to know the thinking from Boss there, but it might just be that Semantic's got a bit easier of a peak to this mid.
It might be intentional just so you see how Meow can kind of bounce these off the left-hand side and it keeps going. It does limit the range, but it's enough for Semantic to kind of have a post-up. They're too good of players. I'm going to guess this was intentional, but it's a really unique strategy like you mentioned before. Now RT on that left-hand end, going to be trying to work with this. No longer has a wall to hide behind, and as a result, Gus is going to be able to work the long-range lane.
Meow gets through ground, Semantic choosing to go in quite aggressive with the bouncy castles there. Quite rare we don't see the multi-ball launcher these days, to be honest, but nice to have that survivability in this portion of the game. Boss on the right side, misses that rocket through onto Gero, and this is a tough position to Humble for bounce back from as Semantic goes down, and Luki now the next target.
Luki rotates right, Boss still holding firm. They're not giving up quite yet. Green Fog will become closing to consuming them though, and now in a 3v1, I think Boss is going to do his best to charge up his super as much as possible, but now he's fed a little bit. So into this next round, Gero has charged up a super. Powerful asset for them, and every time you get around, it's nice, but getting all your utility early on just prolongs how good of an opportunity you have to take a win.
Absolutely well. Now he got the super to be able to play the late game quite well, and we haven't really seen too many breaks from Boss. Just playing this Brock as normal, going for the shots rather than anything else. Meow having a really nice time, I think, against Semantic. He hasn't really been at risk throughout the majority of it, and there's a break a little bit further from Boss, just getting that last tile of wall down.
Semantic sidestepping alongside the staircase wall on the left-hand end, coming back to the L-shape indestructible in the middle. That's one that can't be touched. Boss holding onto a super. Luki with a super. If they're going to keep playing this out, at least they have a much more fighting chance. Full utility coming out of Foot now. Now Semantic trying to occupy some space, relying on that gadget just to march forward.
Semantic tapped up and marked by the RT now. Gotta be cautious, this is going to be beaten down again. Meow's going to get caught in the super of Semantic. Really nice from him. And they're finally finding an answer as now he's low as well. There's the rocket fuel. And just Gero remains. He has the hypercharge. But you've got to save that for the next round. No need to risk when you're still in with a chance.
They can't afford to give Mina a super. It's almost an insta-kill, so it's going to propel them into the air when the hurricane comes their way. But once that tornado fades, they bounce back on the ground, and it's just easy tags for a professional player. They are not going to miss very easily if you're not moving.
Well, they've eventually got rid of that right-hand side wall now as Semantic's over to the left behind the indestructible. And Hypercharge is ready to go. Meow, though, caught in a tough position and nowhere to bounce the bouncy castle to get the heals. Gero hit by Boss as well, and Humble just playing it a bit slower, resetting. They're in a 2v3, no need to rush, especially when you're looking at the Hypercharge RT.
Semantic has a super in his pocket, though. They can use that as a get-out-of-jail-free card. Foot are in a pickle. Luki has the range to compete with Gero. Now Rockets on the ground, making it rather difficult. Semantic just cleans up Hypercharge going down left. Not enough connection there to suffice. It's going to be Humble once again taking a game.
Yeah, I mean, that was really good again from Humble. They took a bit of a slow start. It didn't go to plan, but eventually they managed to get going, and it really is working for them now. They're just breaking up all the walls and letting Semantic use the indestructibles, giving Luki a bit more of an easier time on the right-hand side, more wiggle room. The ability to dodge is just massively increased, and yeah, they're going for it off the start here.
Okay, so maybe it was just a simple mistake. I was trying to justify it. Maybe it was on purpose, maybe it wasn't. I'll ask later on. I'll let him tell us for himself. I'm going to believe in the player. His mechanics are great. But you know what? We're all human.
Absolutely. Semantic is over the left-hand side again. He's going to want a break of that kind of, as you mentioned, the staircase wall on the left-hand side. Stops Meow from having the bouncing capability as well. Boss throwing out some shots. Incendiary lingers on the floor to keep Naui at bay for a little bit longer.
Luki in constant pursuit of this matchup with Garo. Garo doesn't have a ton of health points to work with, and of course he can keep up, especially if he gets like a Cookie Popper or something like that. It's a real insta-kill. Oh, and Garo didn't get the super down in time. That's exactly the matchup I was talking about. Live before our eyes, we're seeing Gus pop off.
I mean, Luki's finding shot after shot, and Semantic gets another super. Boss gets a couple more shots, and Humble are looking better and better every time we see them walk out.
They're growing in strength by the set. They started off with a 3-2 loss against Crazy Raccoon, and now in the face of previous world champions, adversaries in the region, they are looking above the rest.
The bounce castle forced again as Luki's now over the left-hand side, giving Semantic this matchup against the RT on the right. Garo and Boss just trading blows, not finding any connections just yet, but they're kind of almost the same range, so you expect this to be a bit of a stalemate.
Bullets exchanged, but no kills quite yet. Now Meow releasing the super. Ooh, barely off. It's a great contact, a lot of damage, and importantly, it has gained the positioning. Despite not getting a kill, it has given them a little hope.
The splash comes in, brings Boss low, and now he's doing a great job on the right-hand side to push Semantic all the way back to spawn. Luki and Boss in a tough position now as Meow comes down the left-hand side with some heals in the back from Garo. But Semantic duking a bit better, using these dashes to the best of his ability. Luki will pop Hyper Charge and a Rocket Rain over the top. Doesn't find too much, but Semantic almost gets Garo. Pinned to the right-hand side as he goes in now. RT stopped in his tracks, and Foot pinned into the corner. Humble get their second set.
It's unbelievable. I mean, these guys on land stage for now close to 2 years are ruthless. If you're Foot, I've never seen them show emotion. No matter what, similar to superstars in tennis, they don't release what they're saying. They don't want you to know how they're feeling. Internally, though, I'm raging. I'm upset. I'm a world champion of 2023, and I mustered 3 kills in a set. Tough stuff there. But I hope the crowd is a lot happier. We'll see what Barney has to say downstage.
As you can imagine, the support for Humble is crazy, being the current world champions. I've got Boss's cousin, Joanne, with me. Is he going to do it? Is Boss going to do it? Is he going to claim this win?
Yeah, he's going to do it, 100%. They are so good.
100%. Humble are looking really strong already. They've just cleaned up the first set. Do you feel like this is going to set up their run to take home a back-to-back championships?
Yes, I hope so. I hope so. I talked to them, they are very calm, they are chill, they are focused, so when I humble like this, I feel confident.
I feel confident as well. I saw them backstage before they walked out against Foot Esports, and they look really calm as well. Who's going to win?
Humble!
You heard him.
Well, so far, so good. The confidence from the crowd isn't misplaced in this Humble roster as they go 2-0-2-0 through Brawl Ball and Knockout. We head on to the heist next in Pit Stop, and this could be over fast if it goes Humble's way. This is a base racy map, and Foot need to get it right.
They have to figure something out here. Look, we saw SK Gaming earlier. I think a lot of us, including myself, really thought of SK Gaming and Humble as our 2 top contenders. We saw them at the Brawl Cup, but also it just feels like it's been a long time coming. Defending champions out of Humble have looked unfazed on the land stage. You can say what you want about online, but when they are in an arena, it's just different. And SK, of course, were pushed a little bit. It was a successful score. But right now, Humble have not wavered, have not moved a muscle, have not dropped a game. Something's just clicking right now.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Humble looking on top of the world. And, you know, I don't necessarily think Foot are playing bad. I don't think the drafts have been terrible. But I think Humble are just peaking at the moment. And they need to be against a team like this. So many pros backstage were saying, Foot, they're looking like a contender. They're at least top 3. They could do it all. They're unfazed by the big stage. And so far, it seems Humble are more of the same, unfazed under these conditions. As I said, we're going on to heist in Pit Stop, so it's fast. You've got to be ready to go aggressive. You've got to be ready to defend. And it's going to be a big mode for both of these teams. Do Humble get this sweep done and head to the semis on top of the world? Or do Foot Esports get the dream reverse sweep against the 24 champions?
Our bans have come in, and RT is out for both sides. And the unique one's going to be any berry compositions no longer. Lily, an aggressive brawler, Hank, a tank, is going to be a great one there too. And Otis for defense is just insane right now. So that fact that we're on Pit Stop, again, looking out for brawlers like Kaze and Miko at this point, especially now that we have some of those defenders out of the way. We're running limited on those two. Somebody like Cord is usually a way for teams to kind of get a defensive presence. It's not great for offense, it's not great for high safe damage, but removing somebody to Shadow Realm is a huge help.
Well, it's go time for Semantic and Humble as they pick the Miko early on as the first pick. Got to be cautious of that, just going straight for the safe. But the same can be said about the Shade on the opposing side. Cordelius to go along with it as well. And that can not only defend Semantic, you've got to get it right. It's very easy to miss that super when the Miko's jumping over the top of you time and time again. But it also prevents the Humble from going even more aggression.
Curious if we see something like a kit coming out here soon. I'm going to call it out just in case it happens, but it's a pretty nasty pairing, and I think this could be just a full-out assassin one coming out of Humble. I think they need a flare of defense, but they're running out of top choices. We saw Otis already go off the board, and then on top of that, Cordelius has now been scooped by the other end. So this is going to be Colonel Ruffs. Definitely wouldn't call that an offensive player on that high save.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Ruffs, though. Going to be able to break up this map. Miko likes walls, he likes to be able to jump over them, but his main goal is to just get to the safe. Ruffs can break some of these down, make it harder for the Cordelius, make it harder for the Shade to be in the mid-map portion. Yes, they're going to be able to thrive quite a lot behind those unbreakable walls in front of the safe. But Boss should be able to do a solid job of powering up his teammates and getting that extra damage on offense and defense. Meeple's going to come in, and another brawler who can use walls well.
It's a tough spot to be in. I feel like there's a few aggros that this left-hand side could go if they really wanted to. Buzz comes to mind as somebody, Pro maybe, if they want to dive in at this safe and be crazy. We've seen a lot of different kinds of choices. I'm not quite sure where they land. I don't know if Colonel Ruffs goes sandbags. You could go Carl to try and prevent that out, but with 10 seconds on the clock and their tournament lives in hand, they finally need to get a draft right. It's really hard to out-draft somebody like Humble. Obviously, Foot can show that. Whoa, so they did go beefy, but it's a flashy one.
Well, the El Primo, I welcome it. I really do. When you're under pressure like this, you've got to make those big moves and try and get something going. A few big plays with Primo can make your mentality go incredibly wild. Well, in the right way, at least. As we head on to this possible last set, I should say, as Humble are 2-0 up against the 23 world champions. They're both looking to continue their run and try to get to the semis. This could be the last, or it could be the start of something special for Foot Esports.
Time to come alive, Foot Esports. You're 2023 champions, and you need to show it here, but it's a different year, a different time, and it could just be another year. Humble, back one, gain a trophy. They've already got a belt at home. What's one more?
Well, a good dodge and a few shots onto the safe early on. Good defense again from Humble. And a good amount of work from the Miko once more to get down that left-hand side against the Cordelius and find a couple of shots. Meow's going to realm up the Ruffs here, which I don't think's that incredible, to be honest with you. It's going to allow Gero to go a bit further, but Lukey's already got a hypercharge after that first defense. Meteor coming down, and all three on offense, trying to get the job done. Gero gets stopped, and Cordelius taken down too, and Semantic doing as much as 3.
The one little monkey on the bottom right-hand side is doing enough to equate to what the full Foot offense is doing. You can start seeing the vision of why Meeple was picked. They want to get shots through walls. That's why they matched with El Primo. He can jump over anything, can get in your face at any moment, and he's dishing out a lot of damage here. Foot have taken a lead now.
That was disgusting. I don't know if he was just giving it to his teammate or that was the best prediction of all time, but we'll give him the credit when it's required. There's the last break for the side of Humble, and Miko still in an aggressive position. He's just going to go up. It's going to be a base race, but Gero goes down. Lukey's coming up with the hypercharge. Can they add more damage to the safe? He's going to come out with a lot of ammo. Meeple's there, and so's the damage for Humble. Match point up next.
Questionable decision-making there. Cordelius shadow realmed, and instead of holding firm, dashed to the other side of the map. Because of that, once Semantic popped out, they could take advantage. Just a couple shots, and obviously that star power making a huge influence for why Miko gets selected. He's an insane damage dealer onto that safe. He has free mobility. They have to rein in the monkey.
Semantic going now, and Meow will follow him, but he'll just jump back the other way. Semantic's taking him to the shops now, and he'll get a kill on the backside as well with a nice little gadget. Semantic absolutely taking Meow around the ringer and gets the first crack.
In the meanwhile, Foot have only mustered 6% damage. A stronghold in the middle. Luki dropping a super, making a few tags on the Shade with the right-hand side. Now Garo flanking left. They've spaced the floor. Now up the middle. It's a full onslaught coming in from Foot. They're willing to make this trade. It's still Semantic on the lower end. It's going to require an excellent defense here as Na'Vi tries to strike. No! Boss survives! Oh, look at this! Now it's just Meow. They don't have enough damage, and Semantic is continuing to pour it in.
I mean, Garo's leaving again. Semantic's going to get the last crack required. And coming up top, he's up against two players, and one of them has a hypercharge. They're eventually going to be able to clean up the defense and start moving forwards. But now he has a hypercharge in hand, but a lot of work to do. Boss powered up down the left-hand side, all of them playing mid. Can Semantic get the break he needs? He gets realmed, but that takes Meow out the mix for a while as well.
Now Semantic gonna flip sides. He can jump over that wall, though. They need an insane surge of offense. Otherwise, it's going to be the 2024 World Champions taking it down. Yet another obstacle in their path.
Well, now coming forwards, Meow's gonna be able to realm, but he gets nothing back. That was hypercharge too. Garo's just gonna try and defend, but a Meeple super will stop him. Semantic coming up, and he should be able to get it done as the 2024 World Champions take down the 2023 champions.
It looked way too easy. A very different team than what we saw on day number 1. They wanted to face adversity. I guess they had enough. The taste of that wasn't in their flavor, but they do have an endless hunger for winning. Global conquerors and now championship killers.
Incredible moment for Humble to get the job done here in a quick 3-0 sweep against a team as powerful as Foot. Gives them so much presence in these semi-finals. They're going to be up against Revenant X-Spark. Obviously, it's going to be a tough match, but looking at that, how can they be stopped?
Humble stumbled on day 1, and ever since then they rushed through their competition. 3-0, another 3-0, another third 3-0 against Foot Esports. And Trev, you mentioned it, 2024 beats 2023 champion. Now can they do it again? Can Humble be the back-to-back world champions? First, they have to make it through the semis. Revenant is not going to be an easy task here. Looking at the draft, Kenny, was it just a draft?
I'm not sure what to make of this. I really don't feel like Foot played super poorly. I think Humble were just through the roof. It's staggering to see the contrast in this team that played Crazy Raccoon just 2 days ago. Sometimes you're just gonna wake up a different team. Humble, something special. I had them as the winner before this tournament started, but they made me question it. I picked SK Gaming, I'm back to Humble. I'm all over the place right now. They put the world back on watch.
I am too. My heart can't take this anymore, especially since I'm a lover of very close matches. We got one at least, so thank you to Loud and Revenant X-Spark. But Humble could have made it a bit closer. Please, give us some more Brawl Stars to watch.
Just play worse. Just play worse. On the biggest stage, trying to get to the semi-finals, just give us some more games, please.
We are here to cast as many matches as possible. I'm glad we still got 3 for you. The next 2 are going to be our semi-finals, and the next one is going to be 2 teams that haven't faced each other that often on an international stage. I'm looking forward to it truly. It's going to be SK Gaming versus Crazy Raccoon.
Go for it, let's go.
Yeah, I told it.
Guys, they're still nervous. They didn't win a single game. Look at that. I know they're fucking nervous. No, but like they're fucking nervous. No. They just won one round.
Alright.
You won't want to miss these next 3 matches. It's time for the semi-finals. SK Gaming versus Crazy Raccoon up next. 2 titans we've seen so often on this stage before. And both of them, for one of them, it will be time to finally win a World Finals. For the other one, it's been a while. So for both of them, it's time to step into the Grand Final again. But unfortunately, we will have to say goodbye to one of them now.
I mean, there's a lot on the line here for these two. And again, 2 rosters that rarely play in matches of consequence, right? Elimination games, ones with really high stakes. As was mentioned earlier, they've played in the past in the group stage. That's fine, but this is a very different scenario here for SK Gaming, who now have to put their money where their mouth is. They've been making claims all year. This is our year. We're going to go all the way. Now they need to put up or shut up against the world's best.
I mean, there's no more David and Goliath story. This is only Goliath at this stage. And for Yoshi, for Joker, and for OPE, this is going to be their biggest test yet. SK Gaming are renowned for their top 4 finish last year, but this, again, the job is not done. They're looking for top 2 at the very least. And they've never looked better, in my opinion.
I just hate watching SK Gaming's matches, though. They always end in a 3-0 anyway.
No, I mean, they have been very one-sided so far for this team. And it's always kind of scary coming into these top-cut games without losses. Like, you haven't really experienced that at this LAN. Crazy Raccoon, though, have got some degree of experience in handing out those fat L's because they've done it to Humble already. They've done it to every other team that's in their way. And they've quickly brought us back to reality, remembering that there are sleeping giants in East Asia waiting to come alive.
For me, this is such a scary roster because it doesn't matter if they're behind. They know that they are still in it, and with a little shoulder shuffle, you know, you can bet your bottom dollar that they're going to come back strong under pressure.
I think this is the biggest difference between those 2 teams so far. SK hasn't dropped a single set, and Crazy Raccoon is known now to reverse sweep anyone who's 2-0 up against them.
Yeah, that's
so those
graphic.
2 now facing up against each other. And yeah, talking about what we're seeing on our screens here, SK and Crazy Raccoon haven't faced in a playoffs yet in any of the last 4 years. They did face in the group stage once. How did that go, Ark?
It was a sweep in favor of CR, so, I mean, not great as far as that's concerned, but I think for them, they were just kind of grateful that they were not going to run into Tribe, who sweeped them in the previous years. Historically, that was the battle, but so much time has now passed. SK Gaming have got bigger and better rivals, and they've got to now demonstrate that they can go up against the very best of East Asia to then see what happens in that grand final. Who's going to meet them there?
I think coming into this weekend, many of us expected to have SK Gaming and Crazy Raccoon in the finals. Those 2 are now in the semi-finals up against each other. We'll see who will take it in the end.
Facing Crazy Raccoon also look really scary because they won against Humble that didn't lose a single LAN match since 1 year's half. They are Japan also, so they mean they're really good at skill.
Despite being the larger gym carrier, he's trying to burn down this block. Did he pop it too early, though? Luffy, he's gonna go. Mario with the triple hyper, though, and Steel.
So I think we will have to really prepare well our draft to beat them.
SK は、とにかく、スクリームの勝率も非常に高くて、さらに、ずっと大会でもいい成績を残しているので。
Joker comes forward with the shield now. Beast's trying to get active at the bottom of the map, but it might be too late. Joker picked off. Hypercharge super here for Yoshi. He destroys the Beme.
大会でのその強さっていうのの勝負を負けないようにしたいなというふうに思います。
And then there were 4. This weekend has had some astonishing moments, but we are not out of the woods yet. Fighting for a spot in the grand final, please welcome your first semi-finalist. They are SK Gaming! They are Joker, Yoshi, and Ope. East Asia's finest. They are Crazy Raccoon. They are Moya, Milkrio, and Tensai. Both dominant teams this week, but for one of them, The journey ends here.
They look thrilled to be on the stage today, and we are thrilled to have them. SK Gaming on the left-hand side, first seed of the MEA. On the right-hand side, we have the fourth seed of East Asia, Crazy Raccoon. Those two regions have been standing in the semi-finals ever since I can think Brawl Stars.
Yeah, I mean, they are top 4 favorites, basically shoe-ins to be at the upper end of the tournament, but never have they had to go up against one another. And for two teams with very similar philosophies, I think, when it comes to how they draft Brawl Stars, Crazy Raccoon have been very scrappy, true to the name, whereas SK Gaming, in-game, in terms of execution, have been squeaky clean, elegant, and close to perfect in how they've run their strategy into the match.
The SK Gaming coming in as such a favourite for Crazy Raccoon. A lot of pressure based on last year's performance at the World Finals. Top 2 is where they made it, beaten only by Humble. For SK Gaming, a chance, a glimmer of hope to be able to make that top 2 that they've craved since the very dawn of Brawl. This will be their toughest opposition yet. Will they make it look that way? That's the question. Again, Crazy Raccoon, they don't take lying down for an answer. It's down until the very final second is over as to whether it will be a win or a loss for them. They are impenetrable. If you look back to the LCQ, it didn't matter how many Brazilian fans were cheering against them with Castor Brawl as their opposition, and they were able to reverse or sweep that. I have never seen such a commendable comeback in Brawl Stars.
It's lovely to see that so many fans have traveled here to Stockholm as well to participate in this adventure and make sure that their team know they are supporting them. SK Gaming with 81% also over on event.brawlstars.com. Not only on the website, but also here in the arena, their fans are showing up.
Undermine going to be our first map in this set. It's Gem Grab to get us started. First things first, address the issue of the OP Tara. SK Gaming are always looking for an aggressive side laner with very good catch potential on an enemy gem carrier. That's got to be in your sights, and bam, straight away banned out by Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, alongside the Pam and the Mina, which I think are really good, solid drafting sides of Crazy Raccoon there. Charlie, Sandy, and the Ali band by SK Gaming. First pick for SK coming in now, could potentially deviate towards the Grey. Certainly they wanted to get their hands on that Pam. The Lily is a very aggressive one. We've seen how dangerous SK can be with it. Oh, it's Crazy Raccoon. They might want to have the Charlie in that back pocket had it not been banned out by SK, so you're going to have a good, solid response for it. Buster could be that. Something aggressive to be able to have a helping hand. This gadget would helping massively in that regard.
I would have been super surprised if we did not see a Lily come out of SK just now. Lily has been one of their favorite brawlers to pick on Gem Grab, just to get the comeback in the end. Now on the other side, Fink to hold control on lane. He's super good, maybe even as a gem carrier. Crow, one of those other brawlers that I would definitely see here for either gem carrier or lane. Just something to scout those bushes.
There's nothing in the kit for Finks, though, to deal with Lily outside of the gadget, which would give you at least some breathing room. So Crazy Raccoon need to work into their draft and answer to this aggression. 3 things you need in Gem Grab: a safe mid, an answer to a tank, just like this one here, and then, of course, an aggressive side laner with some form of dive yourself. The Crazy Raccoon have got most of their team got rounded out. And what I like about their last pick being left open here is that's going to be the most definitive piece of the puzzle. How do they address SK's gem carrier? How do they close the gap, put pressure, and actually, inflict the threat of those gems being spilled?
I like the idea of a final pick Kaze on the side of Crazy Raccoon myself. They've got the Otis to be able to defend against it. The Kaze can dash away from it. It would leave little for the Lily to be able to do. Gus going to come in as certainly a mid choice for SK Gaming, and that shielding going to be instrumental, especially handed over to the Lily, or could be their third and final pick. Ollie is still open here. Ruffsto is going to supply that drop to the opposite to themselves, buff them up, keep them nice and aggressive in terms of their HP and damage. So I like that a lot.
Crazy Raccoon still looking for a gem carrier. Is it going to be Crow, Janet maybe? Something to jump out of the way whenever Lily wants to come in close and comfy and take those gems for the side of SK Gaming. Uber, do you have any other idea?
Might still be Finks as the gem carrier. Kit here now gives you an option to go aggressive. This is pretty out there, I've got to say, especially going up against the Gus. That Kit is by no means guaranteed, especially if the Gus is able to shield the Kit's target. The Kit's target generally is going to be the Gus, who, of course, if they can recover from that dive, will be able to pick themselves back up and keep fighting. This, for me, it's a little bit rocky, this Crazy Raccoon draft. I'm not sold on it.
What will Finks do against the Lily?
It's one of those things which, as a gem carrier, those would be spending a lot of time in that mid and utilising the shots. It's more the kit that, for me, is a defensive measure against the Lily, whereas I feel like they could have gone with an aggressive idea more so themselves. But let's see, it will certainly be a good brawler to combine with themselves to ensure survivability of those gems. Tensai needs to hop on Milk Free, he can.
It's the little genius and his merry band up against the uncrowned kings of EMEA. We're on the jab grab, folks, and already things have gone a little wrong for Tensai. With Joker showing himself so aggressively at the top of the map, it's forced an east-west split, which is not favouring Crazy Raccoon.
Boy, it's forced back. Oh, nice connection there from Tensai. OP goes down with his trays all round in that mid, leaving just 3 players down.
Very good.
2 there on the side of CR, means that Milk Rio can force these gems and stick straight into the pocket. SK are very slow to the mark.
Easy to forget sometimes that Finks has really high damage, so can fend for himself if he gets dived. This timing from Tensai has been fantastic. Joker has the gadget to get away from the kit, and so far things are looking smooth sailing for Crazy Raccoon.
Nice takedown from Joker, but he cannot outstay his welcome. He does. Milk Rio will punish the action and still force himself into that 9th gem. There is one on the side of SK. It's a bit deep for them to go, but Moya should be able to claim that one from the mid. And it's already countdown for CR, making this one look easy.
Not quite enough respect, I think, is being paid to Milk Rio in this game. He does more than just safely collect gems. He controls the battlefield, and he hits very, very hard with these attacks. Ope able to get himself back up and alive. Milk Rio's low, eyes on the Finks. Everybody watch him in the right side corner. Joker gets away with absolute murder. Gadget isn't available. No, Tensai's able to respond, and now the countdown has resumed.
Brutal for Joker. Had that gadget been there, it could have been an answer for an escape. But now Milk Rio popping the hypercharge, giving himself maximum maneuvering ability. 7 seconds of break from Yoshi, but at the moment Tensai is on the left. They're going to have to force their hand, and Tensai can jump as well, straight onto the shoulders of a teammate. And the first game will go the way of Crazy Raccoon.
Sloppy from SK Gaming, very sloppy. You can see the look on Ope's face. There's some heated discussion as to what went wrong for them in that round. They had an opportunity to get those gems away, but Joker without a gadget could not slip into the Shadow Realm. So SK Gaming need to shore things up here. Milk Rio's playing more aggressively than they are expecting. It's caught them off guard.
Yeah, OPE didn't look too happy in the draft too, so maybe Crazy Raccoon saw through the strategy and the Brawler picks that SK would like to have got their hands on. Either way you look at it, they've got to work with this, and I think a lot of that's going to have to come from Joker. For him, if he can just pop off, really target Milk Rio at a time when he has not got much utility. There you go, exactly that. Getting some good taps. Tensai now can finish him off, and does.
Kitty's favoured in the head-to-head against Lily. We've seen that play out time after time on this map already. I was scared about Crazy Raccoon's draft, but the last pick kit seems to be the antidote to the chaos that Lily is trying to inflict on the game. Joker's ignoring Tensai, looking for Milk Rio. Almost passes him by, hits the super, but there's too much damage coming back the way of CR. And Yoshi is not able to help Ope, or Joker rather, in these fights.
Yeah, Joker got a good advantage point, but needed the support, but now he's got the hypercharge. Milk Rio is forced away from the mid, but Crazy Raccoon only needs 7 gems, and there's 1 lurking, picked up now by Yoshi. Tensai low, he goes down, that's 3 dropped onto the map. Joker is the penalty for gets the hypercharge connection onto Milk Rio as well. He's juking his time between players. Now they're with Tensai. It might help actually on the side of SK that they are now with the kit.
Hypercharge here for the Ruffs. That could be another Lily hypercharge, potentially, yes. Joker snaps it up, knows it's on him to go after Tensai. 7 gems on the kit is a dangerous proposition for Crazy Raccoon, but they've got to make it work. Plenty of time in the round for Crazy Raccoon to give some space to formulate their strategy. Milk Rio is dealt with. Moya's holding a gem here and will be forced to drop it with 1 more shot. And so Tensai has to scoop it up again.
But now look at this, SK are all over this mid. It's Tensai and Milk Rio who are trying to break through, and all the time that they can't, it's gems more over to SK. Moya has got a hypercharge, and we know what that stun can bring on the side of the Otis. A break there from Yoshi, and a gem from the mid. 9 apiece either side.
Moya body blocked that super that came in from the Lily. So Tensai is sitting pretty here at 9 gems. Yoshi's flattened, gems are spilled. Joker to the Shadow Realm, can't pick them up. He's got to go for the throat, but he is going to pull up short. Crazy Raccoon, another grim reminder of where SK came from. Tensai heads for the hills, gets away with the Horde.
Not the start that we expected from SK Gaming. Being completely honest, the first time that I've seen them feel flustered in this competition. And they're going to have to shake that draft off. Come back fresh, come back strong. Because CR can get some valuable momentum off the back of this game. You know that charisma is something which they are not lacking on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Even when they are against the match point in the risk of being swept, they are still pretty much that team which can bring each other back in the game.
Finally, we see SK Gaming put to the test. And you can see the frustration already emerge after that first round of gem grab. There is a bit of a disconnect here between the different departments of the SK Gaming branch. Struggling, I think, Yoshi getting to the game at a lot of points. The fact is that Lily needs a bit of backup after she dies. She doesn't quite have the damage to burst Milkryo down. And Tensai, with super available, can actually win that duel. It got a bit awkward with Crazy Raccoon having all their gems on the kit in the end, but the body block of the Lily super we saw from Moya was perfect, keeping Tensai out of harm's reach, allowing for Crazy Raccoon to finish the job.
And that was the key moment there for me. Milkryo's hypercharge there really did force the hand of Yoshi. And Jogo had to go into the realm. I mean, the gems were dropped, but he's got to go forwards. He has not got the time to do anything but. And it just meant that Crazy Raccoon could put all their eggs in one basket, and most importantly, keep them there. One set up now, putting the pressure onto SK early on.
So far, Moya's been my standout player for Crazy Raccoon, the one I've been watching, mechanically gifted and really exerting his influence on the map. But that gem grab set for me was all about Milkryo. Such a problem. When he lost, I guess, his title as gem carrier in that second round, he goes on offense, he controls the map. You can see how impossible it was for the Gus to hit him with any of those balloons with that super down. It sneaks through the draft. The Finks really, as a first pick, seems pretty obvious. The kit, though, much less so. Let's cast our eyes now over towards Brawl Ball. And SK Gaming have had a couple of moments to catch their breath. Arc, you better hope it'll be enough.
Yeah, that's what's needed. And probably some choice words there from Pedro. Just to reset the mental, remind the players who they are and what they're capable of. That's what's important here. The other thing is a good draft. And SK will need that now to take that bit of pressure off. For me here, Ruff's definitely going to be up there in terms of the bans. It's kind of got to be or a first pick worthy brawler. It could be first picked here. Then Otis going to be banned out, as well as the Mo and the Juju, Willow, Cordelis, and the Mina also. Other throwers then could be an option, considering that the Juju is the biggest of offenders, as well as the Willow. Larry and Laurie is an option. Shade here definitely could have a pretty decent game as well. Let's see whether SK do go for the Ruff's first pick or whether they want to kind of commit to something else. Tankier options here are on the cards as well. Hank and various healers to back that kind of brawler up could definitely be an option here too.
Crazy Raccoon might be trying to lay a trap by leaving the Hank open and instead opting to ban the Willow and the Mina, as they probably have to. Meeple comes in first, of course. This is the kind of map, like many of them, where that Meeple can find great success. I think we've seen it in Yoshi's hands at times over the course of this tournament, and it's looked really potent. Doesn't really give away too much more about SK's wider strategy here on Sunny Soccer. There's a lot of room for those gap-closing, tankier brawlers, and Hank will be opted for first by Crazy Raccoon. SK have to game plan for this if they value the first pick of Meeple so highly. They've got to accept that they're going to lose the Hank.
Yeah, the Otis ban there is going to be a bit of a problem now. We're going to have an answer to Hank. I mean, it's definitely with SK's potential to bring in Shelly in moments like this even, as OP is a fantastic one at that and a big comfort pick for them. But the Jae Youngs would make the Hank even more dangerous. Ali is an option as well if they want to go on the aggressive and just fight fire with fire. But this Hank is a problem. Even Macy is an SK Gaming pick that would help in hand this kind of situation. And it is actually going to come in. I think that's wise, because OP is fantastic. It's the brawler that many squads do not deviate towards, but it makes a ton of sense. Resetting that Hank bubble is what it's all designed for.
Yeah, and there's no part of Macy's game in which she's really weak. At long range, of course, is where she's at her best in terms of her main attack, as it accelerates the longer it's in the air. But defensively, she has a super that can inflict a slow on people. She has a gap close or disengage ability. And obviously, she can combo that together to very quickly emerge in the midst of her opponents. And Shade will round this comp out. And make no mistake, this is not the tankiest setup for SK Gaming. This setup is going to require them to be aggressive. They must come forward on the map here because they need to constantly apply pressure to nullify the consistent healing that Moya is going to put out, plus the innate tankiness and sustain that Hank boasts, especially with his own hypercharge.
Oh no, Kid again.
There's no answer to this.
It's going to be one of those small finals. Oh my word.
There's no answer to this.
I'm just going to keep bringing it, it feels.
This could be very, very dangerous for SK Gaming. And now it forces them as well to try and double up on the kit when they dive in as opposed to just trying to play their own lanes. And if you're playing Shade, you're not really in a position to do much about that. If one of your teammates gets doped by the kit, you kind of just have to look on and hope that your other teammate is clued in enough to assist them. Tensai once again will be on the kit. It was instrumental in that previous set, and now we head out to Sunny Soccer for our second set. Crazy Raccoon have issued a challenge. A gauntlet has been thrown, and it's up to SK to respond.
Well, Yoshi already tapping. He was doing a beautiful Meeple game earlier. The kit can jump out of the box. That's the problem now as well. So Meeple's gadget going to be a little bit less effective. Joker with some huge arms. Diamond Warrior gadget off the Jae-Young. It's not enough to stop the early goal of SK.
If SK can drag Crazy Raccoon out into the open and sort of peg these shots at them, it's going to be hard for CR to have more than one player to defend. Moy's being ignored for the most part. Ope's happy just to fire free shots in the direction of the Hank. Can dive close up with that gadget should it be required. Nicely done. Ope's able to assist Joker when he gets doped by the kid, and now Moy is in trouble. There's the bubble reset off the super, and it's an insta-kill here onto the Hank.
It's all about the comfort picks, baby. I love to see it. OP did a fantastic job there on defense. Exactly what Joker needs to survive that scenario. Tenzo though has now got jump. Moya trying to find that bubble connection, but slightly missing. There's the long arm swipe of Joker, keeping CR on their toes. Josh just trying to tap in to Moya and Tensai.
So much healing available here to Moya, of course, with Tensai sitting in the backpack. Joker's just got to get out of the map. There's no escape, no hope. Crazy Raccoon spot the equalizer.
I have a charge from Yoshi. They're going to have to utilize it as much as possible. Great taps onto Tensai. He's forced to jump onto the shoulders of his teammates. OP with a massive ability. Oh my God, cycling it tremendously well.
Easy
a
goal.
big roll falls. It's going to be SK that get themselves a game.
There's a key weakness with using the kit super defensively like that onto one of your teammates. It prevents you from spreading effectively across the map to defend against these thrusts from SK. Moya is forced to move front and center when he has that kit super on him. Otherwise, the ball will slip past, just like it did there.
Really powerful stuff. Exactly what SK need, but this set's still all up for grabs. They can't get too cozy in that regard. Fist long arms there from Joker, as Tensai just playing it cautiously in that mid. They have some helping hand speed from Milgria shortly. OP considering bringing the ball back, maybe even there, but thought better of it. Tensai goes for the jump, will not survive it. Yoshi, low HP, is going to have to heal up.
It's a miracle that the Meeple gets out of that one alive, I'll be honest. Yoshi living to fight yet another day. Joker caught in a bit of a compromising spot, and Moy is healthy. This is dangerous. When you have a Hank crossing into your half of the field at full health, you have to have your wits about you. Tensai has a super, can take out one of the defenders, render them completely useless, but instead wants to just back up Moya. The super out from Joker is enough. The ball is cleared, but it may not be for long enough. Tensai can pass to Moya, and Crazy Raccoon can get on the board first.
Yeah, good to see no signs of fumbling, because sometimes moments like that, when the pressure is on you, they can get the better of you, but it's Crazy Raccoon. They've got ice in their veins. Yoshi placing down the super into the mid. Tensai into the cardboard box, and the hypercharge from Moya could be brutal. Pushing down this left-hand side. No signs of spraying now. The hypercharge is popped, and Moya goes on to the aggressive torpedoes for the healing. Joker low HP. Tensai will finish him off. A pass through, but Yoshi's there still. Now he goes down to Milgria, and surely now LCR can force the hand and get this game!
Keeping it interesting, Crazy Raccoon. And again, if SK take their foot off the gas for a second, if they let their Hank into their side of the field at full health, they don't really have to burst damage to take him out. Tensai was lingering there, looming with that super available, and SK knew they'd be down to 2 players in order to defend.
Early swipes from Joker. Tensai coming back here as well, as it says that OP might be trying to go on the aggressive. All safe for now. Joker low. OP needs to consider taking some time out himself. Milgria has been tapping for this right-hand side, and now Tensai's in a dangerous spot, especially here. Joker now, what's going down and does. And this is the good stars here from CR.
Yoshi's stuck in the corner, and he doesn't have the space to heal because he needs to fire off these shots. He's going to go down to this bubble. Moya picks him up. Joker has to go aggressive. He needs to clear these offenders out. Fish torpedoes used. Tensai with a dive, and Joker, there's no help for him. Great spot to find that kid super. And SK can only look on as they lose their captain.
Yeah, Joker couldn't get himself inside the wall in time, but now straight up the spawn and trying to get maximum value. Look, Rio is low here as well, but Joker missed the swipe. Now he picks it up. OPE though traded out. Moya's gonna go for Joker surely here, but a great gadget from Yoshi. He might steal the ball away, choosing to retain it, but Joker coming back down with OPE just in the nick of time.
SK need a Meeple Super to get some poke down on Crazy Raccoon. It's too easy to dodge away from these long shots. Joker with a hypercharge though, every slap doing full damage. He's able at least to clear them some room. Now, you have what you need for SK. Meeple Super in the middle, give Ope clear sight lines to land these shots. He's got the defensive option in the Super. Keep an eye out for that.
What a dash from Joker there to avoid 10 slides. OPE
double kill!
There's the double! Can Yoshi pass it forwards now? Milk Rio is the last man standing for CR, and SK need this set! It's in! SK Gaming get the goal that they need! And the timer is low. Surely now they can just hold their own. It could be a set.
No one knows how to park the bus like SK Gaming, but it's a new era for this team, and they've got teeth this time around. Joker charges forward, going for it. Ope here, able to pass the ball up, but Joker is too low. That offense fizzles out for SK Gaming, but they can fall back to halfway. They've got to respect this kid's super arc.
Joker has got hypercharge as well. He's going to need it really for his team now, especially now that Tensai has joined Moya. OPE has to as well, goes for the pass actually, and Joker always went for it. CR baiting it. Yoshi there though for support pass.
It's an open goal!
And that's an open goal! No matter what, surely can walk this one in. They knew. SK Gaming keep themselves alive. They bring back a set.
That's more like it. Some prime SK Gaming, not old SK Gaming. It's the new look from this team. These guys have some killers. When there's a jugular to go for, they will bite down. Joker leads the way, charging up the map, looking to get that shade damage in. And Ope's multi-taps were absolutely instrumental. 385 damage on Maisie, who we rarely see since 2023. Makes her way back in and shows just how potent her kit is against this Hank composition.
It's funny that so many teams have deviated away to other brawlers when it comes to answering the Hank. But OP was always so good with Maisie. And it's not in the worst of spots, showing just how beautiful he can make it work. Joker as well had a tough time in that game because ultimately Jae Young with the Weekend Warrior gadgets can just punish the action if he wants to go on the aggressive. He's going to be more calculated in that approach. For SK Gaming, that was a must-win set in my opinion, just based purely on how they looked off the back of that first set defeat. They have to have some wind in their sails, or that could have gone very ugly.
Any other team in SK Gaming's shoes, though, with this competition could have fallen flat. There are so many things that need to go right for them here against just a broadly powerful comp featuring Kit and Hank. Yoshi, the prime facilitator here. Those supers set Ope up to get early damage down because you're on a map where it's hard to win the poke war. There are so many barriers, so many things that block your line of sight as Macy, and your main tool is your ability to get that damage from a safe distance. If that Meeple Super's not up, SK Gaming find themselves losing ground, giving up map control. They fight back in because they have the secret weapon. It's Joker on the shade.
Coach Pedro's parents in the crowd. You know that they're going to be cheering at the top of their lungs for their boy. And so far, SK tied things up, and now some smiles start to shine on their faces because it was a very different story in that first set, but what a difference it made. Brawl going their way, but now on to Dueling Beetles and Hot Zone. And you've got to be very cautious here. It's a very unforgiving map. Brawls like Pam for survivability, Ruffs to bring your teammates really into the forefront. I think that Draco's a bit of a consideration here. Kaze as well. Those aggressive brawlers and the tanky ones too. The Hanks, you can be sure they're not banned. They're probably going to be picked. Let's see how the teams are feeling about the bans are in Juju, Ruffs and Charlie for SK, Pam, Hank and Mina for Crazy Raccoon.
If the winds are blowing the right way, we might have a Yoshi Gale game on our hands. We've seen less and less of that pick, but in the lead up, we realized that it can be very powerful still on this map. Finks comes in for SK. Just incredible. As part of SK's game plan, we saw this earlier today, they just rotate one player at a time onto the hot zone at all times. Finks is going to assist with that staying power. SK Gaming, especially between Ope and Yoshi, always have someone rotating in and out. The Pam is not going to be an option for them, and that sustain was kind of part of the game plan that lets them always have someone's foot on the point. They need to find another form of sustain innately if they can get it, and damage mitigation via Finks' super can certainly help.
Meeple coming in for Crazy Raccoon. a very dominant gadget that can just really ensure that the entirety of your opposition cannot reach the zone. Legendary drop coming forwards as well. Fingers crossed for you, my man. Let's see what you get.
What do we got? Okay,
I hope and pray that you get your wish.
He better add you. That is next level, brother. Hats off to you. Okay, Crazy Raccoon here, of course, looking for our next pick in the draft. It's going to be the Crow. Now, again, Crow's shield is massive. 40% damage reduction. That's flat. It's not up to a certain amount. It's 40% for the whole duration of those 3 seconds. That makes this Crow, which only has about 5,500 health, actually much tankier than he seems, especially against sources of high burst damage. So keep that one in your back pocket. Boy will also have the ability to dive in to try and clear out anyone from SK who's trying to heal up, who's trying to get out of the fight. Again, the gameplay, remember, is slow and steady for SK. They really are patient. They just make sure they're always getting percentage. Gray here, I feel like, is a great round out to this setup. Hank is not available, so you don't have that combo at your disposal. But there are a number of brawlers you can send hurtling towards Crazy Raccoon, and Draco will be the choice for SK Gaming.
That's a big pick for Crazy Raccoon, so credit to SK. Take it off the board, use it for yourselves. Makes a ton of sense. The last stand, of course, as a gadget, will keep the Draco alive for much, much longer, with the ability to slow down time with the Finks. Those dodges and jukes are going to be much easier to do, and the flames are going to be coming at Crazy Raccoon in full force. Gale is their answer. It's not a bad one in my opinion, and a good shout from you as well. I think on this map, it makes a lot of sense, not necessarily top of the meta, but definitely a circumstantial brawler that can get some good value.
I feel like it is a concession though. Crazy Raccoon realize they've not been able to secure the Draco when there's no tank that they really feel comfortable pitting into them, so they have to take a countermeasure. We know how powerful Gale is, but he can really struggle in some of those longer lanes. He has to go up against Finks and Gray, two brawlers that will have his number. This has to be a perfect Gale game, even if he's well positioned against the Draco. There's so much else at work.
Milkrio's going to be running Twist up, and if they can get deep in within that center area to place it down, it will block off SK, and Joker will really have to bring those dimensional doors in another side for his team. So far, it's Crazy Raccoon now that are tiptoeing their way onto the zone, as SK has a pretty decent start for the most part. And now OP already brings the flames to the party.
Now, Joker steps up and then TP's out. He baits the dive in from Moya and then cleans him up. SK have a slim lead, but Joker is not healthy enough to fight. He'll send some shots out, but this will further delay things. But that dimensional door will allow for Ope to appear in the midst of the point, but he doesn't have time to use that last stand gadget at all.
Yeah, it disappears equally as quickly as appearing. Now, Tensai low, but has the support here of Milkrio, who will slow down OP, force him back with the Gale Force. And now it's going to be SK Gaming that are doing a fantastic job of retaining this mid. Hypercharge in for Tensai, but look at that. That's exactly what you want. Bring in a fixed ball. These shots are going to be much easier to avoid.
Bro is Neo right now. Yoshi dodging as much as he possibly can, and he's done enough. SK now have a nice, healthy lead, and Ope is going to be knocked back by that Gale's super, though, not able to stay in the fight. SK still have a dimensional door in play. Joker actually has that expire. It's going to be Ope now under hypercharge conditions. They're going to go for it here. Walking Cane doesn't hit, but it doesn't have to. Ope never had to use the super until now. And Milkrio in a song of fire and ice. It's going to be the Draco that wins out, and that's dangerous. He almost delivered Draco in his own teammate's midst, but Moya was able to capitalize, pick him off. SK have a lead. Now they've got to capitalize.
Back to the fixture gadgets, no dice. OP trying to push his way forwards now with the Lick of Flame. The Joker has as well a dimensional door. So far, Crazy Raccoon holding very much firm on this zone. A jump down from Moya, a trade there as well, but Yoshi, the 1 versus 2, is really going to struggle as Crazy Raccoon keep the high ground. One last ditch attempt from OP, all alone to do it, and it's not enough for SK. Crazy Raccoon will get the first game.
You can see how much harder it is for SK to execute their strategy when they don't have a Pam in their midst. They need to take more risks. And frankly, they need to generate more of those Fink supers. Yoshi needs to be able to hit these shots or just be set up in a position to connect them more frequently. Once that super's in play, you don't need healing. You have damage mitigation of a sort.
Good Walking Cane connection off the bat from Joker. Yoshi couldn't quite finalise the shots from Milkrio, but it's not too much of a hassle for now, but OP is surely going to fall here, and he does, and now it's going to put a lot of pressure onto the shoulders of Joker. Surprised didn't actually going to TP in on the throw there,
do it now.
Just to secure the lane, allow Yoshi to go straight towards the mid, but going to set it up for his teammates, as it's more important to have that Draco contest.
Okay, yeah, that TP's just being set up for Ope to make use of. So all eyes here on this Draco. Can he make enough space? That is some sharp shooting from Joker, and that's going to buy SK Gaming back into the lead.
Joker now trying to kill the real low, but not quite going to be enough there. Goes down very quickly. Tensai popping there, hypercharge as well. That's beautiful fixed gadget. Super there, just slowing everything down. Joker coming in straight in with a shield, and now SKL getting stood up.
Yoshi's super completely negated the fixed hypercharge. That was massive, but we need more from Yoshi. He needs to connect some more of these shots. He's built another super for the next fight. That is going to be a big deal. And here comes Ope. Joker again, snipes out Milk Rio, and Moya's running out of options. OK Gaming threatening to run away with the round now. Yoshi steps up, still shielded from the hypercharged TP, and Ope is front and center. Should be able to build up yet another super. It's a hypercharge, in fact. There's no way into this game for Crazy Raccoon. SK shut them out.
Joker went absolutely crazy, and he had to. Tapping away. CR were just target practice, but now this is so important for both of these two sides. One game for a set to take the lead. OBE giving some instructions to his teammates. That was much better from SK, but as we know, Crazy Raccoon have got a really solid comp. They've got to keep bringing in the time warps of this thing. Already a lovely walking cane from Joker, and immediately Moya goes down.
And Ope is so far up the map, still alive. That is massive. He'll just get some free capture progress here. Use the healing, the innate healing his star power offers him, and keep stacking up the Benjamins. 24% and counting, and SK Gaming looks like they might have figured it out.
We'll jump in from Milk Rio. And there's the time warp. It actually does kill the eyes there of Yoshi. Missed Kane as well from Joker on the left-hand side. And a big +3 blow from Milk Rio. Last stand for OPE. Stays alive a little bit longer. Oh! Moya's getting trade. Yoshi now low. He's going to fall. But already 60% for SK.
And this is what they want to do. Rotate onto the point. Just throw themselves now. But at Crazy Raccoon, they've got such a lead. And Ope appears in a flourish of flame. Tensai at risk of being burnt to a crisp. But Ope's going to back up. 76% and counting. SK Gaming are relentless. They are a tsunami, and they refuse to be washed away. Moya now can only look on. He doesn't have the health to contest this. And SK Gaming find the right answer amidst the chaos. Crazy Raccoon, back to the showers, back to the drawing board. It's an SK Gaming set.
You can see the difference in SK there. Those celebrations very reserved, because they know how important this next set is. It could be the set to land them into a grand finals on the world stage for the first time in their careers. Match stats in Moya couldn't have done more. 15 kills, 390 DPS for Tensai. But what a tough one. Again, that combination of the Draco, the Grey, it was just such a rounded drop for SK. Everyone doing their bit and just working together harmoniously.
It's pretty insane that Joker actually has the highest capture percentage on his team. And that really is because he is able to win these duels. The consistency with which he's landing those shots means that the otherwise rather squishy Grey is front and center in the eye of the storm for so much of this round. And I got what I asked for from Yoshi. The fixed supers were on point. Getting to TP your team back into a hot zone that's already occupied by a fixed super means that you can hang around for so much longer. And that was evident with SK Gaming's 50% lead they had in that last round. Try as they might, Crazy Raccoon couldn't clear SK off the point for long enough to get back in the game. There were always a pair of boots in the middle.
SK have done fantastically well. But as we've seen just yesterday, CR do not take these games lightly. They are, if I had to place my chips on any team, one that would take it to a fifth final set more often than not. The focus of OPE. Keeping himself in the zone, he is fully locked in. And this draft needs to be one for SK Gaming that Pedro can bring out all the stops. Crazy Raccoon, they finished second in last year's World Finals. They may not get the chance to battle for it this time if things continue.
Hot potato, it will be our fourth set in this series, and if you're Crazy Raccoon, you know you can't beat out SK on preparation at this point. The only way you take this team down is by testing their ability to adapt. You have to throw a curveball at them, something out of left field, something unexpected that takes them just a little bit too long to calibrate to.
No Spike, please. No curveballs. I'm not right now.
Not a terrible map for Spike historically, but I don't think it's the time to bring that brawler out. But something a little different, something special needs to come from the mind of the little genius.
Banzer, Cordelia, Berry, and the Chuck, the Carl, the Ruffs, and the Shade. A big ban for me as SK play a lot of Carl here. Carl's going to be the first pick for Crazy Raccoon. Over to SK. See how they will fare with this one. Lily is a big one that is left open here. You need something like that when the Chuck is banned. Melody's a much more East Asia pick currently in the meta, but if SK don't snap it up, maybe Crazy Raccoon could do the same when it comes back around. Macy as well for SK is a very defensive brawler, which they sometimes like to bring in. I much prefer seeing it in Gem Grab though earlier, rather than maybe here. Still some options. Amber can have a good game here as well. Certainly to burn that bush in the middle can absolutely change the whole entire game.
The elephant in the room is always going to be the Miko potential. This map is a bit more open in the middle, so it's somewhat harder for him to approach the safe, but not impossible here. Crazy Raccoon, though, are probably waiting for a green light to pick that one last here. They need to see what SK Gaming's overarching game plan is likely to be. Mikaze gives them that burst of aggression. That, though, is mirrored in the form of the Lily for SK Gaming. And, of course, you have the stopping power of that Otis, something, if you can hit the Miko, and only if, can be very, very good to stop him in his tracks. RT, though, very well behaved, very patient entry into the draft for Crazy Raccoon. But what will be the X factor here? Will they be putting their eggs in the Kaze basket? Or is there something a little bit off the wall to throw into the mix?
Well, RT definitely a very directed response to the Lily on the side of SK Gaming. The third and final brawler coming in now. They've got the Kazi to help run it down. They could double down in that regard with Draco. They sometimes bring it in, not for me, but for them as well. Emps is like a weird one that's the top of their picks. They're not going to bring the Emps. It is going to be the Draco. I don't necessarily mind it. They're going to be full forcing the safe, and the Otis is going to have its work cut out for it on the side of SK. They've got to have something maybe more on defense or offense here.
Yeah, maybe. SK Gaming probably feel like if they have their Otis running on all cylinders, it will be enough to stop Tensai, at least in the tracks, or whoever's going to be on Draco duty. A last pick, I'd like to see them actually go for something a bit more audacious, something that furthers their game plan in the offensive capacity. See how they want to round this out. I don't think going for a sustain option here, and I love this. I absolutely love this. Tara, of course, going to be pretty punishing through the bushes and in those side lanes. And if she's able to dig herself in behind enemy territory, it's an issue. Her super also boasts some serious stopping power against the Kaze or Draco, respectively.
I don't mind it. I don't know whether I love it, but it's certainly a brawler which has gone from a different place, from being more of a kind of meme-worthy ladder-type brawler to put the pets onto the safe now since the rework. It's definitely much better for Tara. But let's see, certainly the gravity that for me is more exciting, being able to ensure that kind of interaction with the Draco. And maybe even the Kaze, if they can secure it down. Pets, no doubt, will get that vision and that ability to seek through the bush as well.
Yeah, it is the spicy pick, make no mistake. But look at Joker close to Gafka and Moya. Legs are dropped, and I don't think they mind too much. Joker going to double back here and try and deal with Tensai. Yoshi will have his hands full, like you mentioned. It's up to Ope here to do most of the safe damage. Gravity used to try and bring Tensai down, and eventually he is stopped, but at quite a steep cost.
Good trade there for SK. 6% more than that of Crazy Raccoon's damage. Tensai now lurking that right-hand side, and OP's got to stay on top of it. He can't really go on the aggressive yet.
Ope trying to dodge here. Pretty well positioned to fight Tensai. Fist to the Brawl Star. They try and cross the map. Damage on the safe here coming from Joker. Just pummeling it. Moya trying to shoot down at this Tara. And they're already dealt with when Tensai comes back off respawn. Ope flashes yet another super, but it's a gadget use instead. He knows he's going to have to deal with his RT. Very defensive play here for Moya. Milkroy is going to be muted up. Yoshi and Ope should be able to deal with him now, and that Draco super will burn Otis almost to the ground. It's a healthy lead, all things considered, though, for SK.
Yoshi's awareness of range is scary, just keeping himself alive there. And CR now can't push it as heavily. Joker back. And it's got the hypercharge as well. Great legs there from Moya, though. Danger here for SK Gaming now. Moya now pushed back, and Yoshi and Joker trying to make a run for it. Shut down again by the hypercharge of Moya, allowing Tensai to skate through this mid.
It looks like SK might be moving into a bit of a race stance here, but Ope gets cut short. Milcreo has the presence of mind to come off spawn and deal with him now. SK safe knocked. Joker again with yet another gravity. Milcreo is going to be next up to the plate. He actually has the mark star power there to make it hard for Ope to fight in 1 versus 1. And God, that hypercharge is filthy. Crazy Raccoon have knocked the safe down to its last stage, and SK are reeling.
absolutely disgusting from Milkreio there. The last down will still keep him alive. He's not done yet. Yoshi will steal it, but the legs of Moya go down yet again. More damage from Crazy Raccoon. SK clear it up now. They've got 25 seconds on the clock. OP there forces itself into the realm. Milkreio trying to run it down this left-hand side.
Joker's going to try and hypercharge Super in the middle of the map, but catches Milkreio. Tensai also went down. Ope is alive. He's still kicking. And got to look at that safe. Milkreio marked up, but Ope, he gets through. Just enough damage on the safe. 8 seconds left, but Tensai has a hypercharged Super to tip damage from the Fanstorm. Will be enough to take SK Gaming safe low enough to win the round.
Came down to the final seconds, but as soon as that Fanstorm was there, you knew it was not going to be enough. Despite OP's best attempts on safe, CR just gave on through, but it's not done yet in this set. SK had a good showing, and they still have a lead in sets. But that might not be the case. If this game goes the way of CR, they've got to knuckle down.
Crazy Raccoon have warmed up to it, Arc. This composition looks pretty terrifying in their hands. And Tensai always seems to get unfettered access to that safe one way or another. But in much the same way as the previous round, SK have a very clean start with that first safe knock.
Yeah, very solid stuff there from OPE. And now Yoshi and Joker can stay in this mid. Joker coming back though. Needs to stay on Tensai. Milkreio on this right-hand side. They can't feed him nearly as much as the last game. That hypercharge was absolutely devastating. It could well have been the difference maker. OP going straight for him as well, getting some great taps. And he goes down. Tensai now going to be scrutinized between Yoshi and Joker.
Tensai's done well to stay alive here, but he's not actually further in the game plan. Ope comes out of the Shadow Realm, and Moya's going to be muted up instantly. Now SK, another fat splatter on the safe could be huge. I think it was used just earlier on by Yoshi in mid. So SK will settle for another safe knock. One shot for Joker will bring out the shield.
I'm loving the adaptation from SK, but it is very, very close still. Oh, the gravity kept still Moya on his feet. It was not enough to take him down. Yoshi getting some great value to Tensai. He's got there the fat splatter into the mid, forcing Tensai to the right there.
He also has a super. This is big. Next time Milkreio steps up, he could be in deep trouble. Gets into dragon form now, so Ope simply just dives down. Onto the safe we go. Once again, Moya defending it adequately, but there's a lot of damage coming from SK Gaming, and their defense this time, has been really solid.
Joker's been playing out of his mind, staying on Tensai now, though, going on the aggressive. He knows the piercing damage is very important to get down now to secure that final crack, as SK Gaming just continue their assault on the safe. A desperate hypercharge from Moya, but OP is going straight for the middle. The safe is left on 1%. Yoshi is there. Oh my word! 106 HP is all that's stabbed to SK Gaming, and this game win. And surely now with OP going out straight on it, it's theirs.
Really, really brutal round there for Crazy Raccoon. SK have a way of really taking a chokehold of a round early and not letting go. This time they get away with it again. Great start. Off the break, they look really good. These fat splatters onto the safe also really starting to add up, but it's the defensive Tara supers from Joker that are making all the difference.
Joker needs to stay on Tensai. It made such a difference in the last game. Moya solid on defense this time round, only 6% there for SK Gaming. And now a chance for a CR push. Moya still utilizing those legs, and that's speed gear. Milkreio is lurking on that right. A great move from Yoshi. A swift and early takedown.
Joker marked up briefly here. Needs to have his wits about him. Bit of chip damage for SK on Crazy Raccoon's safe has left him in a decent standing here. They now need to get past Crazy Raccoon, who are playing a lot slower. You can see they've gone down a gear. Ope doesn't want to fight the Drake though. He's able to bait the super out of Milkreio and might just have to super him himself. Last stand gadget could be a problem, but Ope deals with him. And goodness, Joker handles Tensai with grace.
Same as Yoshi, they've got a lot of weight on their shoulders, but they're really putting up the best they can. Moya will fall now, and a real chance for OP to be able to skate on through and go into the realm. He's going to do that with the hypercharge. It's going to bounce, but not find a connection. Tensai onto the safe now, and Joker's going to use the gravity. He gets a good shot on him and secures the kill. And now the damage rains down for SK, and they get the safe crack.
Timely gadget used there by Moya. He would have gone down if that fat splatter had been allowed to tickle his legs any further. Joker's gonna back it up. Hypercharge now comes out from Moya. That is dirty. Found himself a couple, but Yoshi needs to sit on this mute button and use it very judiciously. Milkreo and Tensai are both leering in his direction. Here's the Fan Storm combined with Milkreo's Hypercharge. He is muted up, but it wasn't a stun. It's enough at least to keep the Draco silent for now. Long enough that the Hypercharge elapses, but Milkreo's still in striking distance off the safe. He's got a drop, and Ope knows it.
That entire left-hand side now, though, since that hypercharged gravity is exposed anywhere. There's no place to hide now for CR. They're going to have to utilize that right. OP on the right-hand side has got the hypercharge as well. He's looking for that safe. Tensai's low, but he's got Fanstorm too. SK coming back to defend it. They do not want to risk it.
Superstorm being flashed, the bounce off the wall is immaculate, and Ope's having to deal with Tensai. Traded out instantly there, but good use of that super, shutting Milkreo down from Joker. Moya's able to survive the gravity here, but Yoshi and Ope will be on defense. Crazy Raccoon have a slim lead, but that Fanstorm is going to increase it further. 10 seconds left. Moya, a little bit low, forced to double back. Tensai has to be addressed, he needs to be dealt with. And there's a safe crack here, it could be all over. And SK Gaming get run roughshod into the dirt. Crazy Raccoon will stand in their way until the very end.
It's always CR that like to take it to the fifth, isn't it? I said last year in the grand finals against Humble, it was either going to be a 3-0 sweep for Humble or it was going the distance. CR are still alive. They are not out yet. And every time it goes to the fifth, they've been able to secure it. SK Gaming now are going to have to put up one hell of a fight because 17 kills for OP, 18 for Yoshi, 463 DPS, and still SK Gaming could not get that objective done.
This Kaze play from Tensai, immaculate, incredible safe pressure. Even with defensive tools, two of them in fact, Tara and Otis, are not enough to stop the little genius as he drives his team to a decider set. And this year, SK Gaming have staked everything on their BSC campaign, everything on this Hail Mary, this grasp for glory. And now, it all hangs in the balance.
What a crazy, crazy turn of events. Fifth and final set. You absolutely love to see it. Potential possibility of a grudge match grand finals at this rate, who knows? We've still got plenty more to come before we get to that stage. For CR, they're just going to take this one game at a time. Right now, this is going to be their biggest test. The ice in those veins. SK are so hungry for this. They've never made the grand finals at the world finals. They wanted it more than anyone this year, in my opinion. But you look at that, CR are allowed at the best of times, and they are ready for a party.
They're feeling the energy in a situation that many players would shut down, clam up, and become introverted. It is the opposite. Milkreo's rascal spirit is being drawn out in moments like this. Crazy Raccoon have that level of energy to depend upon. For SK Gaming, it's been pressure from day one. Pressure in 2023, 2024, and even now. Expectation of themselves, the fans, the organization. It's a heavy burden to bear, and they've carried it almost to the summit. As Crazy Raccoon, once again, that threatened to get in their way. The first time these two teams have faced in a matchup of consequence, it's going the distance. It doesn't get any better than this.
Into the draft then we go. The New Horizons bands are Charlie, Ollie, and Jaeyong, the Gene, the Squeak, and the Mina. First pick of Grey for SK Gaming. It's definitely going to be one that is going to be deterrent of throwers. Juju, I'm looking at you. You're still out there. You're not banned out. It's a Crazy Raccoon idea for sure. Gust available. Going to be a bit less effective since the Ollie is banned out, but nonetheless, it gives you options. It gives you survivability. People as well could be coming out to play here. Ruff's still open too, so definitely some chances for a wall break and a nice healthy buff.
Can they resist the urge to pick RT first? No. The answer is no. Crazy Raccoon go for a very stable opener. Again, RT, they always look to get Jaeyong if they can. He's banned out this time around. Brock is still floating out in the ether. An option to break up the map if you want to try and fast-track things. And yeah, you sort of wave the prospect of a thrower in your opponent's face. Save that last pick to try and get the better of them. But what will accompany this very middle-of-the-road brawler. It's Ruffs, Crazy Raccoon, safe as a house with this draft, give nothing away. So SK Gaming have to reveal their grand plans now.
Kaze and Gus could be a play here for SK Gaming. It's a risky one. Max as well is one that I like to float around. But do you want to go super on the aggressive in the 5th and final set? I feel like it's make or break regardless, so you've got to go for it, right?
Do or die.
Yeah, exactly that. Go for the jugular. It's definitely a Joker pick. OP on Max. There's no one finer. Will they go for it? Buster is an option here. There are still other tanks despite this volley ban. Byron could be smelling it. Hank is still open here. Not one for me, but it could be the way to combine the Dre and the Byron harmoniously. Will they do it?
The moment like this that the true essence of a competitor is drawn out, it's here we get our answer. Was Ope the key to unlock SK Gaming's future? Was he the answer, returning back to this roster in a different era, in a Joker era, enough to make the difference? It's the drafts that SK Gaming have boasted that's given them the edge over so many of their competitors around the world. This one may be their last for 2025, pinning all their hopes on a Meeple last pick alongside the Byron. Very broadly powerful setup, good long range. Joker, of course, being able to give an opportunity to dive in to try and thrust at the center of Crazy Raccoon's composition. Generally, SK feel favored in the long game. It's so much hinges on this last pick from Crazy Raccoon. And they did flash the green light for a thrower potentially, but it will be the Brock. Give them some good long range potential, and should they want to break the map up for any reason, they'll have that option.
Yoshi is just terrifying on this Meeple. I'm sure it'll be him, but whoever it is on the side of SK has got their work cut out for them. The Grey, the escape ability, it's got to be on point. You'll be able to earn that hypercharge as much as you possibly can to ensure those shields. Whose draft are you siding with? Which is a draft capable of making the grand finals here today, but
SK Gaming's, I think, is slightly more risky, but it's one that should allow their skill expression to lead them forward. It's a tough call. Crazy Raccoon always take a safe pick, and they rely on their mechanics in-game. They don't go for anything flashy or anything too special. Joker doesn't really want to stay too long in this matchup against Milcreo if he can avoid it. Shots coming in toward the right-hand side of the map. He would better hope to avoid them.
Yoshi's going to have a tough time against this Ruffs. Those shots are going to be able to bounce off the wall and outrange him in that regard. So it's definitely going to be one of those situations where for SK Gaming, they're going to have to be very, very cautious as to how they tread. And this middle range matchup between the RT and the Byron, it's going to be a tough one on that front of things. But if OP can land the shots, keep the poison trickling in, we'll go a long, long way. Still all three members on each side that are still alive here. The players are still playing. Make no mistake about it. Good taps as well from OP. And he's got the super as well to hand. Moya low. Little Greer forces then the hypercharge. Joker's evading it just then. Oh my word! What a rocket rain! A hypercharge from Milcreo will steal it. And 3 versus, well, now 2 versus 1. And OPE cannot contest it. The first round goes away, Crazy Raccoon.
Feels like Joker then knew his goose was cooked. He had to take a risk. He had to look for a 1-for-1 trade. But Ope, having used his super early on in that round, means he did not have it available for the final moments. Still hitting some good taps on Moya. But Crazy Raccoon navigate that round pretty well. You can see these are long games. The gas is almost a guarantee to come in.
Great shoot. Oh no, Joker! The overextend on that right-hand side. And another rocket rain will steal OPE yet again. Crazy Raccoon are getting very, very comfy. And if SK Gaming don't wake up, their EME dream of being in at least the grand finals will be over. It's now or never. Not like this, SK. Not like this.
That was dominant. Decisive from Crazy Raccoon. SK Gaming, shell-shocked as they may feel, have to pick themselves up and run it back in this second round. They've got to find a way to put Joker in a successful position. It feels like this Brock matchup just isn't it.
He's outranged, and the itinerary is brutal. So OP is now going to have to balance his task between Moya in the mid and Milcreo on that right. if Yoshi can alleviate things a little bit and try to get the upper hand, but these wall bounces from Tensai are brutal. Now a nice poison connection from the Gadget, and OPE is just connecting left, right, and center. Another one onto Milkrio, a heal for himself. This is better, but OPE is working overtime here.
Yeah, very, very busy with the lane on the right broken up. Milkrio can get involved. Random walking cane, just what the doctor ordered. Now Joker wants to push the issue, get aggressive, find a tap on Milkrio. He's so close, he can't miss. And now it's all down to Tensai in the back. He'll try and make a swift exit from this round and not feed another super over to anybody on SK.
Yeah, signs of nerves, signs to come through for SK, but that was better. Everyone's starting to work together now. But Joker's still going to have a tough matchup. He couldn't earn the dimensional doors either with the back of the taps towards the end of that match, so can't really go in at a tough time to really punish Milkrio.
Right side of the map is still broken up. Milkrio has the option to go after Ope should he see fit. Hypercharge here for Ope. He's going for it, at least threatening to do so. Holding onto the super though is there's no good opportunity to make use of it. He instead use it for healing. Joker needs help. Milkrio's coming in. He's going to make this an unavoidable rocket rain if SK aren't careful. Good response, good damage. Joker TP's forward, but Tensai's in his way. The sandbag stymie that attempt to thrust. But Crazy Raccoon now on the back foot. Tensai taking too much damage. Poked down. And the Mad Doctor in Ope is able to take him out of the running.
Ope's going absolutely crazy, and these taps now from Joker were landing. A missed walking cane though. Moya's still very, very beefy here. It's 2 versus 2. Moya's Loris is OPE now. He fires a great tackle to Milkrio. He's surely got one. Can he survive? He'll for himself. Moya is low, but Ope is lower. He will fall. And the round goes the way of Crazy Raccoon. One more round, and East Asia are in the grand final.
SK Gaming, now or never. This is where champions are born. Crazy Raccoon bearing down upon them with all their might. And there has to be an answer from EMEA's finest. Yoshi has a super to use. Could opt for it defensively here. But that is only going to cause a rush to back up. It's unlikely to generate himself an elimination possibility. Joker walking cane, pulls up short. Ope taking a lot of damage. Sandbags deployed, but now cleared. Milkrio dodging on the right side as Joker looks for an opening. Moya has hypercharge. SK Gaming can't afford to let this round go long. Ope's flashing the super. Can't find a connection, but SK Gaming are encroaching. They're pushing up the map.
Tough time now for the R. They've got to be able to come forwards. Moya has got a hypercharge that can be absolutely devastating. But OP with a huge tap. He's targeting him specifically. And now Ciara pushed back and the gas is coming in.
Good taps. Tensai getting low. Has to duck behind the sandbag and a walking cane catches Moya. Here's the hypercharge though. Yoshi can't get away. Oh no! They don't care for fairy tales. They don't care for legacies. They'll leave muddy footprints on your memoirs. Crazy Raccoon are done hunting trash. Today, they're looking for treasure. Today, they're looking for glory.
An unreal hypercharge. Moya came in at just the right time. Heartbreak for SK. Another top 4 finish to add to the tally. It wasn't to be today, but Crazy Raccoon, they are in the grand finals, the place that they know and love, and now Milkrio joins them in that regard. Unreal.
SK Gaming joined a long list of teams with their hearts broken by Crazy Raccoon, but I'm sure theirs are swelling with pride because they've again earned East Asia a spot in the top 2 in a Brawl Stars World Finals. The question is, who can stop this team? Who can stop the little genius and his merry band? Let's head down to Barney on the stage to get some words from the victors.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was one of the most incredible semi-finals that we have seen here on the main stage. My hands are sweating, so I don't know about these guys. I've got Milkrio here, and of course I've got Tensai as well. Let's quickly start. Milkrio, you've eliminated arguably the strongest team here on paper coming into this competition. Just talk us through that match from your perspective.
この大会で一番強いチームと思われてるを今勝ったんだけど、一番強いチームに優勝したんだけど、今どんな気持ちですか？
もう最高に嬉しいです。
I'm super happy right now.
I can imagine you are, that is for sure. Now, one of the things that we've noticed this week is how positive you guys are, your positive energy. No matter the score on the main stage, you guys are always in a good place. Do you feel like that's helped with your team synergy?
チームがいつも前向きで元気なんですけど、ミルクレオさんは特にいつも元気な気持ちを出してくれてるんだけど、それがチームに対してはいいことになったんですかね。
いや僕は技術で2人に劣ってるので、少しでもチームを盛り上げて2人の力を強くしようっていうふうに思って今大会に臨みました。
I'm relying on them for the skills because like two players are really strong. So what I can really do for my team is like to make them happy and just like make them be like looking forward to everything.
Well, it's definitely helped because you got a spot in the grand finals. Tensai, come up here. This next match that you'll face on the main stage will be the grand final, and it could be a repeat of the 2024 World Final. Are you ready?
次の試合が2014年のリピートになるんですけど、それがもう準備できてますか？
もう決勝まで来たらやっぱ勝つしかないんで絶対勝ちたいと思います。
We finally made it to the final, so we'll definitely make it and win.
They think they can make it. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Crazy Raccoon, your first grand finalist of the 2025 Brawl Stars World Finals. Let's go back up to the desk to keep this day going.
Thank you, Barney. Two-time world champion Tensai and the most consistent backbone any team could want. Milkray and Moya, who never lost their smile even once and showed incredible resistance throughout this weekend. Once again, a 3-2 for Crazy Raccoon. They really seem to like those close matchups.
I mean, Milkray was dominating Joker in that last map. I mean, absolutely spanking him on that right side, that lane. He was really feeling himself, and that's what momentum gives you. That's what a player who's always positive, always upbeat can offer your team. Even if your back's against the wall, you always feel like you have a shot. And now they've got a shot at the biggest prize in Brawl Stars.
For me as well, Moya played outstandingly. I mean, he was so instrumental on the RT, both in Heist and then towards that end, that was the most disgusting hypercharge I've ever seen. And also as a player, you know, he's always evaded those kind of grand finals, trophy moments. This could be the time for him. He might get his first ever World Finals win here today.
We'll see who the people voting over at the event of brawlstars.com vote for MVP. You can still get your Pro Pass XP, so you better lock in your predictions. Also, for our next match, it could technically be an all-APEC final this year again. It's Humble versus Revenant X Spark. City. We're here in Stockholm for a golden trophy at the end of the line. Crazy Raccoon already stands at the edge of glory. They're waiting in the grand final. And they need an opponent. I need two co-casters. That's why Kenny and Trev are back here with me. It's Humble versus Revenant X Spark in our last semi-final. Who's gonna take it, boys?
My head says Humble. My heart wants Revenant to do the unthinkable. And then CR just did what I can't. I'm just baffled. It's been an unbelievable weekend. There's no way that anybody has a perfect bracket. We know that. Nobody's even close at this point, though.
I mean, a lot of it's been unthinkable throughout this weekend, to be fair. So many upsets, and I think that was one of the bigger ones as well. SK, probably one of the likely favourites to get to the grand finals and win it all, and they've just been knocked out of the competition by Crazy Raccoon. Huge stuff from them. As you can see from the bracket here as well, we did just play out that upper semi-finals game between SK Gaming and Crazy Raccoon. They won in quite an intense 3-2. We're down here now with Revenant X-Spark versus Humble in our next game, and what a matchup that is lining up to be.
It was a historical run from SK Gaming, only losing 3 sets overall, but now they're out of the race, and Crazy Raccoon needs an opponent. Revenant X-Spark could be facing up against them in the grand final, and it will be an all-APAC grand final. When was the last time we had that, Kenny?
I mean, 2022, right? It would have been Zeta 1 and Zeta 0, but this is a little different. I mean, East Asia was a bigger breed back then, and right now, this has been a region, especially one like SDA, that hasn't gotten a ton of credit. They didn't even have a guaranteed spot to be here on this stage. They had to fight through LCQ just to get the opportunity for a semifinal.
Absolutely. I mean, Humble have been incredible, but they took a really early surprising loss, and now they've had to fight their way all the way back through, and they're looking absolutely on top of their game after that last one. I think Revenant X-Spark have got a real tough game coming towards them. I'm with Kenny. My heart wants Revenant X-Spark, but my head's going with Humble.
I have to go with you there as well. Return of the King. Is it gonna be Humble that we crown once more for World Champion? Or will we have a new one here with Revenant X-Spark from Southeast Asia? It was unlikely that they even make it through LCQ. I'm honest, I did not think to see them here in the semi-finals, but they so well deserve it. And I'm super excited for this match.
Funnily enough, too, Revenant X-Spark defeated CR at LCQ. The last team now to take down CR on the world stage just 1 year ago was Humble. Who would have thought we'd be in the predicament we are in right now? The ultimate David versus Goliath story. If Revenant X-Spark somehow conquered Humble, it would be one of the most unbelievable feats we've ever seen in this esport.
At the same time, Humble does want revenge, so if they go up against Crazy Raccoon again, they would redeem themselves from day one, because Trev, they did not do so well that day.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be really tough for them, to be honest with you. I think this matchup is a really difficult one. We saw all the predictions there as well. Humble was sitting with all of us on their side. I was really surprised to see that happen.
Let's see what the teams have to say about this fateful matchup.
I think Humble is one of the strongest teams. Like, when we sim them, we realize that their planning is far above ours.
Very, very powerful in those all-in situations.
So I'm very excited to face them, because they are definitely one of the teams we want to beat, as everybody looks up to them as the best. It would mean the world to us to win the championship, especially since this is only my second World Finals. We still deserve to be on the top.
Playing against Revenant.
Something to keep an eye on here. Jay definitely has to have his wits about him now, as all the little helpers are going to...
I did not expect that, honestly. Coming from LCQ, yes, they played amazing. Yes, Sargent is him and everything, but I did not think there will be a top 4 of a world team. And I really hope we just don't lose to them. Please, I need the finals. Please, give it to me.
Just one spot remains in the grand final, and it's going to be a bloodbath getting there. This next match is not a fight. This is a brawl. Your first team to enter the stage on a dream run from Southeast Asia. They are Revenant X-Spark. They are Response, X9J, and Sargent. And their opponents, your reigning world champions, they are Humble! It's Luki, Boss, and Semantic! Ladies and gentlemen, the difference between a win and a loss right here is $120,000. So DreamHack, let's get this one started!
Playing in the grand finals is going to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, yet Humble could claim it again. They are one step away. One more hurdle is between them and the grand finals. They had a really good run this weekend. Only lost to Crazy Raccoon that are now waiting for them in the finals. On the other side, we have Revenant X-Spark. They themselves, a brilliant run, only lost to SK Gaming 0-3, but after that, it was smooth sailing for them.
Players are selfish at times. You saw it in that Semantic interview. He got a world championship last year, and in the face of somebody like Revenant X-Spark in a tiny region on a Cinderella run, what did he say? He said, I need this finals. They're hungry. They're not just interested in winning one. They want to go down as a dynasty of Brawl Stars. And if they win this one, they certainly have the chance to do so.
Absolutely. I mean, this means so much to both of these teams. Humble trying to get their second big win on the international stage. Obviously, over the other side of Revenant X-Spark, Response has had this kind of an opportunity before winning in 2020. But since then, it's been an absolute blank for this region and this area of the world. Looking at the stats though, 86% going the side of Humble to the 14 of Revenant. I can understand why. And I think, it's not this heavy. I'm leaning more kind of like 70-30 in favor of Humble. But I can see why they probably would go this way.
We're talking so much about our own predictions, about the predictions from the people at home, but in the end, it's in those 6 players' hands what the future's gonna bring. We had an 81% vote also for SK Gaming, now 86 for Humble. Let's see if it brings them a little more luck. Layer Cake, our first map here. Many good brawlers already out of the way. Juju, Double Ben, Meeple, one of the best brawlers on the map, of course, also out of the way. We have Tick open, would be a good thrower here. Or maybe a little bit more aggressive. Kaze could be coming in, never mind. It is a thrower, but it's not Tick, it's Willow. Doing pretty well against any tanks, but doesn't really bring the range with her.
So typically Juju enters the ban stage, and as a result, you have some more questionable calls. This is where the lineups start happening. One that does escape here is Mina. With Mina not being in this, I think that probably changes the starting lineup here for Humble. Maybe anticipating that, maybe not. Maybe this has always been the game plan. But I would say mind control could be helpful. And on this map in general, Willow is just menacing.
Well, the Gene comes in shortly after for Revenant X-Spark, and as you say, I do really like that thrower pick early on, and Gene not doing much to punish it, to be honest with you. That'll have to be a little bit later on down the line. Willow's just going to be sitting behind those walls, and Gene continuously throwing out these shots, working for a pull. If he gets that magic hand and makes the connection, then yes, Willow might have a few issues, but she can still even just dive down out of the way.
I would still like to see something aggressive. Let's see if it's already going to be that second pick from Revenant X-Spark. Ellie open, Kaze open. Jaeyoung with the speed at least. The support from both of those brawlers. That third pick is going to have a lot of healing behind the back.
I wonder if this is something simple like a Bell. I mean, I'm looking at this combination. It really relies on healing and being clustered up together. Sure, you get great poke damage and Jaeyoung a great support brawler, but you don't want to go too squishy, so I'm sure Humble are debating their options. The bounce shot just makes too much sense to me here, but there's plenty more still left to do in this draft. They could round it out with something aggressive if they really wanted to.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not like Revenant X-Spark have got the most DPS in the world, to be honest. Something aggressive wouldn't be too bad, but they're going to go the Byron instead. Go and support their Willow and support what they pick next. There's still the opportunity of that aggressive stance, and with the Byron behind him, it becomes more and more likely.
We've been talking about aggressive brawlers since this draft started. So far, we're not seeing any of them. Humble. Let's see if they got us here over at the casting desk. Ali, Kaze. Maybe just another long-ranged option against the Gene. Bell could also always come in clutch. It is Kaze. Finally, we have some aggression on stage.
Yeah, I think this is a nice pairing, and Byron kind of serves for the same mentality that I had with Bell. They've now doubled up on poison damage, so it's going to be trickling, and it's going to be really hard to gain any benefit off Magic Puffs or Jaeyoung. A lot of the times in the past, into things like Hank and Jaeyoung combinations earlier on in our meta during the year, we've seen somebody like Crow. This is a similar mentality. I obviously like these brawlers much better than Crow. I wouldn't expect a Crow. Similar reasoning, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, down to the last pick here of Revenant X-Spark. Have a lot to counter. Need something that's going to be able to deal a decent amount of damage to this Kaze when it comes aggressive. But you know what? Forget that. We're going to go aggressive themselves. If they come to us, we're going to go back at their support brawlers. The alley comes rolling on in. I think that's a very solid pick and a smart one from Revenant X-Spark to just go for the backlines.
Revenant X-Spark have survived every hurdle thrown their direction. But there is one more obstacle blocking their road to glory. The ultimate test, the final boss of Brawl Stars. Bear witness to Brawl Cinderella versus your defending champions.
The blue star going the way of Revenant X-Spark. Pretty much as always as they're the ones with the aggressive stance. Surprising to see Semantic not go for that, and he's just going to go straight for a response instead, but caught in the middle of big big fight here on the left-hand side, and 2 members of Humble are going to fall down really early on, and no casualties for Revenant.
Banging start for Ali on the top left-hand side. He is hungry for more. Now diving away, dashing down the left hand, and Jay responds there to meet him. Support coverage. Shot being lobbed up by Luki. Pressure being dealt by Humble, and now the red roster is maintaining positioning.
Well, yeah, X9J had to be cautious of that thrower there. The shot came in and Sergeant just tanked it, but Jay was too low to do just that. Pulls there and Semantic pull all the way in. Surely going to go down with 1 HP there for a second. Switching to the speed and response. Surely going to be able to bring Jay, but he actually misses 2 of his shots on his own teammate there. As Boss can't get the job done with that Willow super. Sergeant in the back line trying to defend things out with the heals. Back in business for response.
Not a great start for Humble, 7-0. But the good news is Sergeant's the one with the blue star and all of them on his noggin. He's typically an aggressor. They're still lobbing up fan storms. Semantic now on the left tangent. Sergeant clean into this wall, diving out. Smells blood in the water. Doesn't get it though. Grants Humble 5 stars, and all of a sudden, this is a much tighter race.
Absolutely. He just wanted to manage the star loss. At that point, they might have been able to get all 3 if he didn't just sacrifice himself there, but they are still in the back lines. Response very low, pops the burst of healing. And Sergeant knows if he goes down now, they're going to have some big problems. They're going to have to use the bounce back on their own teammate, and Sergeant gets dragged into the middle of all 3 of them as Semantic pulled in. And the Weekend Warrior there by response will put the stars even more in Revenant's favor.
Fantastic tag team coming out of Revenant. Now the mind control though. Revenant have to hold on to this blue star. It finally fades away. Sergeant there for another one though. 12-5, holding on. World champion Semantic working the right-hand side, but he has walked like a dog. The team pull goes through. Revenant X-Spark take game number 1.
I mean, that's incredible from Revenant X-Spark, as about as dominant as it gets against Humble in these kind of competitions. What a performance that was. The Ali doing so much work, and the Willow got so many mind controls in influential moments and just couldn't get them to kill their own team.
This Ali is going absolutely crazy. Even when they gave away those 5 stars and the blue one, they immediately got it back. This is not a powerful DPS composition outside of that Ali. They have a Gene, poke damage, has to get the pull, and then they all have to make contact at once. It takes so many shots from Jae Young and Gene pouring into the enemy side to grab kills, and somehow, some way, SDA's finest are doing just that.
Sergeant jumping over a few shots there and getting back into the safety. Heals from X9J in response now, going in once more, baits the switch from Semantic to try and get him in a tough position. Still, they're the ones in the dominant area of the map. Weekend Warrior using Semantic force to switch again to get the heals back. The Sergeant going aggressive time and time again, not finding the kills at the moment, but always retreating into the arms of his teammates. This time, he will burn.
Complete change of pace now. Revenant have to be the ones on offense. And I'm sure Willow is rather close to a super as well. Boss has been tapping here more as of late. Sergeant force feeding that behind the walls. He's extinguishing all that ammo just to dodge out shots. In game number 1, he was using them on the offensive. He just hadn't had an opportunity yet.
Gotta be cautious of this magic hand as X9J still looming with it. Sergeant still waiting. Now Luke comes in with the big hyper charge, but it makes no connections at all, and that's a huge waste for him. Would have been really nice to have that when they started to mount this push, but he used it aggressively instead. X9J still waiting to get the prime moment to get the pull off.
Don't forget about the invisibility as well, but Willow tapping, and of course a Byron tag as well would reveal where the invisibility is. Sergeant now dashing to the left-hand side. The crowd, as Kaze looks to meet her over there. Both members of Humble backing down. Blue Star, remember, resides with Byron. That's something to keep your eye on for. That would switch the lead instantly.
Oh, the calm before the storm here in Bounty as Sergeant now starts to lunge forward towards the Humble spawn. Big plays coming in, the magic hand gonna be missed, and Boss gonna be just dragging response across the map. He's not gonna be able to get out, and the other 2 of them are way too low. Not enough support with Jae Young not being there to get this win on the board. The fan storm's placed, and Sergeant tries to make something happen, but isn't capable this time, and Humble answer well in game 2.
They're defending world champions for a reason. It was never going to be that simple. Revenant started out hot, but Humble had a response. Instead of allowing Sergeant to have his way, the world champions used some great team play to shut him down. There were rare moments where Revenant could really walk forward. We're going to have to see an explosive start once again as Ali goes for the blue star and once again dips.
Yeah, nice move from Sergeant again, but they need to be cautious this time about someone not falling down. They're going to be at their best when Humble are trying to aggress them, and Sergeant can take people by surprise and get the kills, rather than going aggressive themselves as we saw in that last game. So Sergeant got to be cautious not to feed this lead over. He's going to extend it, in fact, and get away as well.
Split second and you'll miss it. Ali just rests in that grass, waits for just a sliver of a moment to dive in, drive an isolated kill. Otherwise, it's just a lot of damage. If you're piling up on brawlers, they have an opportunity to land more shots on you. So Sergeant has to be very strategical about these kills. Oh, the long-range pull! Jay with a nasty mark.
Nice little bait and switch there. He wanted to get Sergeant and in fact turned around and got pulled himself. Semantic cautious now, but very aggressive from Sergeant, and overly so as he gets brought down in the middle of the map by Humble.
This time it's Humble on the offensive. Redman backing up. Oh, he does it again! Jay on the big stage makes another massive pull. Now they have 3 members standing up. They've dodged a super. Sergeant expanding their territory. Remember, he can float on grass. The brawler resides in a swamp after all. That's her domain.
Jay knows he needed to make up for the whiff in the previous game with his magic hand. Sergeant going aggressive again, trying to get Luki down. Can't get that last swipe off. And now it's down to 1 star between them. Humble still remain on the aggressive with 30 seconds to go. They need something huge.
The blue side has to hold firm. World champions are incoming. Semantic has a super as well. Fanstorm available, or could dive in at a moment's notice.
Pull again for X9J. He's got to get that off and deflate this push before it starts. Semantic starts to come in. There's the Fanstorm. All 3 of them caught into it. Jay doesn't know whether to throw this out and go aggressive. Finds it out of nowhere, but Semantic gets a massive heal. 3 dashes don't do anything, but Sergeant falls. Humble find the necessary kill and take step 1.
What a shot in the dark. They land the pull, but not the kill. And that's ultimately what cost Revenant there. I'm sure Humble were even caught off guard by that. I mean, just in the middle of the Fanstorm, obviously from our POV, it looks very different than what you're seeing if you're playing in the game. Normally, you can only see what's inside that circle. Sergeant with a great set, just not quite enough to carry them for a win.
I mean, you got to think about the balance here as well, right? Sergeant has 6 kills, but how many times did he go down in those aggressive positions as well? So there's a balance. The stats look really good. Semantic only got 4 kills, but a big 227 DPS as he was defending these 2 support brawlers who were on his side. And some big plays from Humble towards the end of the matches were very influential. There were moments here as well. Jay whiffed a pull in this scenario as well, just before we see this. I mean, that can cost games. Nothing against him though, because he hit so many in the previous one. But Humble were just so attuned to the fact that he was going to pull. Perfect, look at this. This perfect hypercharge super, bang. Ryan Semantic gets a burst of heals. He wastes a load of ammo in there, but Boss still managed to find it, and Response couldn't quite get the heal onto him in time.
Just some swagger coming out of the world champions there. Really could have gone either way in set number 1. A great taste of what this match has in store for us. Those here in Stockholm have plenty of support headed Humble's way. I'm sure plenty of monitors at home are supporting the SEA darlings. This is a new era for them. It's a region that didn't get a lot of representation compared to our big 4, East Asia, South America, North America, EMEA. These are names you all know and love. But SEA is just smaller. It's harder to find just by numbers, quality. And despite that, this is the one team from that region that came out of LCQ. They are not here by mistake. I do not expect them to go quietly into this night.
I mean, I think this is a big thing as well, right? You mentioned how small the region is, how few players there are from there. So these are clearly going to be the best of the best from that area of the world. But who do they practice against all year long? How do they get better? This is raw mechanical skill you're seeing from these guys that isn't built overnight. Incredible stuff. They're putting up a fight against Humble. Some would argue they should have the first set in their pocket if it wasn't some incredible plays by Humble.
Chance to write that in set number 2. Off to Death Cap Trap we go. Pam, by far the most played brawler on this map. Just depends on if she escapes the ban stage, and she does. So we see Hank, Mina, Meeple on that right-hand side. Max the first overall pick from Revenant X-Sparks. Right? A lot of the time on this map, you're going to see that Max Sandy tandem. They don't have to commit to it. Max is a very flexible brawler, but if they can get it, it would be nice. On the other end, I'm looking out for a Pam and an Ali 2-3 turn. The Alligator does really well with Pam because Pam in general does great at being a gym carrier, a mid, and typically because of the siphoning gadget that she has with that Scrap Sucker could be really good into Ali. So when you take a great brawler in Ali and also take away something that would counter it, it is a nasty combination to fight against.
Absolutely. I mean, surprising to see a Max first pick, to be honest with you. It's been a brawler that's showed its face a lot, surprisingly to me, this tournament, but it's one of those brawlers that you can just grab, and if you're mechanically sound, you're going to have a pretty good time. Ruff's going to come in then for Humble. Pretty much been the #1 brawler throughout this competition. Very good support, providing hypercharges with a hypercharge of his own, and the power-ups along the way are a big play and a big game changer in modes and maps where you've got to be passive like Gem Grab.
Tara and Lily still eligible here too. A couple of reverse mechanics that are important in Gem Grab. Humble, all control. Ruff's a support brawler, one that can bounce shots off the wall, and importantly, charge hypercharges for your teammates. His super grants you access to a little extra health points, a little extra damage, but I love where Finks is at in the game right now. I think he's more of a hero in hot zone, but on this game mode in particular as well, a dominant mid, especially against somebody with projectiles, somebody like Max where he's shooting forward at a time, it's so difficult to make those connections when he has a super down just because they're so slow when they travel through.
I mean, it can absolutely work. We've seen it a few times against the likes of a Lily or something like that. That's one of the more aggressive brawlers we tend to see on this map. When she throws out the super and you've got your time warp down, you're pretty much guaranteed to be evading it. Jay Young going to come in though as the final pick from the Revenant X-Spark side, along with the kit that we just failed to mention. Real nice composition here from Revenant X-Spark. They've got the speed that they need in both X9J and Sergeant, so they're going to be whizzing around this map. Response to take people by surprise and get those big game-changing kills. And Revenant are a team who love to play from behind from Gem Grab. We've seen it in a lot of their different series. When it's Gem Grab, they tend to go the brawlers that can turn it round the most rather than control it.
I wonder if Humble just hit the health points here. Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. The one thing I will say about the Revenant X-Spark composition, Kit is more of an assassin. I think that's probably how they're going to be playing him here. I don't think it's necessarily the support. I don't imagine he's going to necessarily always be looking to hop on the backpack of either Max or Jay Young. Plenty of speed, plenty of utility. And then on the other end, they give away Lily. So Humble get a freebie at a reverse mechanic, and even if Revenant X-Spark are leading the entire way, they don't have a ton of health points, and on top of that, they have a hypercharged super that can send Lily into the Shadow Realm. Defending world champions, up 1-0 against SEA Dark Horses. Revenant X-Spark, we're close in the first set. We need to see them battle even harder.
Lex9J, flying stars, 2 gems here, but it looks like he's going to come straight on top of Semantic, and a good phase shift to get him out of that position. Sergeant just playing the kind of paranoia game of waiting in this bush. Response will pop a Weekend Warrior at the perfect time and deal with Semantic on the left. A good TP there from Lukey, but it was a little too late as Sergeant still got the stun off.
5 gems in Revenant's pockets, but remember, as long as they're working towards that Lily hypercharge and playing alongside it, they will be just fine. It still takes the mechanics, you still have to execute. Always potential with this Humble composition though.
Well, the speed's there along with the Sergeant super. So Humble got to be extremely cautious. They're going to go aggressive themselves, bait out a lot of utility, but Semantic going to be ending straight on top of Sergeant, and that's going to be a big fight that Sergeant needs to win and does to keep him out of the back lines.
So many heals coming out of response. Now Sergeant flanking left-hand side. Jay in the middle, dueling against Finks. It's a tough task. Kit, though, jumping to the left-hand side, looking for assistance from Jay's base. The way heals coming out of response. Super speed up the middle of the map. Now an extra bit of damage from response's gadget. Not quite enough to overcome this Humble stronghold.
Luke's still in the mid, and the time warp there did so much in that situation. Sergeant once more with a super enhanced Semantic, one of his own. A brilliant bounce around the corner from the hypercharge, and he's going to get away with one of those gems. Sergeant recovers 4, but can't do anything more than that. Response through the mid. Weekend Warrior popped as well, and he's just putting himself at risk to try and make something happen. Sergeant super, they might need to hold this and just try get a reset elsewhere. But down all these shots come, and still the countdown goes.
Jay now left-hand side. Revenant have to pounce, but it's going to be Semantic with a gadget. They have to choose wisely who they dive at. They choose Boss. 2 gems on the ground. This will be a reset. Immediate takedown from Humble, though.
Yeah, 10 gems over Lukey's head now, so Semantic can go back to this aggressive stance that he will love to do. Don't think there's gems anywhere else on the map, though. We're forgetting about responsible hypercharge. Sergeant, one of his own, looking to try and go really aggressive, but a time warp, and he jumps back in time away from the hypercharge. And an incredible game-saving play from Lukey will keep Humble ahead.
Much more dominant this go-around. Humble with a strong start in set number 2. It's got to be scary if you're Revenant X-Spark. There's a lore around Humble. There's just a vibe in the room. You can feel it. The good news is we saw them bleed just 2 days ago. They lost to Crazy Raccoon in a reverse sweep. If you're Revenant, you just have to keep telling yourself, if we can beat CR, we can beat Humble too.
Well, again, Semantic on a tear off the start. But once more, it is X9J who walks away with all the gems after the initial interaction between these 2 teams. He'll get some slipstream, some heals along the way, I'm sure, as Response sits behind him and waits for Sergeant to make his move.
It's important to grab those gems, but again, Semantic with a hypercharge. Those reverse mechanics are so important. Of course, Kit can get a quick reset with a dive, but it's so much more difficult. Now invisible, up in Boss's face, a super going down. He's gonna break the wall. Sergeant with perfect timing, and now Boss narrowly holding on. A trade is something Humble are willing to make.
I mean, regardless of that time warp, Lukey just took a lot of shots to the face. Semantic once more doing the same thing he always does, and it just works. He's now got his hypercharge, just needs to work for the super, and a big game-changing play can be made. X9J got to be cautious in the back lines, as Semantic will be coming forwards once more. Boss gonna go down as Sergeant goes in for a big trade. And it's 5-4 as Humble get their 5th going now.
The trade cost Revenant positioning and gain them 1 gem. I'm not sure that's a trade they're willing to make. Gadget pop for Response, needs the heals, has cover fire coming out of Jay. Lukey, though, has not moved an inch. He's still in the middle of the map. Now he's going to scoop the other side and teleport away as well. This trade just keeps happening. This time, though, it's not even a trade. It's Revenant losing the numbers, losing positioning. Now Humble have opened the walls.
Real rough stance there on the right-hand side as Sergeant goes in really aggressive and can't even get the trade. And that's 9 for Lukey as Semantic comes in, gets 1, gets 2. And Sergeant, the last hope for Revenant. But Semantic drops into the realm and retreats all the way back. Lukey's got the 10th and Semantic still alive, ready to fight it out.
Revenant have to climb all the way up the map, but they've already lost 1 of their number. Boss, right-hand side. They have no idea where Lukey is, sitting comfortably in the back of Spawn. The 2024 World Champions are 1 set away from an opportunity to bury Crazy Raccoon for another year.
Humble just playing so well, and not to say there's not a few mistakes here and there from the Revenant X-Spark team, a few little moments of over-aggression from Sergeant and not getting the necessary trades. But look at the stats, Semantic with 8 kills, 340 DPS, and to be fair, it's not like it's like incredible mechanical skill. He's pressing the gadget, walking up, waiting in a bush, getting a super, using it and getting killed. And that's all it needs to be as Lukey just waits on the zone where the gems are spawning and doesn't die.
Semantic's job is to get that hypercharge as fast as possible. If you're just in the face of the enemy, getting shots, even if you're not converting kills, you're building to that moment. We've seen it several times now. Once Semantic has gadget and hypercharge ready to go, it's an inescapable thing. He can get the super, take gems, or if he needs to, and he somehow has got the gems in his hands, pops gadget, disappears to the Shadow Realm. She is the only brawler on this map who can go down there. She goes invisible, you have no idea where she is, you have to rely on that game sense, just hoping you figure out where it was, and unfortunately for Revenant X-Spark, they had no clue where Lily was that entire set.
I mean, it's going to be so difficult to come back from this. Humble on stage looking so confident, Revenant a slight bit defeated, at least in my eyes. But they need 3 in a row, an entire reverse sweep here from Revenant X-Spark to get themselves to the World Final and knock Humble off their high horse.
Wild how a different day of Brawl Stars changes everything. 1 night's rest. Day 1 Humble. Reverse swept 3-2. Yesterday looked unfazed. Today are flying through their matches. Revenant X-Spark are a semi-finalist team at the 2025 World Finals in a year of upsets and chaos. Somehow, one thing that has remained consistent is Humble standing here in another semi-finals. And they are 1 away from going to back-to-back grand finals. They'll have to achieve that on open business. Brawler I'm looking out for is Hank, top of my board in terms of picks. Depends on the bans, of course. But Colonel Ruff's another one that we saw in that previous set that could be of interest, that wall break dynamic, whether they elect to use it, whether they don't, whether they want to feed hypercharges, all of that depends on what strategy these 2 teams elect to use.
Well, at least Gray, in my eyes, has been quite a constant throughout Hot Zone in every single map. And every single time we see Hot Zone show up, it's the Gray setting up a teleport, getting the hypercharge and going forwards again. Humble know that, they're going to ban that out. I don't think at this point in the series, Humble want that unpredictableness. I'm not going to say it's no skill, but you can get to the Hot Zone and just take tanks and stand on it no matter what you're against. So they don't want that unpredictability. They get that out the way, along with the Hank that you mentioned and the Juju. 3 very good bans from Humble. And then over the other side, we see the Juju being double banned, along with the Mina and the Ruffs, as Revenant get rid of those.
Couple starting lines available, one including Pam, the other that comes to the top of mind is Finks. Meeple also escapes the ban stage. That is a great shout out of Humble, especially on a map like this where somebody like Colonel Ruffs is removed. You have to get more creative on your wall break. Something like Griff as an emergency option could come to play, but there's two ways to deal with Meeple, and that's either destroy the entire map and make it wide open or outrange him. So I'm curious how Revenant X-Spark decide to deal with this. Health points could be a solution, but you don't want to commit to that too early because then Humble have time to respond with tank counters.
Yeah, absolutely. Meeple, I think, is the no-brainer of the first from Humble here, and very smart of them to pick that brawler up with how strong it is and how good the hypercharge is. On the other side, I'd say another one of the constants that we've been seeing through a lot of the Brawl Stars Championship World Finals. We see the Pam picked up by Revenant X-Spark, really nice. The hypercharge catapulted her back into the meta, but so much health, so much healing, and a very good ability to scrap suck if that's the one that you choose to take these more aggressive units out the way and sap their ammo.
We'll see what they elect to pair Pam with. 10 seconds on the clock, and each pick in succession becomes more important for Revenant X-Spark. A stew. Wow. Okay, so on the 2-3 turn, they go with an aggressive brawler, one they're comfortable with, one with Sergeant has played this weekend even, but I'm not used to seeing it. It's one of those brawlers that's not bad by any means, but you just have to be that dude. A high mechanical skill cap. That's why you see all the time in monthly finals when people run this, you better hope you have high ping because you have to be pixel perfect with every click on this brawler.
I mean, Sergeant is so dangerous on this stew. It really does make me think at least they've got a chance to come back into this one. But we'll see how the rest of the Humble draft goes. Kenji's going to come rolling on in then for Humble. I like that, the aggression that we need to see. The super, the hypercharge, really good. It has kind of not fallen off a cliff, but it's nowhere near where it once was.
No, absolutely. I mean, Kenji is still a good brawler. He's just not the S-tier special, has to be a must-pick ban every single time. But Humble still deciding to put their faith in the Tsushimi Slash. This is also a way to build some health points into somebody like Stu. Stu can make contact with tanks, but it's hard for him to bring them down. Pam, however, will assist with that. I'm curious to see how this Scrap Sucker in the healing station goes into Kenji.
Very nice, everyone.
Larian Laurie is Humble's final pick on what might be Revenant X-Spark's last draft of the World Finals if they can't get a set on the board here. I really like that. You've got to have the throwers that's going to be able to take down those Pam turrets really successfully and in quick fashion. They've just got to be very cautious about not feeding them ability that this dude's going to have. If he can get super after super after super, he's just going to be chasing Lukey down throughout the entirety of this set. So Boss got to be cautious about not feeding that too much. Same goes for Semantic. And then Griff is going to come in. Really nice pick from Revenant X-Spark there. Break these walls, put Meeple in a position where the super's useless unless she's using Meeple's Mansion. Kenji's needs those walls, and so does the Larian Laurie. Really nice picks from Revenant X-Spark, and I like what they've got.
I mentioned Griff at the beginning. This is one of the creative wall break options they had to have. Obviously an insane amount of DPS. If they fall early, things get scary. The villain in SCA Cinderella story, the red roster, your defending world champions, are looking to pull it off once again. Revenant X-Spark have been in this position so many times already. Reverse sweep against the world champion would be one of the grandest things we would ever see in Brawl history.
Quick wall breaks then from Sergeant and Semantic on the right-hand side, just assuming this position a bit further up where the wall, he doesn't have that wall there, so he needs to move that a bit further on. Sergeant going really aggressive now, might be punished for that, but Boss in the back lines burns down. This is a 30% lead now to Humble, but as these walls go down, they're going to get more and more difficult to get back into position.
Sergeant and Goner, the walls are opening up, sure, but this is what I was worried about. Yes, they can break the walls, but they have to have positioning to do so. If Response can't progress forward, they can't tear through. Dominant stuff from Humble. Revenant haven't had any time to breathe.
I mean, this is 50% already for Humble and 4 for Revenant X-Spark. Really disappointing performance so far, but Semantic puts himself in a great position and Boss runs in a straight line over and over and over again. Jay very low, but managed to avoid one of those shots over the top from Larian Laurie. Response will go down, and this is all Humble.
No tags from the Scrap Sucker either. Pam can operate in the open space, but is struggling. Sergeant needs a super as well. Boss flanking. It's already at 90%. Humble, just a few percentage points away from being on match point. Jay is trapped, sure, but Lukey is resting comfortably. Revenant X-Spark don't even grab 10%. And the world champions from 2024 are now on match point.
Last lifeline for Revenant X-Spark. An entire reverse sweep needed now, 2 in a row here, and then a further 2 sets after that against the current world champions of Humble. Might be too much to ask of Revenant.
It's been an incredible journey so far, but now they have to pull off the ultimate reverse sweep. Down a game in the 3rd set. Didn't even grab 10% in game number 1. It's a trade on the outset. Scrapsucker up the middle of the map. Lukey forced away. This gives Response an opportunity to climb the map, scale up to this top left-hand side, and elect whether or not to use a wall break, and that's exactly what it does. Piggy bank on the ground.
Ooh, he dashes straight into that as well. Really unfortunate for Boss, but he's just going to put himself straight back in that position, dash back forward. Meeple's Mansion comes now, and the super through the wall to try and get him down. But Samantha can toss those balls over the top anyway and get big damage in. A little swap of positions with his clone to get a bit more health to that and keep him in the face of Sergeant.
This is where things went south in game number 1. Revenant X-Spark, bottom left-hand side Response. They need their wall breaker to move up. He's dropping a piggy bank in his own spawn side just to move forward.
Well, the super comes out and it's a great connection, but how much can it do? Boss really low, but he's just going to assume the point and get some more percentage on the zone. Boss now rotating to the left-hand side, Lukey low, and Sergeant getting some good aggression, but he falls low and has to back right off.
That's a good wall break from Sergeant, a follow-up kill as well. Southeast Asia superstar has to be perfect the rest of the way. Humble have approached 50%. Revenant X-Spark finally moving up a little bit, but they have to maintain positioning.
Well, Super Veil from Samantha to tank some of this Pam damage. She's going to throw all the way back and just have it gradually come up against Sergeant, then possibly switch places with it. The Meeple's Mansion's there and the Super along with it as well to try and get this Pam turret down, and it takes a few shots, a lot of ammo to get that done. But Revenant X-Spark need to make something happen. Semantic's going to fall, and Humble still in the percentage lead, but Revenant are more in it.
It's finally a fight. Revenant have given themselves a chance, but Humble keep chipping away. Less than 20% to go for Revenant. Now Semantic flanking on the left-hand side, waiting for his team to regroup. They're spacing the board. Now a Meeple Mansion going down the ground. Hypercharge for Jay and a super out left. This is double Larry action.
Yeah, big hypercharge from Semantic as well, switching positions, getting this Pam hypercharge turret down, and it needs to go. Boss moving forwards, but Response got to be close to Super as he just popped a hypercharge, but not got it just yet, and just not allowed by Boss to get that off. Throws it out to the left-hand side, Semantic still alive, 10% needed, and it's go time for Revenant.
Humble, less than 10% away from repeating the past year. Boss standing tall, backs up, and in a weekend of unpredictability, who would have thought we get a rerun of 2024's World Finals? They've been kings of land now for 3 straight events, but Humble have an opportunity to ascend to a new level, from kings to Brawl Stars. Gods!
Absolutely incredible from the Humble side. A dominant 3-0 performance against the Revenant X-Spark, who have been incredible all tournament long. Really disappointed for Revenant, but I think you've got to argue for their sake. They didn't even think they were going to be getting top 4. So that, against the world champions, is still an incredible world finals for them.
Still an incredible go at it. I mean, for Revenant, what a story. Can't wait to hear what Barney has to say on the stage alongside the Humble players.
The 2025 Brawl Stars Grand Final is set, and you guys are in it. How does that sound?
Oh my god, it's actually a dream. Again against Crazy Raccoon as well. Is this scripted?
Don't ask me that. I don't know, I might lose my job. No. Now, I gotta ask you guys, Boss, you've been quoted as well. Semantic's been quoted about saying that passion is basically what drives you guys. Passion is the reason why you guys are so excellent at the game. And as well, you have such passionate fans as well. Is there anything that you would like to say to them?
I'm really thankful to my friends that just came from Mallorca too, and like all my family that is supporting me. I just think I just win for them, and I'm just gonna keep doing that till the grand finals.
He's gonna keep doing it. You know what, Lukey, I'm gonna come over to you. Are you feeling good?
Of course.
Of course you're feeling good. Now, we've got to hype this up a little bit, don't we? 2024, you guys beat them on the main stage. You took the World Championship trophy. A couple of days ago, it was a different story. So how are you feeling about this Raccoon rematch that you're about to go into?
I mean, we lost to them, so I definitely want to get my revenge. And yeah, we are going back to back, baby.
They're going back to back, baby. You heard them here. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Humble, your second grand finalist.
Symantec, generational IGL and drafting genius, Boss, the spearhead of the team, and won't miss a shot, Luki, the sniper and support of his team. Surgeon with a whopping 8 kills on his Stu. Stu doesn't have the fastest of reloads, so that is massive, but it still was not enough. Every single set looked kinda close, but the result doesn't. 3-0 for Humble.
Yeah, just a tough go at it here. I feel bad for Revenant in the sense that I feel like they deserve more justice than the scorecard showed. What these guys have done to achieve this level, especially being in a region that had to fight through LCQ, in a region seen as inferior to the competition of the likes of something like EMEA. An insane attempt to get here, a semi-finalist at the world stage, but unfortunately just not enough to deal with Humble.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been a really good ride for Revenant X-Spark. They've been all amazing all tournament long. It's really sad to see them dropping out the competition against Humble, but obviously someone has to go out in those semi-finals, and I think Humble are very much deserving of this grand final spot to get this rematch going.
I do feel like I'm having a flashback here. The 2024 grand finalists are back this year again. And now it's one final series to decide who's going to be our world champion 2025. Crazy Raccoon and Humble now stand at the edge of glory. The final battle is upon us. You won't want to miss it. It is time for the grand final of the Brawl Stars Championship. All year long, we've been waiting for this exact moment. The teams have been playing, sweating, living and breathing Brawl Stars just to stand on this stage right now. Crazy Raccoon and Humble remind us why we love this game. The grind, the passion, the belief that one incredible moment can change everything. My name's Sunny. I'm super thrilled to stand here right now with you guys today. Uber and Ark, this is the moment we've been waiting for.
And if you told me it would be our same two teams from last year, I kind of wouldn't believe you. If you're just coming back to Brawl Stars after a while, you might think, oh, Crazy Raccoon, Humble, yeah, makes sense. No, Crazy Raccoon barely got here. They got beat by Revenant X-Spark in LCQ. They barely got out of that tournament, and they've run the gauntlet all the way to the grand final again. What a story.
And we've got Milkrayo in that roster now as well. The rival esports for him last year wasn't to be. Now in the grand finals of Crazy Raccoon for Humble. They've been here before, literally the exact same roster. CR, a chance to get their revenge on that result last year. A Tensai for Milkrayo and for Moya. Moya seeking for his first World Finals Championship trophy lift. This is what it's all come down to, straight from LCQ into the grand finals. The commendable achievement, but they're not done yet.
And Tensai might be about to have more world titles than he has hands. This guy has done it all, and now he's brought Milkrayo and Moya into the fold to give them a taste of glory. But there's a big obstacle standing in this Crazy Raccoon team's way, Sunny. Humble are the real deal. 3 rejects come together. Nobody wanted them. They made their own team, and they showed the world, and they're here to do it again.
And since that one loss on day one, they've been looking phenomenal. 3-0s all across the board, but they did lose to Crazy Raccoon on day one. They want their revenge now. Yes, it's Humble versus Crazy Raccoon yet again. Why did we even go through that whole weekend, Ark?
Just played one game, honestly.
I'll take it. I'll take it over the latter for sure. But I think for me, Humble will be having to learn from that mistake. I felt like when they lost that 5th and final step the other day, that Frank pick in Hot Zone felt for me just a little bit tough to make work, and I think Semantic did his best, but nonetheless, they've got to learn from those mistakes.
The irony about their Frank pick was it's actually what beat Crazy Raccoon in the final last year. They played an open business set with Frank, of course, but a different time and different meta, and you can see things have changed a little bit. Humble ran into their first stumbling block, kind of only stumbling block there against Crazy Raccoon in their first game, so you have to hope that they've really learned since then.
And those two teams now in the finals just goes to show as well that you don't have to be first seed in your own region. Consistency is key. Almost. You also have to be a LAN warrior. And those two teams, even though they might not show off the best they can online, they definitely do in any LAN tournament.
They've only won one monthly final each. I mean, Humble didn't even qualify for the August monthly final after winning Brawl Cup. These guys, I mean, I would not say they've been the most consistent over the course of the year, but they win when it matters. They step up when the lights are on and the stakes are high. And that's exactly what champions and Brawl Stars are made of.
But that was the same for Humble last year, and look what happened, right? I mean, for Crazy Raccoon, their grand finals win in the monthly finals was at the very beginning of the season as well, so much time has passed. For me, at LCQ, I didn't really have massive hopes for them. Honestly, I thought that they would probably dwindle and get swept by Casa Brawl. It was not to be, and what a way to make it a statement here at the World Finals. To make it this far is insane.
Coming into this weekend, who did you guys see in the finals? Was it Crazy Raccoon and Humble? And why not? Why yes?
I didn't see Crazy Raccoon in the finals at all. I just didn't think they'd be able to get there. I thought Zeta Division would make their way. I thought it would be Humble SK, honestly. Yeah, we almost got exactly that. But, I mean, Crazy Raccoon are just something different. There's something special with this team, this new era. I can't wait to see what they can provide.
And from you, Ark, did you think those would into the finals? Crazy Raccoon and Humble yet again, like in 2024.
Get a bit of static, but I think you're talking about 2024. I think that both teams, for me, looks fantastic. For Crazy Raccoon, it's really quite a
not
tough
in front of the finals, come on. Could we try and...
We'll get an audio
just keep going. Yeah. Crazy Raccoon and Humble. Yet, as we said,
Can't hear it.
East Asia versus MIA once.
Times when I couldn't push no more, babe. Only healing lies and gems all over the floor. Oh yeah, now it's all behind, babe. I'm not alone anymore. They're right by my side and they make me feel alive. I'm getting you back, babe. That trophy is mine. Oh baby, you show me how you shine.
No beginner. 너는 그냥 빠져. You a showdown spinner. So it's move out the way for the master. I am team. But you know you can't be me. Find the little less of me and then I'm so bow down to you. 싹 다 걷어갈게. You know the trophy's the goal. Stop 끝판왕 맞지 못해 나랑 girl. It's me and my pride, and it makes me feel alive. You're not getting this back, babe. That trophy is mine. Oh baby, you show me how you shine. Ooh yeah, I'm hitting the top and I need you to show me you're my only trophy. The truth is I can stand another random. Start every match like I'm feeling abandoned. Cause I don't wanna quit, don't wanna give in. It shouldn't even matter if you just wanna win.
So we'll lift you up till you reach for the cup.
And I'm right by your side, and together we will thrive.
My trophy's my life, and you make me feel alive.
I'm getting you back, babe.
I mean, they feel like they are one of the best to ever do it. Two-timer, 10-side, maybe adding a third. Humble are the 2024 champions, defend the belt. Look, they may have stumbled in day one, but they are right back where they were last year. I am not counting them out.
Right here is what we have all been waiting for. Monthly finals, last chance qualifiers, the Brawl Cup. They have all led to this moment. Two teams enter the stage, but only one can wear the crown. Thousands of hours played, and 30 minutes will decide your fate. Crazy Raccoon, are you ready?
Yes!
That's what I like to hear. Humble, any last words?
Back to back.
Back to back. DreamHack Stockholm, are you ready? Let's crown our champion!
Back to back chills. Crazy Raccoon, the Raccoons came out to fight with claws and teeth, claiming victory through every single 3-2. They showed us this weekend. And Humble on the right-hand side, the Humble Giants always take some time for their fans, always have a heart for them. And Uber, I believe you had the opportunity to chat with them coming into this weekend, and you did not really like their fighting words because they're just too humble.
Yeah, I mean, I did try and tease a little bit of trash talk out of them, but they honestly just flat out refused. They knew they were going to be walking into a minefield of top quality teams. They knew they'd have to give it everything to even get to this game, and that's carried them a long way. They took their licks in day one and suffered at the hands of this Crazy Raccoon team, but they're back, and it's time to collect for the boys in black.
Well, I know what Semantic would say. If you ever ask him, are you going to win? He will always say no. That is the way that he's always approached things. It worked for him last year. Will it work for him this year? For Humble, it would be just a monumental achievement to be back-to-back world champions, as Lukey seems very confident that they will. It has never happened in the EMEA region before. The CR will be doing everything in their power to prevent it.
If you ask Semantic if he's gonna win, he will always say no, and he will always ask his friends to vote against them. Right, Uber?
Yes, that's generally the way it goes. So
anti-jinx.
Trying to anti-jinx Semantic, yeah. He's very superstitious. A lot of players have their sort of rituals. The Crazy Raccoon, their ritual before a grand final is just winning. Yeah. Winning all the games. So I respect that as well. The thought that this team is inevitable has been one that's echoed through many a hall in the past. And it's the two-time 10-sire who's bringing a new roster into the fold, wants to share the glory with more of the East Asian region. For Humble to come back and to do this a second time would be monumental. It would be legendary. And the fact that it is the same two teams going head-to-head in this hallowed hall, in this all-important game, makes it that much more special.
Absolute cinema as we go into our first set. Heist and Kaboom Canyon will be the map. A good one for me. I feel like it's a good spot to start with Heist. I don't want to see it in the later stages of this kind of map pool because those base races can be unpredictable. For me, Lola's definitely up there as Crazy Raccoon special. Colette, despite for me not being quite in the meta, it's one of their good picks also. Humble, like the Melody, that's why it's banned on the side of Crazy Raccoon, alongside the Angelo and the Cordelius. The Finks, the Chuck, and the Kaze banned out by Humble.
Kaboom Canyon will kick us off for our grand final. It's a map where those two teams will clash in the middle. It's all about mid-control, controlling those pushes. And wherever there's pushes, there's an Ember, there's a Lola, there's a couple of tanks, and some more brawlers to just deal damage like Crow or Penny, Carl, and Crow it is for the Raccoons.
The interaction here between Juju and Amber is something that's worth keeping an eye on. Juju has a range increase inside bushes and so it can actually attack the safe from the middle of the map. If she pops up, one of these teams will have to draft an Amber or something that also has that grass clearing ability to limit Juju's impact as the round goes longer and longer. But you know, if you're into Juju, you need to play the longer game. You're going to be disadvantaged, but if you take control of the middle of the map, Juju does not have a staging ground to play from. Grass or no grass.
This is what I was about to say with Amber still open. I feel like Humble are already putting preventive measures of that very brawler in place. Nowhere to hide. And it also depletes the Crow slightly on the side of Crazy Raccoon. It takes a little bit away of what amount of information you'll be able to obtain with it. The second pick coming in for Crazy Raccoon now. They do like a little bit of Penny in Heist. It did work out well for them earlier in this competition. A very different map. Bim Canyon is all about the long-ranged game, in my opinion. Let's see how they're feeling about this Crow. It's going to be Lola. I think it's a very underrated pick on this map. Always got some good results. They're still going to go with the Juju. Certainly with the lakes in this map, it is still going to get some value, but I feel against the Amber, you're really kind of like battling against the wind, no?
I did mention the Lola coming into this draft, but Lola against the Ember, usually not the favorable matchup. But they do have a Crow. Crow with a slightly, I think it's one tile more range than Ember. Usually not a bad shout, can just trickle her down. The poison will take her in the long run. And against the Byron, Crow will do well anyway. Last pick now from Humble. It's going to be an aggressive one. Lily to round things off here. Humble versus Crazy Raccoon. We're heading into our first map.
SK Gaming gave Crazy Raccoon plenty of practice against the Lily, but now it is time. The time for talking is over. It's time for the gameplay to tell the story. Humble Giants versus the Little Genius and his merry band. Crazy Raccoon and Humble renew their rivalry one last time on the biggest stage there is. Make some noise, Stockholm. It's Brawl time.
The stadium erupting. Semantic already making a dash there with the Lily going into the realm. Immediately finds Milk Rio. Finds the upper hand as well. The heals from Luki weren't enough. He falls down, pushing more and Tensai then into the mid.
Tensai would love to step up, and now with Boss out of the way, that seems an easier achievement. Milkray has returned to the fray, and now the barrage commences. Just chip damage, nothing to write home about, but it gives Crazy Raccoon a lead, and it starts to apply a little bit of pressure to Crazy Raccoon.
Boss will lick the map there with the oil, looking for that burn to deplete what the Juju can bring. Some damage onto the Crazy Raccoon save, just the 4%. As a jump in from Milk Rio on the right, brings back some goods. He's in a good spot. Semantic is now in a tough position to choose. He goes then for Moya, gets the upper hand, and has been going straight towards the CR safe.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to all in here. Crazy Raccoon have a slim lead, but it's nothing that can't be remediated by Semantic. He that will stay in the corner. Generate super by proximity here to Milk Rio and Tensai, but he will be punished by the thrower. Boss still holds court in the center of the map and has cleared some of the grass, but not enough to limit Tensai's capacity. And a hypercharged super there for Milk Rio. Well timed. Safe down to 47.
Milk Rio got amazing value, but Semantic finds a two-piece. Boss coming from behind here. Burns the grass just a little bit, gets it onto the safe most importantly, as Humble are behind in terms of the objective. Semantic into the realm, going to be coming out, made a few early swipes there, maybe a couple of signs of nerves coming through as Tensai stays alive at 403 DPS.
Gregory is doing some serious lifting right now. Tensai's made so much space off that super. Milk Rio, of course, with a damage reduction shield, is able to stave off Semantic, and Humble have been stuffed into a corner. Now, very, very far behind in this round.
Nicky can't find the taps on the right-hand side onto Milk Rio. Moya surviving there with the ego as Semantic struggling to make a dent through this mid, but does find Tensai into the realm. Milk Rio and Moya ready for it. He goes for Moya, who's now under hypercharge, but now all three members of Humble take this mid. One, a super from Semantic. He finds the safe after two. There's a crack.
There's safe damage important, but that elimination even more so. Boss now with a hypercharge, can't quite make full use of it. Moya's going to burn down, and Grigri with some acupuncture on the safe. Going to make short work of Humble if they're not careful. Tensai will dodge, duck, dip, dive, dodge away from the boss damage, and he'll have one last shot on the safe. That's all she wrote, folks. Crazy Raccoon with 50% left on their safe. Walk away with our first round.
A slow start for Humble. But I feel if they can get this grass burnt earlier on, deprive the Juju of those valuable shots onto the safe early on, it could be the difference maker. Luki has got a good brawler in his arsenal, but I feel like with his Byron, the taps just aren't landing as much as they need to. Semantic into the realm, going to come straight out onto Moya, gets the taps again. Heal falls with the heals come through. Semantic cycling, wonderful work between himself and Luki.
Good gadget there from Tensai, but not enough to keep him alive in the long run. And Luki was there to back Semantic up. Some good free damage here for Humble, but the moment they take the foot off the gas, the Juju just sets up in mid yet again. Not to mention when Grigri comes forth, it's going to be difficult for Semantic to get purchased. Important that Luki wins that side lane matchup, but isn't great attacking a safe on his own.
Semantic missing a super is a rarity. Luki putting some scrutiny into Tensai. The Moya on his right-hand side is really struggling. Semantic is targeting him every single time. He's got a hypercharge now as well. He's going to use it on the safe for the additional damage. Still there as the shots to the Juju can't really find the connection. Oh, the hypercharge will connect, but nonetheless, he's staying alive on the safe, getting fundamental damage.
Yeah, Semantic didn't want to pop into the shadow round too early. He just wanted to save that damage for the safe. He attempts to bank the hypercharge off the wall, but it misses. It doesn't matter. Damage is damage, and Humble have that in spades. Moya's going to be forced to back away now, and Semantic is always looking for this Lola, but he's not quite close enough to get both those hits, and so Moya walks away.
Boss will lick the map up yet again. Milkria, despite the shield, will fall down. Moya on 149 HP, but a lovely TP with the ego. He stays alive in a good position, cycles it as well. And they actually get the pick up of Semantic as a result of it.
Semantic got completely stifled there. Tried to come forward on the Lola, but Moya had other plans. 50 seconds left in the round, and Humble have a healthy lead, but they need to get out of their side of the map. Tensai a little bit low. The bush cover's getting pretty limited, and Semantic finally is able to bring down the Lola. Diving in goes Milkrio, shield active, boss falls, and Luki stuffed into a corner. Grigri alone is enough to count for the Byron, and Luki needs help stat.
He couldn't juggle his time between Milkbrew and the Grigri. Had to make a choice. Semantic will fall there as well, and I think wasted a hypercharge in the process. Important taps there from Luki on the right-hand side. Gets a good gadget on to Tensai, but he's still alive. Boss on the left-hand side is weak and weary. He needs some help.
Humble need a safe crack here to be truly comfortable in this round. Milkbrew is going to find some poke damage now on Humble's safe. It's down to 73. Luki's got to be wary, got to crawl away. Tensai shots are coming in to even his game up. 5 seconds left and a Humble have a slim lead, but can they maintain it? 61 and counting. It looks like they've made it, but only just. Our first set hangs in the balance. Humble breathe a sigh of relief to get away with that one.
Saved by 2%. Reminds me of the match earlier today between Humble and Revenant. That first set came down to a second. They breathe a sigh of relief, but this set is far from over. Semantic just beelining this right-hand side. Runs straight into Moya. And he goes down himself with the help of Milk Rio. Boss there, still in the middle. We'll know now where he is. And Scott the Super, most importantly, burn that map down and make sure that you cannot get early value.
Boss here doing well to avoid these shots from Tensai, who's not really living his best life, being unable to play in the bushes for the time being. Still pressuring back this Amber. Semantic dives, looking for Moya on his emergence. Will find the Lola and get the better of her as well. Now for some damage. Semantic, these forays forward have been good for 6 to 20% of that safe health.
Boss doing a lot of work in this early moment. But it is just a narrow lead so far for Humble. Semantic looking to go again on the aggressive. He is so dangerous, but now Moya has the ego. Used again a gadget for the additional healing. There will be something for helping hand, but I think Semantic now looking again for Moya. Staying a little bit sneaky, but found out now, and now Milkrio can land the taps he needs.
Semantic was tracking the shield gadget from Milkrio there, knew that he actually didn't want to fight the Crow when he popped down the Shadow Realm. So Milkrio's free there to take a trade. It's him for Luki. Semantic back off respawn, but Tensai's in a position to get some free damage. This game hangs in the balance. 4% separate these two, and Boss and Luki need to get active to regain control of mid.
Yeah, Boss chose to go on the aggressive with his super early on rather than just burn the bush. That Juju gets some free damage. Boss on 52 HP, helping hand there from Luki, keeps him alive.
What heal?
Boyer's gonna burn. Semantic in the realm, Milgrim comes out on top, and Humble now will reclaim this mid.
Insane moment there from Luki. Boss, by all accounts, should have been dead to rights there. But the Byron healing kept him standing enough to win out the exchange. And now, Humble are on the front foot once more. Hypercharge super explodes. A little bit of damage onto the safe, but more importantly, Milkrio's scout is taken. Tenside a step forward. Luki needs to dodge these shots, and he'll be happy with a 1-for-1. Everything coming up Humble now. 25 seconds left in a round. A safe crack finally achieved, but Semantic needs to double back and defend.
McGraw finds Boss on the right-hand side and is on the stiff, getting damaged. Now his teammates join that mid. Tensai now for hypercharge. A massive burn from Boss to respond against it. 75%, the save is cracked. CR already need one more shot.
They're going to get there.
And that's going to be the one to seal it, surely. Crazy Raccoon will take the first set. Humble are immediately behind.
No matter how fast Humble run, Crazy Raccoon is always coming up in that rear view mirror. A monkey that cannot shake off their back. A ghost that haunts them every time they try and reach for the title. This time, in this match, they start off on the front foot. No need to reverse sweep Humble this time around. Crazy Raccoon emerged victorious on Heist.
And I think for me, the difference maker really was the Juju of Tensai. You can see there the damage to the safe. It made all the difference. 86,000, 17 takedowns for Moya as well. I think that all things considered, he had the toughest match. I mean, Semantic was targeting him time and time again, so to get those kind of stats, it's really, really impressive.
Yep, definitely not the kind of player who's ever going to tell you to calm down. Milkrio really embracing the energy up here. And this game balances on a knife edge for so much of Heist. If Semantic's able to break through 1, 2 more times, it could be a very different result. Moya there, that is a stunning TP back. It baits out Semantic's super and then allows him to fall back and clean up the Lily. This final push, it's a hypercharged Lily super. A Giga Grigri on the map gives Crazy Raccoon all they need to overwhelm.
And in the game in which Humble won, they really shut down that Juju better. I love the way that they broke open the bush to start things off, and it just deflated a lot of that aggression. Wasn't the same in that one in which they lost, and they've now suffered the set as a result. Moving on though to our next map and mode, Brawl and Pinhole Punt. Humble, we need to dig deep. No sweep for them in this grand finals as it was in 2024 versus this very opposition of Crazy Raccoon.
This is Crazy Raccoon's best map arc. Really solid performance from these guys in scrims. They really love to lean towards, you know, those solid comps. They go rough Otis, first couple picks, and then they mix in some sort of powerful mid-range brawler. Chester has actually been their go-to on many other occasions, but it really depends what's been left open through this draft phase. On this map, Byron has an exceptional win rate. He wins 3 out of 4 games in scrims in the lead up to this tournament. But obviously you've got the mainstays, Crow, Otis, and Ruffs, all brawlers that you want to look towards. Get them in, and get your value out of them.
Big one for Humble as well as Mo. They love to combine that with Jae-Yong. Let's see, the Hank Ban, the Byron, and the Squeak for Crazy Raccoon. The Otis, the Meeple, and the Mina for Humble. It's going to leave a potential Ollie open. That's definitely a cause of concern. Let's see how they feel. I quite like your Chester shout, by the way. I think that is definitely an option for both of these two teams. Certainly more on the Crazy Raccoon side, but also on the Humble side against our pal. At least we didn't get just credits on that one.
Yes, sir. We've got a bit to work with. That's all right. Yeah, the Chester-Ruffs combo actually has been really quite dynamic on this map. I think Chester's hypercharge, while hard to earn, is just one of the most powerful nukes available to you in Brawl Stars. And can really give you that player advantage in a pinch when you need it. Milkrio's Sphinx is astonishing. We saw that earlier in that series against SK. You see him pick up the Finks, expecting to play pretty safe, you know, pretty secure mid. It's anything but. He commands attention, he charges the field. In fact, he ends up making his kit the gem carrier, and he just goes and starts throwing haymakers. So this guy is not one to stay quiet.
Ruffs, Mo, Crow, Carl, these are all brawlers that could potentially have a showing here. That's going to be one of them coming through for Humble. The Buster as well is an option, but with the Ollie open, I prefer that. Coco gets a skin, that's actually a pretty good one as well. Nope, he's not a fan.
Okay. Yeah, is it there? Aussie Buster. I'll show you a knife. That is my favorite skin.
We can enjoy ourselves on the desk. For Humble, they are very much locked in that regard. It's going to be the Ruffs. I think it's a good pairing. The Crows are going to be much more viable with the help of those supply drops. They are lacking some DPS. Concerning thing so far. That third and final pick needs to be a solid one. It could well be that Mo. As it's not the most desirable of things. It's good to leave it until the end, really.
It's it's a very common boss pickup, right? It's also often finds its way into reply totems, drafts. A lot of EMEA teams have really been leaning on that. It's not the kind of map where you can like throw a curveball. Like Ali can be brought in here. Pinhole Punt obviously has pushes dotted around the center concentrically. So there are opportunities here just to sort of leap upon your opponents. Something maybe a bit safer. Jae-Yong here comes out. Not the best map for him, although he's very commonly picked on Pinhole Punt. Only a 35% win rate out of 20 scrim games. Draco, okay. This one's a little bit wild for me. I love to see this. Shove up, get space. Can really make use of that Finks super. Crazy Raccoon want that map control, that flexibility.
Now I'm nervous because Humble, again, haven't got the best DPS so far. They need a direct counter for this Draco, in my opinion.
Countering Draco? You're going to play BB?
It's going to be very, very tough. They might have to deviate away from the plan here, honestly. Mo, want to be a bad shout. Okay. Chester, yeah, going to come through. It's not a bad shout. Lukey is very, very accomplished with this brawler. This Crazy Raccoon draft, I really do quite like it. It's got a great amount of variety. Humble could be in trouble here.
They don't have anything to stop this Draco, really, at all. That's my biggest concern. Milkray also is going to be able to be, or Tensai rather, topped up, and healed, of course, by that Jae-Yong. Humble's comp is fine. I think it's Chester really gets going. We see some big supers. This could certainly be a game that Humble take away. It's going to be Semantic on Chester duty. Here goes our second set of this grand final. It's time for Pinhole Punt. Brawl Ball is our arena. And Humble are trailing a set.
Tensai low, the left-hand side. Nice gadget, back to the fixture. Will keep him in the mix on 664 HP. Boss still trying to find these connecting shots. There's one onto Milkray that will be very valuable. As Lukey stays firm here, the defense booster gadget should be enough, and a great break just in the nick of time. A 26-second goal for Humble.
I don't know what Moya is doing. He's trying to zone one of these Humble players out of the back of the map. I think it's Semantic. He's just sort of standing there in the bush, making half of the Chester to get in, but the rest of Humble's team comp does really well against Crazy Raccoon. Without the Draco, you just don't have enough damage. Here's the dive, not a bad one, and of course the Hypercharge sees the knives pierce and return. So it does at least enable a one-for-one exchange. Now that Fink Super drop down will allow Moya to safely move into the middle of the map, but man, he's getting peppered down instantly.
This is much better from Humble. I love that from Boss. A great tap and it's brought his team forwards. Now Lukey picks up the supply drop. That will make him much more dangerous. Milkray on the left, struggling a little bit. Moya trying to push through this mid. He's certainly going to get scrutinized for it. Semantic gets a lovely stun. Now it's Milkray in a 1 versus 3. Weekend Warrior gets some value, but Lukey stays alive potentially for the pass-through.
Humble and map control. They have plenty of damage. Our concerns from draft have been alleviated. Gadget here now from Ruff that's going to, again, clear the area around the ball. Allow for Lukey to heal himself back up. He came up second best of the couple of salvos from Milkrio's Jae-Yong on the left. Super, of course, pop for Milkrio, a burst of speed and attempting to throw out some damage, but here we go. Hypercharge Super comes on in. Semantic can make good use of that. Moya also licking his wounds after that supply drop connected, and Lukey is still alive, still standing. Here come Humble. Semantic's heard his Hypercharge, but doesn't need to use it. Clean as a whistle there in that first game of Brawl Ball.
Seems like Humble have had a very good mental reset. And this Ruff's Hypercharge, in the hands of a Chester. It's arguably in the top 5 for me of the strongest Hypercharges in the game. Draco's up there, no doubt about it, but it takes a while to earn it. Now, different story. TR have a much better start now. Pushing him back, Semantic will fall on that right-hand side, leaving just Lukey and Boss to defend. Lukey gets the ball, puts it to the side here, but Tensai will bring it straight back forwards.
Yeah, Lukey gives up his life just to make sure Semantic can still be relevant defending this push. And you see how good that Ruff gadget is. Buys it so much time. Lukey's able to get into the game. Humble are back to full strength now. And this Draco Super, without Hypercharge Empowerment, is pretty short range. He's going to go for it though. Going to throw himself at those goals. Boss optionally opens up the map and simply has to walk away. He knows he's cooked.
Yeah, no choice. You can't really feed over more to your opposition. He knows there's nothing that he can do there. Has to come forward. XPR still continuing this assault. Hypercharge drop down from Boss will get rid of all those boxes. A really nice position for him. Humble have got time on their side so they can defend this. And down goes Moya. That's a great opportunity for them to recollect, get Tensai as well. It's trickling down from this poison.
And slowly the map is starting to be opened up by these supply drops that Boss is throwing in. This favors Humble. They've got a better comp against this Draco if they can keep him at arm's length. Moya constantly ticking down, and this is not the optimal. Oh, wait! Okay, the poison ticking got him. That could have been dangerous. Last stand gave him a chance to stand and have a crack at goal. Humble will move into reinforce.
Really enjoying the pinch between Boss and Luki. Working together so harmoniously. But down goes Semantic immediately. This Draco is dangerous. These kills from the Jae Young are keeping Moya so much more in the mix. Boss shuts it down now, finally. Luki can't really close this gap. He's got to heal up first. Milkreal with the speed, trying to get Tensai into a position where he can make something of this ball. The time warp as well allows for a much easier juking scenario on this left-hand side. But again, still protected by Semantic, who's nice and healthy.
Okay, Moya's going to charge his way through. Nobody can stop this Draco. He is unstoppable. And a cheeky stop through from Moya evens up Brawl Ball.
A great response. Humble have got to tread very cautiously now. It's a must-win game, in my opinion. You're against the clock in the grand finals. You need to even the scoreline. If Crazy Raccoon get this set, it's going to put a lot of pressure on this next draft.
Moya again, not able to get to grips with Boss before he's taken down. There's a whole map for Boss to break open all over again. That's something that just takes time. The poke damage is good though. Finks out of the game, neutralized very early. Moya now with a super. No chance to even make use of the gadget. Now Hypercharge on the horizon for Boss.
Semantic's in a fantastic spot here. He's got the slow as well. That radius now going to be working to his advantage. Nice steps into Moya. Semantic in a great spot, but Milkreal is still healthy. Tensai healing up now. Milkreal is going to be there to helping hand this defense. Luki has to jump. He can time it well. Get them when they're down. Milkreal falls here as well. Semantic stays alive. The hypercharge of that Chester. It's going to be brutal, but he gets fallen down to Tensai.
Still, Humble were in a decent position, so it's just a loss of tempo for them, nothing more. Remember that Chester hypercharge can blow up some of this map. And Luki's taking care of it as well. Moya a little bit low. Thinking about the gadget, but no reason to make use of it there. Ball now in Humble's court. That's the hypercharge super from Semantic. Gives Tensai nowhere to go. Go between a rock and a poisonous place as Luki finishes him with the knives.
Luki saves his super despite using the hypercharge. An interesting decision. I actually don't mind it. Moya is still so dangerous on this Draco. The last stand there will keep him alive just for a little bit of time. Tensai can't really do much here on his own. Peppered by Boss and Luki. Tensai also. Poison trickle over time down to 386 HP. As now Humble prepare a push.
They're being so methodical about this. Humble, so careful. As soon as Milkreal pops a weekend warrior, Luki jumps away to safety instead. Now though he's going to have to pop his shield. He needs to stand and fight. He doesn't last long, I'll tell you that much. Boss also not long for this world. Semantic, does he have the damage to stop this? What a clear, but it's not going to buy him enough time. Milkreal drops the ball, and Luki is back on deck. Tensai, frustrated, will go down, and Humble are back in the game.
Unreal from Humble. They've got to turn that defense into a valiant offense. Luki has got the hypercharge, and if he can time this right, get maximum value, the weekend warrior of Milkreal might see his demise. He jumps away. He now has to earn it back. Tensai falls so quickly. Humble has got to hold on. I feel like with this comp, they do have the advantage in overtime.
Yeah, they want this overtime. They've been trying to break the map up all game, and now it's going to happen for them. Boss with a hypercharge super. Everybody with one in their hands on Humble's side, but here comes Moya. He is burning them to the ground. Outranged though by Luki as he is. Humble need to fight. Ball cleared, crossed to the right. Semantic with the invulnerability is going to be able to get it out of the way, but this is not enough. Not remotely enough from Humble. Crazy Raccoon. Fate beckons them to the podium. And they'll take their second step.
Despite being 2 sets down, the crowd are still cheering loud. But Humble have got to start getting this communication better. That should have been a set going their way, especially when you look at those stats. Boss, 470 DPS on a roughs. Luki with 14 takedowns. I mean, these stats really do say that Humble faltered and fumbled that one Crazy Raccoon really depended on that Draco. Moya is cutting his worth.
What we don't see there are the healing stats as well off this Jaehyung, keeping this Draco in the game. Crow's always a good shout against the Draco. The poison ticks after the last stand gadget expires, normally earning you that elimination, even if you make it a trade. Slowly and surely, Crazy Raccoon spent most of this game without map control, but it's moments like this when that Draco hypercharge can be brought to bear that Humble are simply bowled over.
Nice, you get it.
But now Humble have to dig deep. They want to become back-to-back world champions. It's going to take every single bit of their Brawl knowledge to come forwards here. Kanan's got to bring a winning draft now. There is no excuse for it. Humble, I'm sure, would not be able to imagine anything worse than getting swept after being the ones to sweep last year. Karma is an evil mistress.
At the start of this tournament, Semantic said to me, we're not really sure how we play from behind. We haven't had to worry about that. Well, Bekri, you got your wish. Humble have their backs to the wall. The chasm waits behind them. Crazy Raccoon are winding up for one final haymaker to knock them out of the tournament, to take the title of world champions. It's going to have to be Bounty where Humble make their last stand, drag themselves back into this game ahead of the hideout.
Tensai is one set away from becoming a 3-time world champion. I mean, it's just unheard of. In not just Brawl, but like any game. I mean, his career has been outstanding. But for Crazy Raccoon, this set stands between them and that. The bans are in for hideout. Stray, Jean, and Mina. The Bell, the Ruffs, and the Jaehyung of Humble. And Humble have the first pick.
Bell seems like a pretty innocuous pick, but on hideout she is a real problem with those nest eggs being set up. She's very powerful defensively. Humble have always leaned towards the Byron to start these drafts. This game will be no exception. It's the Heretics hat that gave it away, sorry.
Oh, it's Crazy Raccoon now then. People could be an option for them here. Let's see if they want to pick it up. Gus is, again, a very East Asian brawler pick to go with here. Brock potentially just open up the safety nanny. Yeah, I like it. It's a bit underrated. But it can bring some good to Gus to come in as well.
This is such a Humble-coded draft from Crazy Raccoon. Semantic loves to go for that last pick nanny when he feels like there are going to be sharpshooters on the menu. Now Humble might actually have to change course in terms of their game plan. You can obviously try and stay in the sharpshooter lane. Brock's obviously available. Bray's banned out, so forget about that. RT somehow is still unpicked, which Crazy Raccoon is kind of absurd. I had to double take there. But perhaps you need to run it up on these guys. Perhaps you need to go on the offense. Charlie is going to be the pick here for Boss, and Ollie comes out. Humble will not sit back, play long range, and go silently into that night. They're going to bring the Ollie in, signaling a desire to go all in.
You're absolutely spot on, though. Crazy Raccoon have read this draft like a book. This is a Humble draft for them. They're taking away what Humble are most comfortable with and putting them in a position of weakness straight off the bat. Humble are going to have to play differently. They cannot just do what they love to do now. Meeple, yeah, it's going to come in for Crazy Raccoon.
So good here.
It's going to be so tough to play against this.
There's no wall break for Humble. I mean, Tensai can play up inside those bushes. And that Meeple Super is going to be really frustrating, allowing him to cut the range and have a legitimately unfair scenario against Humble. It's now or never, Humble. Semantic at the helm. This team came together on a whim last year and nobody expected anything from them. Now, they expect the world. They expect excellence. They expect a world champion. A Crazy Raccoon are having none of it. Tensai gets a blue star, but it's going to be punished with a Hypnotize off the back. What a stun, though. That is brutal. Luki could be able to drag himself away, but Humble are down by 1 star after that exchange.
Oh, an overextension there from Boss also on the left-hand side, and Tensai will pick it up. Luki now with the blue star. The Crazy Raccoon have the lead by 3. Semantic just lurking in their bush, waiting for someone from CR to overextend, but they're going to have to push forwards even more here. He's earned the super as well now. It's going to come in quite handy, but Milkberry will have the knockback too, and there it is.
Not enough.
Spread against the wall and pushed forwards.
Where's the damage?
Luke gets the cocoon off as well, and the Blue Star now with Humble. 7-star lead.
Semantic's going to be able to get away after that as well. The cocoon from Lukey was instrumental. They needed a lot of time to actually eliminate Milkrio through that shield. These Spiderlings, by the way, are actually very good. From all three brawlers, they're going to ask for a shot, and Semantic is going for it. This guy is unhinged. Solo runs down Tensai. Says, what's a two-time to a king? Beautiful stuff. Milkrio the next to fall, and Humble are looking like they're back.
Love that from Lukey and Semantic there. Ensuring that pickup is right at the cusp of the Charlie range.
Are they going to get to 20?
I mean, at the moment the CR are playing, it's so passive. And Semantic just keeps going in. Now he might be a bit overextending.
Too much.
Gonna fall down now. 8 stars to 14. Humble have got to be cautious here. They've got all stars above their head. 9 to my count.
Semantic's hand got forced there by the Meeple Super. Had to go forward. Knew he would get just peppered with shots from behind that wall. And now he's got a hypercharge. That's a guaranteed connection off that Super. Well and truly, in we go. Semantic looking for a double hypnotize. He hits it. Jackpot for Semantic. And Milkrio back to the wall. 1 star away. Humble get to 20. A definitive answer. As they are moments away from elimination, they find a spark.
A fantastic adaptation. The question now is, how will Crazy Raccoon approach this game? I love how Humble did that. It's again not the strategy which I'm sure they were looking to implement. So they're adapting on the fly. Again, Bots overextending that left-hand side. Tensai going to be low, but no one there to contest him. And already, Moyes got the peak.
Semantic's healthy enough here to tank this, as is Lukey. Pete might be intended for the Byron. Boss has to pop that gadget to stay alive. Great footwork, though, dodging from Moya. This guy, with the mechanics, taking space. As Moya is going to be forced back. No respect offered by Boss, but Lukey might have flown too close to the sun.
Yeah, tough there for Boss. Couldn't really have reacted much faster, but may have wanted to preempt it. Semantic does find the hypnosis connection onto Moya. He'll fall. It's going to be a trade out, though. CR are still in the lead with 3 stars and the blue, and another peep coming in.
I'm looking at Captain Semantic to be the difference maker now. Coming off spawn with that super available. Can simply look to try and fight Tensai, but he needs a 3-star player. Would have to go after Milkrio and more. Even if Milkrio goes down, Crazy Raccoon will still have the blue star lead. This is quite the conundrum for Humble.
Boss is really doing his best with these kills, trying to push forward. It's quite difficult into that nanny pick. Now low again, got to be forced out to use a gadget. Peep coming in, he can't break on this left-hand side. Samantha going forwards though, Milkrio is low. They'll find him. The blue star still with Crazy Raccoon now. Micah is out, the cocoon goes down immediately. Humble have got the lead. A massive hill from Boss. Straight back to spawn.
And the mid looks so easy. Semantic simply wanders up in the direction of Crazy Raccoon and does the thing. Great cocoon from Lukey. Now Tensai tries to get forward, looking for an opening, but that Meeple Super gets used pretty deep on the map and can't be effective here. Here we go, once more, Semantic steps up. He needs that healing from Boss, and it's not enough to keep him alive. Humble might have thrown this away. Tensai trying to get a little bit of space, but Crazy Raccoon have a 2-star lead, and there's no way for Humble to regain it. Teetering on the edge, again are Humble, as Crazy Raccoon stamp their authority on the round.
What a rage quit gadget there from the Meeple. Semantic was not ready for it. That should have been a set, I feel, for Humble, and they might end up kicking themselves for it. CR now. Just need one more game. And Tensai will be a 3-time world champion.
There's echoes of 2021 for 2022. From Tensai in the spotlight, with the trophy in hand. To return to that spot, I'm sure, means the world to the little genius. Now Crazy Raccoon just have to close this case. Humble, though, stand in their way and had a very decisive first round here on Hideout. They can't afford to take any undue risks. Semantic, though, still needs to be the aggressor. Still has to come forward. Oh, that damage coming the way of Moy is going to force him back.
Yeah, Semantic has to go on the aggressive, but it's a really tough balance to find. He's depending upon these Byron hills, and again, this Meeple gadget, which is devastating. Good taps again from Tensai. He's earned the super. And now Humble can't use that wall. Just the blue star for now. Luki again taking a lot of shots here. Kuki Popper as well, replying in chord. Boss still needs to heal up. Semantic might be able to time this and get something back to spawn, but it's such a tight position for Humble to play from.
It's the Meeple gadget that Semantic has to look out for. Tensai can knock him back and prevent him from getting close enough to find a big hypnotize. This is not a hypercharged super from the Ollie. Semantic has to be picture perfect in these next few moments. Humble need to fight their way back into the map, but right now they are being boxed in. The trash compactor begins to crush. Return to sender on the boss, doesn't bother him. Moya's starting to tick low. That's the opening for Humble. Now they can get that map control they've been sorely needing.
The one run step, and Humble are done for. They can't overextend now. They're just going to buy down the clock and hope for the best. Ensure a kill towards the end. As we approach the 15-second mark, CR are going to push.
It can't be over here. It just can't. Humble now to stand and fight for the right to continue to compete for the World Championship. 9 seconds left. Milkrio starting to pinch on the right-hand side. He pops his super. Tensai looking at Semantic. He's looking like a tasty morsel. And he goes. Able to get away as well with a super, but not to safety. Crazy Raccoon. The king of old has returned to claim his dues. From the dumpster to the throne. A rags to riches story. Stuck on repeat. Crazy Raccoon have ascended once more to godhood in Brawl Stars. A clean sweep of the 2024 champions. Humble with not a word to say. And once more, the halls of a Brawl Esports arena will echo with the chant of Crazy Raccoon. East Asia has returned to put their mark on the game, on the scene, put their mark on the sport, and now etch their names into history once more. Tensai, the little genius, now the thrice crowned king of Brawl!
Revenge has been served! Crazy Raccoon are your champions. Wow. Okay, let's start over here. 3 times a champion, the first and the only. Try to put into words how you feel.
どんな気持ちですか、天才さん。
いや、正直まだ全然優勝した実感ないんですけど、めちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。ありがとうございます。
Seriously, right now I don't feel like I have won yet, but I'm super happy.
I'm going to come over here to Milkrio. How does that feel, holding that cup in your hands right now?
ミクリオさん、タイトル持ってってどんな気持ちですか？
いや、もう初めてで、もう嬉しい以外の言葉が出ないです。
It's my first time, so I'm so happy I have no words to say.
Moya! One thing is for certain, here at DreamHack Stockholm and at home, the fans have been cheering you on every single day. Is there anything that you would like to say to your fans as champions?
こちらですごいファンが応援してくれてて、すごいなんか捧げてくれたと思うんですけど、ファンに対して何か言いたいことありますか？
本当に応援ありがとうございます。
Thank you for supporting us.
An absolutely phenomenal run and deserving champions. So gentlemen, I'm going to get you to lift that one more time. However, firstly, Milkrio, you are the MVP of the 2025 Brawl Stars World Finals! Okay, gentlemen, I'm going to get you to lift that trophy one more time, solidify your legacy into the Brawl Stars Esports history books, okay? Are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, DreamHack Stockholm, make some noise for your 2025 Brawl Stars World Champions, Crazy Raccoon! For a lot of these teams and players competing on the stage, but we have had some incredibly memorable moments right here at Worlds. I would like to say thank you so much to the production for putting on this incredible show. Thank you so much to the talent for being stellar as always, and thank you to the players for competing so fiercely. But most of all, thank you so much to the fans for supporting your favorite teams and your favorite players year in, year out. As for 2026, we will see you at the Brawl Cup, the last chance qualifier, and of course the World Finals. And at the end of January, we will have our Championship Challenge once again. And so finally, as Semantic would say, Auf Wiedersehen. And in the words of Tensai, Matane. Good night!
And we seize it. Haters mad, they got reasons. Grab the moment, we freeze it. Go to the touch, all what a rush. Follow your heart, homie, go where the love. Let it rain, let it flow, let it flow. Swimming in good vibrations. It's a celebration, it's the liberation of everything we are. Every time you in the clouds, they gon' try to bring you down. Do not let them just go ahead and get it, get it, get it, get it. Every time you in the clouds, they gon' try to bring you down. Do not let them just go ahead and get it, get it, get it, get it. I'm all in, I'm here to receive it. No limits, got to believe it. Amen, I know that you feel it. From the ashes, rise like a phoenix. I'm all in, I'm here to receive it. No limits, got to believe it. Amen, I know that you feel it. From the ashes, rise like a phoenix. Loving you is so easy. You play it up and I squeeze it. We picking up all the pieces. Oh my broken heart, we fix it. Make it better when you kiss it. We rise together, yo, we take it. We getting drunk of our loving. They talk a big game, but they bluffing. Every time you in the clouds, they gon' try to bring you down. Do not let them just go ahead and get it, get it, get it, get it. Every time you in the clouds, they gon' try to bring you down. Do not let them just go ahead and get it, get it, get it, get it. I'm all in, I'm here to receive it. No limits, got to believe it. Yes, Amen, I know that you feel it. From the ashes, rise like a phoenix. This is how it needs to be. It comes so easily to me. I need to be with you. This is how it needs to be. It comes so easily to me. I need to.
Okay.
I'm all in, I'm here to receive it. No limits, got to believe it. Amen, I know that you feel it. From the ashes, rise like a phoenix. I'm all in, I'm here to receive it. No limits, got to believe it. Amen, I know that you feel it. From the ashes, rise like a phoenix.
To run through open fields, dreaming of a world beyond our sight, carried by the wind that teased every hope we held in Now we're standing on the edge of everything we believed, holding on to fleeting moments before they're just memories. When it feels like the clouds are caving in, oh, I can hear a voice call out again. Rise to the light, let it guide you home. Follow the spark that ignites your soul. Every break in the dark is a sign of hope. So rise to the light where your dreams unfold. It's burning in your heart, don't let it go. Never lose sight. Whatever may come, just keep your eyes on the prize and rise to the light. When it feels like the clouds are caving in, oh, I can hear a voice call out again. Rise to the light, let it guide you home.